Chapter 857. Who is the principal? In Hongyuan Royal Palace, two young men dressed in lavish clothing were walking side by side. Both of them seemed to be in their early 20s, and their cultivation was both at perfect harmonization realm as well. Fifth brother, are you challenging the trial today as well? The younger of the duo asked with a smile. Sixth sister has managed to clear 4 trials after her previous breakthrough. As her elder brother, how can I lose out to her? If I can't match her at the very least, father might just start looking down on me. The man addressed as fifth brother replied with a glint in his eyes. The older of the duo was the 5th prince of Hongyuan Empire, Yu Hong, and the younger was the 8th prince, Yu Zheng. Even the most talented of us siblings, our third brother, only managed to clear the 3rd trial when he was at perfect harmonization realm. Yet, sixth sister managed to clear the 4th trial. She sure is amazing. In fact, it is after hearing about her matter that I came over today to see if I can surpass my previous limit and reach higher grounds. Yu Zheng nodded. The 1,000 tempering soul passageway works wonders in tempering one's soul, but it also exerts immense pressure on it as well. Without a resilient mind, it could result in loss of consciousness or even a trauma in one's soul. You have been dispatched to guard the borders until recently, so it must have been a long time since you have cultivated your soul. If you find yourself reaching your limit, don't force yourself to continue. You can always try again another time, Yu Hong advised. Don't worry, fifth brother. I might have been guarding the border, but I haven't slacked on my training either. Even if I can't clear the 3rd trial, I think I should still be able to get pretty far, Yu Zheng said confidently. Yu Hong nodded. That's good. Soon, the duo arrived at the alley that Zhang Xian had gone through previously. Let's start then. Exchanging glances, the duo stepped into the passageway simultaneously with grim expressions. However, in just a few steps, they could already feel an overwhelming pressure crushing their soul, and their bodies began to sway unsteadily. Cold sweat began flowing down their backs. Hold on. The duo exchanged glances before clenching their teeth and pushing onward. As they ventured deeper into the passageway, their bodies began shaking more and more intensely. Pooh! Yu Zheng was the first one to cave in. Spurting a mouthful of blood, his body abruptly fell to the ground. Sighing deeply, he said, Fifth brother, I can't go on any further. I guess I am still stuck on the 2nd trial for the time being. Good luck. Thanks. Yu Hong squeezed out through his clenched teeth before trudging forward arduously. Inscribed on the walls of the passageway were soul cultivation techniques, but if one wanted to read them, one would have to endure the increasing pressure on their soul from the passageway. Each trial was roughly 5 meters, and there was a total of 9 trials in the passageway. If a perfect harmonization realm could clear the 3rd trial, he could already be considered a talented soul cultivator. Pooh! A few more steps later, Yu Hong's face paled. His knees caved in, and he fell to the ground as well. Even though he had been diligently cultivating his soul day and night, he was still unable to clear the 3rd trial. I am still too weak. The two princes looked at one another and shook their heads in frustration. Hearing that the 6th princess had managed to clear the 4th trial had motivated them to give the 1,000 tempering soul passageway another try, but their results still didn't live up to their expectations. This passageway was simply far too difficult. After resting for a moment and feeling the stabbing pain in their heads disappear, they stood up and left the premises. It seems like we are still too weak. I guess the current record holder is still sixth sister, right? Yu Zheng asked. I would think so. Let's go and take a look. Yu Hong nodded. The duo walked up to a wall outside the passageway, and Yu Hong placed his palm on it lightly. This wall was known as the Wall of Records, and it detailed the results of the current record holder of the passageway's challengers. Wong. With a slight buzz, a few words appeared on the Wall of Records. 1st trial, 2 breaths. 2 breaths? Sixth sister cleared the 1st trial in 2 breaths? That is unbelievable. Yu Zheng widened his eyes in astonishment. That is impossible. Even if she can reach the 4th trial, it shouldn't be possible for her to clear the 1st trial in 2 breaths. Let's take a look at her result for the 2nd trial. Yu Hong frowned in bewilderment as he swiped his hand on the wall. Wong. Yet another row of words appeared. 2nd trial, 2 breaths. 2 breaths again? The duo stared at one another in disbelief. They hurriedly swiped the wall once again. Wong. Third trial, 2 breaths. Fourth trial, 2 breaths. Fifth trial, 2 breaths. Sixth trial, 2 breaths. All the way up to the 9th trial, the recorded challenger had only used 2 breaths. Someone managed to clear the 9th trial, and in 2 breaths for all of them at that? The two princes exchanged glances, and they could see sheer horror reflected in the other's eyes. Was this for real? They couldn't even clear the 3rd trial, and yet someone managed to clear all of the 9 trials in 2 breaths each. No more and no less? Was the person strolling instead of challenging the trials? The person who made the existing record didn't leave their name behind, Yu Zheng noted. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Hong said, "Let's call Uncle Bai here. He is in charge of this passageway, so he probably has some way of finding the person who left the record." All right. The duo left the passageway hurriedly, and not too long later, they returned with a middle-aged man following behind them. If Zhang Xin were there, he would surely be able to recognize the middle-aged man as the Saint Wandan pinnacle expert he had encountered back in the residence filled with stone tablets. "What happened for you two to call me over so anxiously?" Uncle Bai asked with his eyebrows knitted tightly together. He was in the midst of pursuing that intruding soul, and he didn't have time to waste with these two princes. "Uncle Bai, did you or my father challenge the 1,000 Tempering Soul passageway in the last 2 days? How do you expect us to break the record you left there?" Yu Hong asked with a bitter smile. "What are you saying? Why would we challenge the 1,000 Tempering Soul passageway?" Uncle Bai replied with a deep frown. He had been spending his time studying the ancient stone tablets in recent years, so how could he have the time to spare to challenge the 1,000 Tempering Soul passageway? This was even more so for Yu Shanqing, the emperor of Hongyuan Empire. With an endless stream of work on his hands, he couldn't possibly find the time to challenge the passageway either. But, if isn't my father or you, who else could have left that record? Hearing Uncle Bai deny the matter, Yu Hong hurriedly placed his palm on the wall of records once more. Wong. The records reflected previously appeared again. TT2 breaths? Uncle Bai's body staggered weakly, and he nearly fainted from shock. Even with His Majesty's and my cultivation, we can only reach the 8th trial. Furthermore, beyond the 6th trial, every single step made will take us a very long time, and it could easily take up to an hour for us to clear the trial. To succeed in just 2 breaths. Just who could it be? Uncle Bai was in disbelief as well. The 1,000 Tempering Soul passageway was created by an old ancestor of the Yu clan to challenge the later generations. The pressure emanated by the passageway had the astounding effect of tempering souls, and it was due to this that the Yu clan was reputed for its soul cultivation amid the many Tier 1 empires. Countless outstanding geniuses had emerged in the Yu clan over the years, but still, no one had succeeded in clearing the 9th trial to enter the hall. So how could there be a record reflected for the 9th trial? Not to mention, 2 breaths? If he recalled correctly, there wasn't such a record when Yu Feier challenged the passageway yesterday after coming out of her seclusion. Could it be? Uncle Bai's eyes narrowed as he recalled the soul he had encountered earlier. No. I have to check the hall. Realizing what could have happened, he quickly circumvented the passageway and headed to the hall lying behind it. As the manager of the 1,000 Tempering Soul passageway, he had the authority to enter the hall even without clearing the passageway itself. Pushing open the door, he rushed into the hall, and what he saw left his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. The dense concentration of spiritual energy that should have been inside the hall had disappeared without a trace, and the 4 ancestral sculptures that were used to temper the souls of later generations had lost their glow. With a touch, voila, the sculptures crumbled to the ground. Damn it, just who is that fellow? Uncle Bai felt as if he was going insane. Harnessed in this hall was the overwhelming aura of their ancestors, and had he not been the manager of the 1,000 Tempering Soul passageway, he would have never dared to enter the grounds. Who could the intruder have been to be able to enter the hall and reduce it to such a state? To be able to achieve this feat, just how powerful must his soul be? No, I must report this matter to His Majesty immediately. Alarmed, Uncle Bai hurriedly rushed to the main hall, where Yu Shanqing was. In a majestic assembly room of the royal palace, Yu Shunqing had just finished going through the reports and was currently closing his eyes for a short rest. An old eunuch walked into the room and said, "Reporting to your majesty, the Master Teacher Academy has sent a notice saying that the inauguration ceremony for the succeeding principal will be held in 3 days, and they have invited your majesty to witness the ceremony." Understood. Tell them that I will be there." Yu Shunqing nodded. Even though the Master Teacher Academy was located within Hongyuan Empire, in terms of standing and influence, he could be said to be beneath the Academy's principal. Upon becoming the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, that person could be said to have become the #1 figure of Hongyuan Empire. Even he, despite being the emperor of Hongyuan Empire, wouldn't dare to treat the principal with the slightest disrespect. The old eunuch nodded. "Yes, your majesty." "Right. Did they mention who the succeeding principal will be?" Shen Yuqing asked. "Your majesty, they didn't reveal who the succeeding principal will be, but they did mention that Mu Shi from the headquarters will be overseeing the inauguration ceremony personally," the eunuch replied. "Mu Shi? You are referring to 7-star Master Teacher Mu Yuan?" Yu Shunqing's eyes lit up in agitation. "Yes, your majesty. If he is going to be overseeing the ceremony personally, the principal must be either Lu Feng or Xiaobingxiu. Send someone in to ask about the identity of the succeeding principal so that we can prepare an appropriate gift in advance." Yu Shunqing waved his hands. Lu Feng and Xiaobingxiu had different main supporting occupations, so their interests differed as well. If it was Lu Feng, they would have to prepare some valuable medicinal herbs. If it was Xiaobingxiu, they would have to prepare some precious ores. The fate of Hongyuan Empire was intricately linked with the Master Teacher Academy. If he could win the favor of the new principal, he might be able to consolidate the royal authority that the Yu clan wielded. The old eunuch frowned. "But your majesty, since they didn't reveal the identity of the succeeding principal in the notice, I am afraid that we might not be able to receive an answer from them. If the other party didn't reveal to them who the new principal was, it could only mean that they had a reason for doing so. Since that was the case, the result would be the same no matter how many times they asked for it." Yu Shunqing waved his hands casually. "Tell them that it is a personal request from me. The school heads should at least give me some leeway. Besides, it's no big deal to learn of the identity of the next principal in advance." As the emperor of Hongyuan Empire, even if his standing couldn't be matched with the principal, he could at least be considered an equal to the 10 great master teachers. If they were to ask under his name, the other party should speak. "Yes, your majesty." The old eunuch nodded. "Right. Has Feier's birthday banquet begun yet?" Yu Shunqing suddenly asked. "As your majesty is still here, we dare not start the banquet yet." "I see. Tell her I will be heading over now," Yu Shunqing said as he stood up from his throne. "Right. Is that Zhang Xian fellow here yet?" "Reporting to your majesty, Zhang Shi is currently seated in the main hall. Has he caused any trouble yet?" Yu Shunqing asked with a frown. "He has been sitting quietly ever since his arrival. He must be lying low, knowing that he is currently in the royal palace." The old eunuch knew that Shen Yuqing was interested in Zhang Xian, so he had been keeping an eye out for his affairs. "Good." Shen Yuqing nodded. "Let's go over to take a look." Thus, he began making his way toward the main hall, where the banquet was held. Chapter 858. Zhang Xian. Rejected. I am finally out. After cultivating his soul to the ethereal treading realm, Zhang Xian had left the residence and continued moving straight, and soon, he managed to escape from the royal palace. Upon leaving the palace, he scanned his surroundings and swiftly deduced where he was. After which, he suppressed his aura to the bare minimum and swiftly made his way through to the main entrance of the royal palace, and then the main hall where the banquet was held. As soon as he entered the main hall, he immediately darted back to his body before heaving a huge sigh of relief. In his short journey, even though he failed to find the Bodhi Saint tree, he did manage to compile the ethereal treading realm heaven's path solart, so it wasn't a complete waste of time. Also, he managed to get an insight into the layout and security of the royal palace, especially regarding the existence of soul cultivators in the palace. With this knowledge, he would be able to better plan his movements the next time. Seeing Zhang Xian open his eyes, Luo Qi, who sat beside him, asked, "Teacher, are you done cultivating?" She'd had the scare of her life when her teacher started cultivating. Not only did his breathing stop, even his heartbeat had disappeared as well. If he hadn't told her that he was cultivating in advance, she would have thought that he was already dead. Zhang Xian nodded. Has the banquet begun yet? Not yet, but it should be starting soon. All of the guests have arrived, replied Luo Qiqi. Coincidentally, at that moment, a eunuch outside suddenly announced, "Her Highness has arrived." Everyone swiftly turned their gazes to the doorway, and they saw a beautiful figure slowly making her way in. It was Euphraia. She was dressed in a purple dress embedded with innumerable gemstones, and it glowed beautifully beneath the light of the night illumination pearls. She had light makeup on, which further accentuated her beautiful facial features, sending the hearts of men leaping uncontrollably. She was simply too beautiful. "Your Highness." A fiery passion lit up in Shun Jun's eyes upon seeing Euphraia, and he hurriedly rushed forward to greet her. However, Euphraia paid him no heed, walking straight past him. Her beady eyes scanned the hall swiftly, and before long, she found Zhang Shi's figure. "Zhang Shi, Qiqi, you are all here." With a delighted expression, she rushed up to the group excitedly. Even though she had sent an invitation letter to Zhang Shi, she wasn't sure whether he would really come. After all, considering the latter's personality, he would probably have no qualms snubbing even the royal family. Thus, upon seeing him, she heaved a sigh of relief. "Fair, you are really beautiful today," Luo Qiqi complimented earnestly. In terms of beauty, the both of them could be considered equal, each possessing their own unique charms. However, Euphraia had dressed up meticulously today, allowing her to grab the spotlight as soon as she stepped into the room. "Brother Shin, isn't that the greedy fellow you spoke of?" Lu Gongzi asked Shun Jun doubtfully. "Didn't you talk to him earlier? Why does it seem like Princess Euphraia is more concerned with him than you?" "Humph." Shin Jun's expression turned livid. Even without Lu Gongzi pointing it out, he could see it clearly. Privately, he had already viewed Euphraia as his woman, and he had been destroying all rivals who dared stand in his path. Even Xing Yuan had been utterly defeated by him. So where did this fellow pop up from? He had thought that that fellow was just an insignificant figure, but from the looks of it now, that wasn't the case. "Sixth Princess, it has been too long since we last met. Knowing that it's your birthday, I specially prepared this for you." Concealing his displeasure in the depths of his heart, he put on a warm smile before walking up to Euphraia once more and presented a jade box to her. Wong. A dense concentration of spiritual energy gushed out from within, leaving those standing before it feeling energized and spirited. "This is the inner core of a Saint One Dan water serpent," someone amid the crowd exclaimed in shock. "The inner core of a saint beast? What an incredible gift." Hearing that voice, a commotion broke out in the main hall. Everyone was shocked. Relishing the shocked expressions of the crowd, Shin Jun chuckled lightly and explained gleefully, "Indeed, this is the inner core of a Saint One Dan water serpent. I heard that it has the ability to nourish a cultivator's body, and if one wears it frequently, it can help to calm their state of mind and enhance their cultivation speed. As such, I specially made the trip to the depths of the ocean to obtain one for your highness." The water serpent wasn't a member of the dragon tribe. It was only a unique saint beast living in the deep oceans. Nevertheless, its inner core was a highly sought-after artifact due to the incredible properties it possessed. If a cultivator wore it on them often, it could increase their rate of cultivation and strengthen their body. As such, its inner core was easily worth hundreds of high-tier spirit stones. As expected of Shun Jun, his hand was indeed amazing. In an instant, the gifts that the others had prepared for the princess seemed to pale in comparison. "Thank you." Euphraia also hadn't expected Shun Jun to present her with such a valuable gift. Nevertheless, she gracefully took the gift and stowed it in her storage ring. As the princess of Hongyuan Empire, she had seen plenty of treasures in her time. The inner core of a water serpent might be valuable, but it wasn't enough to make her lose her nerve. "It is my pleasure." Seeing Euphraia accept his present, Shun Jun's lips curled up in delight. He turned his gaze to Zhang Xian and asked, Today is Her Highness's birthday. May I know what gift Brother Zhang has prepared for her? In an instant, all gazes fell upon Zhang Xian. They had also noticed that the princess had walked straight up to this Zhang Shi after entering the hall. No matter how slow they were, it was clear that Shen Jun was challenging his love rival. Me? I didn't prepare one. Zhang Xian shook his head. He had only learned that it was Yu Fei's birthday right before stepping into the main hall, so how could he have the time to prepare a gift in advance? He had always been poor, so he couldn't afford a treasure like the other party's Saint Realm water serpent's inner core. Besides, even if he had such a treasure in his possession, he also couldn't bring himself to give it to Yu Fei anyway. After all, his relationship with her wasn't as close as with Luo Qiqi. Since it was a fact that he had no gift, he might as well admit it candidly. You didn't prepare one? Cough cough. Shen Jun had prepared lines in advance to put Zhang Xian down as soon as he took out his gift, but upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, he nearly choked on his own words. He had thought that by putting down Zhang Xian's gift, he could quash the latter's pride while highlighting his own sincerity, but who could have known that the other party hadn't even brought one? The crowd was dumbfounded by the revelation as well. To think that there would be a person who didn't prepare anything while attending the princess's birthday banquet. Are you sure that you aren't teasing us? Recovering from his surprise, Shen Jun sneered coldly, Brother Zhang. Your joke isn't funny at all. It is out of sincerity that Her Highness has invited us to her birthday banquet, so it is natural that we should reciprocate with a gift, and yet, you arrived empty-handed. Don't you think that this is greatly disrespectful to Her Highness? Yu Fei's face darkened upon hearing Shen Jun's words. Shen Jun, what do you mean by those words? Zhang Shi is my guest. Seeing that the princess was speaking up for Zhang Xian, Shen Jun felt his blood boiling in rage. Your Highness, it is your birthday today, and we have all prepared gifts for you. Yet, Zhang Shi chose to come empty-handed. It is clear that he is disrespecting you. Yu Fei was just about to say that she hadn't told Zhang Xian that it was her birthday banquet when she saw Zhang Xian waving his hands casually. Does a gift truly signify respect for a person? Does the value of a gift really signify how much respect one has for another? So, are you implying that the reason Her Highness invited everyone to this banquet is to demand gifts from everyone? Zhang Xian asked with a sharp glint in his eyes. In your eyes, is Her Highness a petty person who pursues little gains? That is not what I mean. Not expecting the other party to twist his words in such a manner, Shen Jun's complexion turned awful. What I am saying is that the fact you chose to arrive empty-handed signifies your lack of respect for Her Highness. So, in other words, you are saying that my lack of gift signifies a lack of respect, and your valuable gift signifies a great deal of respect. In the end, aren't you still implying that Her Highness is only interested in the gifts and not the people giving them? Zhang Xian shook his head grimly and said, To insult Her Highness like that, just what malicious intentions do you have? Stop spouting nonsense. When did I insult Her Highness? Seeing that Zhang Xian was pinning such a huge sin on him, Shen Jun turned to Yu Fei anxiously and said, Your Highness, don't listen to his words. This isn't what I meant. On the other hand, Luo Qiqi, who had been watching the farce from the side, nearly burst into laughter. Her teacher's mouthsure was a formidable weapon. It is one thing for you not to bring a gift to a Fei's birthday banquet, but to think that you can still take pride in it, arguing unabashedly that the other party was insulting Fei by bringing a gift here. The crowd was also dumbstruck by the turn of events. They had all prepared gifts of their own as well, but given the current circumstances, if they were to present them, it would look as if they were implying that the princess was a superficial person who was only interested in material gains. Yet, if they didn't present them, it would seem as if they were being disrespectful. Conflicted, their faces scrunched up tightly as if they were suffering from constipation. Interrupting in Shen Jun's apology, Yu Fei flung her sleeves and harumphed. All right, that is enough. I have invited everyone here today just to get together. If anyone dares to present me with another present, I will ask you to leave and never return. I, Yu Fei, will not welcome you in the royal palace. Shen Jun's face turned livid, and he clenched his fists tightly together. After going through so much trouble to obtain such a valuable gift, he had thought that he would be able to win the princess fancy. Who would have thought that not only did his gift not delight her, it even incurred her ire instead? What was this? He had truly made a huge loss this time around. It's all that fellow's fault. Glaring at Zhang Xian coldly, Shun Jun flung his sleeves furiously and returned to his seat. He was currently in a disadvantageous position. The more he talked, the deeper he would err. As such, he decided to back down silently for the moment. In any case, as long as the fellow remained in Hongyuan City, he would surely be able to find a chance to teach him a lesson in the future. To think that a day would come when he, despite being the successor of the Shen clan and reaching a chrysalis realm pinnacle at such a young age, would suffer such a setback in the hands of a 20-year-old brat. Just the thought of it left him incredibly stifled inside. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian ignored the infuriated Shinjun and turned his eyes to Yu Feier and asked, "Are you currently cultivating your soul?" While he snuck around the royal palace in his soul form earlier, even though he had failed to find the Bodhi Saint tree, he did notice that the royal family seemed to pay quite a bit of attention to the cultivation of the soul. Since Yu Feier was a member of royalty as well, she should have dabbled in soul cultivation. "I did cultivate my soul for a while." Yu Feier nodded as she gazed at Zhang Xian doubtfully, unsure of what he was up to. "I learned from Xingyuan earlier that your royal family specializes in soul cultivation, so I spent some time a moment ago to tailor a soul cultivation technique for you. Consider it my birthday gift to you." Zhang Xian told her telepathically. He had secretly learned the soul cultivation secret arts of the royal family and devoured an entire hall's worth of spiritual energy dry. Given that he had taken so much from the other party, it was imperative that he returned the favor. "A soul cultivation technique tailored for me? I came up with it while musing over the quintessence of demonic tunes and terpsichorean arts. It has a high affinity with your constitution," Zhang Xian replied. His inheritance of the Soul Oracle's heritage was a secret that he couldn't reveal, and he couldn't possibly tell the other party that he had secretly learned their soul cultivation secret arts either. Thus, he could only try to cover it by using his high mastery as a demonic tunist and terpsichore as a front. In any case, he stood at the peak for those two occupations in the Master Teacher Academy, so there was no one who was sufficiently qualified to question him. This, after a moment of hesitation, Yu Feier clenched his teeth and said, "I don't want it." "You don't want it?" Zhang Xian was taken aback. Since the cultivation technique was from him, there was no doubt about its prowess. At the very least, it was several times stronger than the 1,000 tempering soul refinement art. Yet, the other party said she didn't want it. To think that an impartation from the principal of the Master Teacher Academy would actually be turned down, what was going on. Chapter 859. Yu Shunqing's suspicions. I am delighted that Zhang Shi has specially tailored a cultivation technique for me, but I can't accept it. Yu Feier shook her head. Zhang Xian asked with a frown, "You do understand how valuable a cultivation technique for me is, right? As long as you cultivate it, your soul cultivation will potentially increase many-fold." Those were not empty words. Even if it was a simplified of Heaven's Path soul art, the essence of demonic tunes, terpsichorean arts, and the 1,000 tempering soul refinement art were infused into it. If Yu Feier were to study it, her soul cultivation would surely rise by leaps and bounds. It would just be a matter of time before she surpassed the emperor or even the middle-aged man from before. "It is precisely because I know that it is valuable that I can't accept it," Yu Feier said hesitantly. "Why don't I buy it from you instead?" If she were to accept Zhang Xian's cultivation technique without giving anything in return, it would be equivalent to acknowledging Zhang Xian as her half-teacher. In the Master Teacher Academy, traditions were extremely important, and the order between a teacher and a student had to be respected. If she were to become Zhang Xian's student, everything else that she hoped for would become a pipe dream. However, it would be a different matter if she were to purchase it from Zhang Xian. Upon Yu Feier's insistence, Zhang Xian eventually nodded. "All right then." He lifted his forefinger and tapped the other party's forehead. Wong. Yu Feier's body jolted, and the complete set of cultivation techniques emerged in her consciousness. With just a single glance, Her eyes bulged from their sockets, and she couldn't stop her body from trembling in agitation. The set of cultivation techniques she had just received was simply too profound. It was far stronger than the one she was currently cultivating. This is simply too valuable. I don't think I can afford it. I will report it to my father and have him compensate you duly, Yu Feier hurriedly said with her face flushed. She had thought that no matter how powerful the set of cultivation techniques Zhang Xian came up with was, it couldn't possibly be more formidable than the secret arts passed down in their lineage. However, from her very first glance, she realized that before Zhang Xian's set of cultivation techniques, her clan's secret arts were nothing at all. Even if she were to hand the secret arts to him, he might not even be willing to spare them a single glance. This was how big the difference was. I'm fine with anything. Zhang Xian waved his hands, indicating that he wasn't bothered. Raising his soul cultivation could boost his chances at saving Wei Ruyan, so he had made the decision to absorb the spiritual energy within the mysterious hall in the royal palace. Nevertheless, he felt guilty about the matter, so he had decided to repay the favor by imparting a set of soul cultivation techniques to them. As for how the other party decided to deal with this matter, that was no longer under his control. While they were discussing this matter with one another, Shun Jun's face was progressively turning darker and darker, and it looked as if he would explode at any moment. At this very moment, he felt as if a grassy field had sprouted above his head. One as the duo were communicating telepathically, he had no way of telling what they were saying. However, there was a moment when Zhang Xian had struck Yu Feier's forehead lightly, and the latter's face had turned red in embarrassment. How could they flirt so openly before him, treating him as if he were invisible? Damn it! Damn it! Lu Quan, look into the background of that fellow when we return later. Shin Jun spat through gritted teeth as he crushed the wine cup in his hand with immense force. He had only returned to the capital not too long ago, so he wasn't aware of the recent happenings. On top of that, Zhang Xian's full name hadn't been revealed in the introduction, so it was inevitable that he wasn't able to recognize him. All right, Lu Quan nodded. Since he is a student of the Master Teacher Academy as well, when I left earlier, my father told me a new principal will be inaugurated at the Master Teacher Academy in 3 days, and he said that he would take me to watch. We can make use of that opportunity to bring in a few men to pummel that fellow so as to teach him a lesson. That's a good plan. It is decided then. I will bring a few of my men there as well. I swear that I will pummel him until he is forced to crawl on the floor to search for his fallen teeth. Shin Jun sneered viciously. Right after leaving the residence, Uncle Bai headed right for the assembly room where Yu Shunqing should have been. However, when he arrived at the assembly room, a eunuch walked up to him and said, reporting to the 7th king, "Today is the 6th princess's birthday, so His Majesty has gone to the main hall to attend her banquet." All right, I will head there now. Not daring to waste a single moment, Uncle Bai rushed all the way to the main hall and finally, at the main hall's entrance, he caught up with the emperor and his entourage. "Brother," Uncle Bai hurriedly called out. "Mu Bai, for you to be in such a rush, what's wrong?" Yu Shunqing frowned. Uncle Bai's full name was Yu Mu Bai, and he was the 7th king of Hongyuan Empire, as well as Yu Shunqing's blood-related younger brother. "The matter is like this. I went to the stone tablets earlier in order to decipher them." Knowing that this matter was of grave importance, Yu Mu Bai hurriedly explained everything that he had encountered in detail. "You are saying that a soul-like object has appeared in the royal palace, and the soul-tempering hall has been destroyed? On top of that, someone managed to clear the 9th trial of the 1000-tempering soul passageway, using only 2 breaths for each of the trials?" Yu Shunqing's body staggered as he shook his head in disbelief. As the emperor of a Tier 1 empire, he had heard of many huge matters throughout his life. Yet, when he heard the other party's account, he felt as if his head was unable to keep up. As the head of the Yu clan, he knew full well how difficult the 1000-tempering soul passageway was. Even with his prowess, in the face of that crushing pressure, he was still unable to clear the 8th trial yet. Someone had managed to clear even the 9th trial in just 2 breaths, and that wasn't all. That person had even rushed into the soul-tempering hall and absorbed all of the spiritual energy contained in the area, causing the ancestral sculptures to shatter. How powerful must that person's soul be? That's right. Yu Mubai nodded as he looked at Yu Shunqing worriedly. Your Majesty, shall we activate the Great Palace Defensive Formation to capture that fellow? The Great Palace Defensive Formation was capable of stopping even Saint Threedan experts. Even if the enemy they were facing was intangible, they were certain that they could trap him with it. Yu Shunqing shook his head. That won't do. The moment that we activate the formation, pandemonium could very possibly break out in the royal palace. Furthermore, considering that his presence has been exposed, chances are that he has already gotten away. Unless the Empire was on the brink of destruction, the Great Palace Defensive Formation shouldn't be activated. Otherwise, putting aside the pandemonium in the palace, it could cause huge unrest among the populace as well, knowing that the country was threatened. If so, not even he, as the emperor, could shoulder the responsibility. Besides, until this point, they were still unsure of what they were dealing with. Even if they were to activate the formation and trap that fellow, considering the size of the royal palace, it wouldn't be easy to find him either, considering the limited clues they had. What should we do then? After a moment of contemplation, Yu Shunqing said, increase the number of patrols in the royal palace, and if they find any suspicious individuals, we will send in experts immediately to apprehend that person. All right, Yu Mubai nodded. For the time being, don't tell anyone of this matter. The moment you receive any news, report to me immediately. That will be all. I have to attend Feier's birthday banquet now. Yu Shunqing waved his hands. He was enraged that someone had barged into the soul-tempering hall and destroyed their ancestral sculptures as well, but as the emperor of a nation, he couldn't allow his emotions to supersede his rationality. After leaving behind those words, he turned around and continued making his way to the main hall. At that moment, he noticed that the old eunuch beside him had his eyebrows tightly knitted together. If you have any thoughts in mind, feel free to speak, Yu Shunqing said nonchalantly. The old eunuch had been with him for many years now. He knew that on top of being a Saint Realm expert, the old eunuch possessed keen intellect, which allowed him to see through many matters as well. Your Majesty, wherever Zhang Shi has gone, pandemonium ensued. Even his manner wasn't spared from his antics. He also happens to be in the royal palace tonight. So could it be possible that he has something to do with that matter? The old eunuch asked. There was simply something bizarre about Zhang Xian. Wherever he went, destruction and misfortune seemed to follow right behind. Knowing that he would attend the banquet tonight, they had invited several formation masters in to prevent any accidents from occurring. But who could say for sure that it was foolproof? Take this matter for example. While the main hall had been spared, the soul-tempering hall had been destroyed instead. Could Zhang Xian have had something to do with this? Him? Yu Shunqing frowned. The old eunuch's words were groundless and seemingly ridiculous, but when supported by the various rumors regarding Zhang Xian that they had heard earlier, this hypothesis wasn't completely illogical. The mess that fellow had caused over the past half a month could leave even his eyebrows twitching uncontrollably. If there was a person who could accomplish what Yu Mubai had just described, that fellow was definitely a huge suspect. But didn't he arrive an hour and a half ago? And he hasn't left his seat since then, right? Yu Shunqing asked. Yes, Your Majesty. However, he was sitting in a daze on his seat for more than an hour in that duration. The eunuch replied. He was sitting in a daze on his seat? That's right, Your Majesty. If what the seventh king said was true, and the intruder is truly a soul, could it be that Zhang Xian drew out his soul in the hour that he was in a daze? The eunuch said hesitantly. He drew out his soul? Are you suspecting him of being a soul oracle? Yu Shunqing's face immediately turned livid. Your Majesty, this is just a hypothesis on my part. The old eunuch replied with a lowered head. The soul oracle should have been completely eradicated by the master-teacher pavilion for siding with the otherworldly demonic tribe long ago, so their heritage should have disappeared from the face of the world. As a master-teacher, Zhang Xian should know better than to dabble in an occupation like that, Yu Shunqing said with a deep frown. Actually, Your Majesty, we can uncover the truth with a simple test, the old eunuch said. Yu Shunqing nodded grimly. Flinging his sleeves, he walked into the main hall with widened strides. Just a moment after he stepped through the doors, he saw his beautifully dressed daughter standing before a certain young man, serving him wine with a bent back. His face immediately turned black. How could there be a fellow so arrogant as to allow his noble daughter to serve him wine? Your Majesty, that person is Zhang Xian, Zhang Shi. The old eunuch quickly informed him. He is Zhang Xian? Yu Shunqing muttered as he glared at Zhang Xian with a wintry gaze. He was already prejudiced against Zhang Xian after hearing about everything the latter had made his daughter do when he encountered such a sight. In an instant, rage filled his mind. Fair, what are you doing? Yu Shunqing rushed forward and stared at his daughter grimly. As a princess, how can you stoop down to serving another wine? The fact that the other party took you in as his maid is a form of insult to you and the royal family. How can you take it for real? Zhang Xian is just a mere 4-star master teacher. He might possess some extraordinary means, but he is far from qualified to have you serve him wine. Father, you are here. Upon seeing Yu Shunqing, Yu Feier hurriedly stood up and bowed in greeting. Shunjun, Lu Quan, Xing Yuan, pays respect to your majesty. The others in the room also quickly stood up and bowed. Following the others, Zhang Xian also stood up, and after taking a glance at the authoritative middle-aged man before him, he clasped his fist and bowed as well. He might be the succeeding principal of the Master Teacher Academy, which would put his standing above that of the other party, but due to his unique circumstances, it was inconvenient for him to reveal his identity ahead of the inauguration ceremony. Thus, it was still best for him to follow the formalities. You are Zhang Xian? Yu Shunqing asked with a sharp glint in his eyes. Indeed, it is me. Zhang Xian nodded in response. Yu Shunqing assessed Zhang Xian for a moment before turning around and heading to the main seat in the hall. While he was dying to test out whether that fellow was a soul oracle or not, as the emperor of the nation, he couldn't possibly make a move directly. Not only would he be stooping beneath his standing, if his assumption proved to be false, he would have no way of accounting for this matter to the Master Teacher Pavilion. On top of that, he could incur the hostility of his daughter too. Firstly, I would like to thank everyone for attending my young daughter's birthday banquet. Upon sitting down, Yu Shunqing scanned the surroundings and chuckled lightly. His movements were casual, but it carried a regal disposition that only emperors commanded. Since today is a joyous occasion, how can we go without music? Luofu, summon musician Bai in to play a tune for us. Yes. Understanding the hidden meaning behind Yu Shunqing's words, the old eunuch nodded and backed out of the room. Musician Bai? Could it be the renowned 6-star demonic tunist guest in the royal palace? It would truly be a great honor to listen to her playing. Upon hearing that musician Bai would be playing for them, everyone's eyes lit up in excitement. Chapter 860. Clash of Demonic Tunists, Musician Bai? Sensing the excited atmosphere in the room, Zhang Xian turned to Yu Feier with a questioning look. Musician Bai is a demonic tunist whom my father specially invited as a guest to our royal palace. It is said that her proficiency has already reached 6-star pinnacle, and her playing resonates deeply with one's soul. Ordinarily, only esteemed envoys of the empire have the honor of hearing her play, Yu Feier replied with an agitated look. As a 6-star demonic tunist, Musician Bai's standing in society was generally lower than her apothecary and blacksmith peers. However, the set of skills she possessed made her more desirable in royal palaces and the manners of nobility. For one, having such a talented musician in one's home could better reflect their high standing. On top of that, Musician Bai's playing had the effect of nurturing one's soul if one were to listen to it frequently. It seems like she is a performance-type demonic tunist, Zhang Xian noted. Demonic tunists could be divided into two main categories, offensive and performance. Take school head Jiang Qingqin, for example. As a master teacher, he shouldered the responsibility of protecting mankind and warding against the otherworldly demonic tribe. Naturally, his field of specialty for his demonic tunes focused on the offensive aspect. His playing could rattle the souls of his enemies, rendering them powerless. On the other hand, performance-type demonic tunists aimed to elevate their level of playing for non-offensive purposes. Their playing tended to possess some kind of benefit to those listening to it, and even ordinary humans could enjoy their music. Otherwise, if all demonic tunists were to leave behind a field of feathers each time they played, just like Zhang Xian, those envoys in Hongyuan Empire would probably rush back to their empires and incite a war between both countries after listening to the playing. For those gathered in this main hall to be excited at the opportunity to listen to musician Bai's playing, it went without saying that she was a performance-type demonic tunist whose playing could soothe and pleasure one. Seeing that his daughter was still acting so intimately around that juncture, Yu Shinqing said in displeasure, "Feier, come over." "Yes, father." Nodding, Yu Feier stood up and took the seat beneath her father's. A short moment later, the old eunuch, Luo Fu, returned with a beautiful, white-robed lady behind him. Her appearance might pale in comparison to Yu Feier and Luo Qiqi, but her face was still one that few could tear their gazes away from. Demonic Tunist by Xian pays respect to your majesty, sixth princess, and the fellow young talents here. Upon stepping into the main hall, Musician Bai immediately bowed deeply and greeted everyone present. Her voice was melodious, reminiscent of a zither, leaving a numbing sensation in one's heart. Not bad. Zhang Xian nodded in approval. To be able to evoke the melody of a zither through her voice and not harm anyone despite playing a demonic tune, she did have some skills. Musician Bai, there is no need to stand on ceremony. Today is my daughter's birthday, so I would like to request a song from you to celebrate this joyous occasion. Yu Shunqing said with a smile. Yes, your majesty. Musician Bai nodded. Sitting by the side, she flicked her wrist, and a zither materialized before her. Upon seeing her zither, an excited commotion broke out amid the crowd. This must be Musician Bai's feathered eagle zither. Legend has it that Musician Bai's tamed beast, green-tailed eagle, died in the midst of trying to save her. In gratitude to her tamed beast, she forged a zither out of its feathers and even composed a song in remembrance of it. It is said that the melody harnesses the heart-wrenching sorrow she experienced upon its death, and it can evoke the same emotions in the listeners as well. I have heard of this before, too. It's said that on the day she finished composing the song, countless divine cranes wept in sadness. It was after that incident that Musician Bai's reputation spread far and wide. Countless experts in the capital considered it an honor to have heard her playing then. I didn't think that His Majesty would invite her over for Princess Yu Feier's birthday. I will be able to brag about this matter for the next 3 days when I return. 3 days? This is sufficient for me to brag for the next 3 months. Everyone could hardly keep their exhilaration in check. Offensive-type demonic tunists usually only displayed their prowess in battle, so they tended to be less famous. On the other hand, performance-type demonic tunists could easily win the hearts of others through their euphonious music, thus granting them widespread fame. Hearing the discussion of the crowd, Musician Bai chuckled lightly before placing her slender fingers on the zither and plucking on a string slightly. Tring. It was an extremely deep sound that seemed as if it had come from the ancient past, and it reverberated right within their souls. Zhang Xian's eyes immediately lit up. As a skilled demonic tunist himself, he could easily tell whether the other party was truly skilled or not. While Musician Bai's level of playing might be slightly beneath that of school head Zhang's, she had embarked on a completely different path than him. Zhang Xian couldn't help but anticipate what was going to come. Trining Tang. Under the light touch of Musician Bai, melodious music drifted from the zither. In the blink of an eye, the crowd found themselves standing before a vast plain. Countless birds were chirping harmoniously in the surroundings, and the aroma of flowers wafted in the air. It was a pleasurable sensation. Unknowingly, everyone began to close their eyes to feel the music with their hearts. Even Shun Jun had his eyes shut, immersed in the world carved out by the music. An occupation that had been passed down through the ages, even if it was a lower 9 paths occupation, should never be underestimated. Even a seemingly powerless painter, upon reaching the zenith, could bring out a fearsome army of millions at the tip of their brush, leaving powerful cultivators in despair. Seeing that she had captured everyone within her music, Musician Bai chuckled softly before turning her sights to Zhang Xian. Before entering, she had already received the Emperor's edict to test this young man. Trang Tang, Trying Tang. There was an abrupt twist in the tune. It was still a euphonic melody to the ears of others, But beneath this exterior, a powerful surge of soul energy was creeping swiftly toward a certain target. Zhang Xian was listening to the music carefully, trying to identify the main differences between a performance-type music and an offensive-type music, when his soul abruptly jolted. An offensive edge had suddenly emerged amid the music to assault his soul. How brazen! Zhang Xian swiftly dispelled the attack with his soul energy before directing a sharp gaze to musician Bai to assess her. As a 7-star demonic tunist, he could tell that the previous assault was an intentional act from her. But this was the first time the two of them had met, so there shouldn't be any grudges between them. Why would the other party attack him? Could it be that she knew that he was the succeeding principal of the Master Teacher Academy and she was trying to assassinate him? I can't discount this possibility. Too many people have told me that Hongyuan Empire isn't as peaceful as it seems, and even the elders of the Master Teacher Academy have chosen to conceal my identity until the inauguration ceremony in order to protect me as well. Perhaps danger is closer to me than I thought. Zhang Xian thought grimly. Luo Ruoxin had told him one of the pathways between the Master Teacher continent and the other worlds lay in Hongyuan City, and the otherworldly demons could exploit it to invade this land. The main purpose for the existence of the Master Teacher Academy was to keep a lookout on the passageway. Besides that, the powerful Wu Yangzi being captured by otherworldly demons and Hu Yaoyao concealing her own lineage. All of these events simply pointed to treacherous currents lying beneath the surface of Hongyuan City. It seemed there were many unspeakable secrets hidden in the depths of this place. Musician Bai might be a respected figure in Hongyuan City, but to assault him abruptly in the midst of her performance, there was no doubt that she was up to no good. Humph. You might stand a chance if you fight me directly, but to attempt to deal with me through demonic tunes, you have just sealed your own doom. Zhang Xian's eyes turned cold. He was only an ethereal treading realm primary stage cultivator at the moment, so if the other party had fought him in a normal battle, unless he were to bring out the Byzantium Helios beast to fight in his stead, he would be utterly crushed. But, of all things, the other party had chosen to launch her attack through demonic tunes. She was courting her own death. Even the powerful school head Jiang has acknowledged me as his teacher. Yet, a performance-type demonic tunist like you dared to provoke me. You must really be tired of living. Zhang Xian slowly closed his eyes, acting as if he was immersed in the music like everyone else. However, his hands were moving elegantly to raise a wine gourd and wine cup before pouring the wine from the gourd into the cup slowly. Swoosh! It was a sound reminiscent of a stream flowing down the towering mountains or a river flowing through a peaceful valley. It wasn't too loud, but mixed amid the zither melody, it caused the other party's assault to dull. Sensing that the sound was perfectly timed to interfere during the pauses of her melody, musician Bai swiftly realized that she was facing a skilled demonic tunist. Her eyebrows shot up, and she abruptly changed her playing style. Trang tang trang trang ting trang. Her playing hastened. In an instant, the listeners felt as if a huge cavalry troop was charging across the vast plain. Dust rose in the horizon of the trembling earth as dark, ominous clouds began to set in. Come at me. Having guessed that she would respond in such a manner, Zhang Xian chuckled softly. Placing the gourd and cup on the table, he picked up a chopstick with his right hand and tapped it lightly on the cup, gourd, and plates intermittently. Ting. Even though they were all ceramic, so the music sounded a little monotonous, due to the food and wine in the dishes, cup, and gourd. Zhang Xian was able to play different tones. Ting ting tang, ting ting tang. Limited by the tools at hand, the music Zhang Xian played wasn't as rich as the other party's melody. However, each tap he made coincidentally landed on the brief pause in between each note of the zither melody, thus causing her tempo to go into chaos. If one were to compare the zither playing of a demonic tunist to ripples in a body of water, Zhang Xian's every tap would be timed perfectly at each trough of the wave. Not only did he manage to interfere in the other party's playing through this, even her bodily functions, such as her breathing and her heartbeat, began moving to his rhythm. Shit, the other party is a true expert. It was at this instant that musician Bai realized what kind of opponent she was facing, and her face paled in fear. Despite the seemingly calm showdown, a clash of demonic tunes was actually incredibly dangerous. The slightest carelessness could cause one side to lose their cultivation or even die. As the saying goes, it is the silent dog that bites. The more elegant an occupation seemed to be, the more treacherous it usually was. Taking master teachers, for example, they sought to become role models and bring enlightenment to the world, a truly noble occupation. However, if one were to incur their wrath, they could become an unstoppable force that even the heavens would pale in fear before. The same went for demonic tunists. The fact that the other party could generate such power with just dining tools showed that the other party's comprehension of demonic tunes far exceeded hers, reaching a height she couldn't have imagined. If it had been on any other occasion, she would surely have clasped her fist and admit defeat before fleeing as far away as she could. However, it seemed she had gone too far in provoking the other party, such that the other party was no longer willing to let her off. The intermittent taps had already harmonized perfectly with her zither music, and she could no longer stop the fight of her own accord anymore. The moment her playing stopped, the momentum that had built up in the clash of their demonic tunes would come crashing down on her like a tsunami, and she could very well suffer a permanent impairment that would prevent her from playing another demonic tune in her life. In the worst-case scenario, her heart might even leap out of her throat, resulting in her immediate death. Damn it! Panicked, Musician Bai stood up and hastened her playing in an attempt to shake off the other party's intermittent taps. Due to her driving her zhenqi too fast, white smoke was puffing out of her head. You want to go all out? Sure, I will grant your request. Seeing the other party's playing getting even more intense, Zhang Xian's eyes narrowed. He grabbed another chopstick with his left hand and began tapping it on the table. Dong, dong, dong. The table had been crafted out of a unique lumber that produced a deep and powerful note reminiscent of a drum. Even though he had only added a chopstick to his offense, the prowess he could exert was increased by more than twofold. Pooh! From the very start, Musician Bai was already struggling under Zhang Xian's counterattack. Now that Zhang Xian had abruptly raised the intensity of his offense, how could she possibly withstand it? Her face paled, and a mouthful of blood spurted from her mouth. Her body flew back and struck a stone pillar in the hall. Attempting to retreat? Try it if you can. With a forceful strike on the plate, Zhang Xian produced a reverberating sound reminiscent of the chiming of a bell. Pooh! As if someone had struck her squarely on her chest, Musician Bai felt the zhenqi in her body running amok, and she spurted another mouthful of blood. Under the immense impact, the pillar behind her reached the limits of its durability and collapsed, and dust fell from the ceiling. Chapter 861. He is the principal? The pillar might have collapsed, but as the hall had been fortified by numerous formations, it was still holding steady for the time being. What happened? How was Musician Bai injured? What happened? In the very brief period of time since their clash started, Musician Bai had been severely injured, crashing into a pillar and causing the entire hall to shake. Due to the huge disturbance, the crowd awakened from their trance and stared at one another with dazed expressions, confused by the situation before them. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with Musician Bai's playing, so why would she abruptly spurt blood and break a pillar? She had always been famed for her good-tempered and gentle nature. Did a screw fall from her head today? What happened? Taken aback, Yu Shunqing swiftly turned his gaze to Zhang Xian. As the one behind the matter, he knew that Musician Bai's bizarre actions definitely had something to do with the young man's use of chopsticks to tap on cups and plates. Are they fighting with one another? Yu Shunqing frowned doubtfully. Didn't I instruct Musician Bai to check if Zhang Xian possesses any exceptional means to do with souls? Why did they suddenly start fighting with one another instead? Wait a minute. Could it be that Zhang Xian is a demonic tunist as well? As the only ones who knew that Zhang Xian had taken the demonic tunist examinations were the student worker at the demonic tunist Aula, school head Jiang, and vice school head Ning. This piece of news was missing from the intelligence Yu Shunqing had received from his men. However, with Zhang Xian knocking on the table and the plates, the truth couldn't be any more apparent to him. Yu Feier turned to Yu Shunqing and said anxiously, "Father, Zhang Xian is my guest. If anything happens to him, it will reflect badly on the royal family." Even though she had no idea why Musician Bai would make a move against Zhang Xian, she knew that her father was definitely involved in this matter. Knowing that his daughter's words rang true, Yu Shunqing nodded grimly. Turning to Musician Bai, he said, Musician Bai Xian, please stop. Yu Shunqing was unaware of the dangers involved in the clash of demonic tunes, so he thought that Bai Xian was still carrying out his orders, oblivious to the fact that she was in a desperate situation herself. Hearing Yu Shunqing's words, Bai Xian was just about to explain the situation to him when the sound of Zhang Xian's tapping sounds assaulted her once again. Under the furious onslaught, she had to put her everything into playing her zither just to fend off Zhang Xian's offense, leaving her with no additional energy to speak. Dang 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 dang. The immense pressure she was placed under left her retreating uncontrollably, and every step that she took left a half-chi one deep footprint in the ground. Pong. Eventually, she found herself backed against the wall of the main hall. The fortification formation behind her glowed, obstructing her path, and her footsteps came to a halt. Feeling the support behind her, Bai Xian heaved a sigh of relief. In that instant, an idea suddenly came to her mind. With her back pressed against the wall, a smile emerged on her face as her crimson lips parted. His blue robe flutters in the wind. My heart wanders into the distance. Even if fate permits me not to be with you, is silence the only word you offer me? It was a song filled with remembrance. Even though it was filled with nostalgia, leaving one in a pensive trance, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up, and he abruptly got to his feet. The other party was already on the verge of collapsing to his demonic tunes, but with the support of the fortification formation cast on the room, the other party had actually managed to neutralize his offense. To put it simply, formations could be defined as the gathering of spiritual energy in specific positions in order to produce unique effects such as calling forth sword chi to attack one's opponents or a mysterious fog to beguile others. The essence of fortification formations lay not in making an infrastructure stronger, but by neutralizing the attacks conducted on it, similar to a sponge. Once the force was neutralized, naturally, the object fortified wouldn't suffer any damage. By hiding within the fortification formation, Zhang Xian's offense would be weakened by it, which gave the other party room to counterattack. As the saying goes, the sorrow of fond remembrances breaks the soul. If Zhang Xian couldn't counter the other party's singing, he could lose his life. In just a short moment, by utilizing the fortification formation, the other party had managed to turn the tables on him, and he fell into an extremely disadvantageous position. Indeed, there is no occupation that should be underestimated. But even though Zhang Xian was in a disadvantageous position, there wasn't the slightest trace of anxiety or nervousness to be seen from him. Instead, with a light chuckle, he smacked the table, and the cup filled with wine flew up. A fine song indeed. Allow me to propose a toast to Musician Bai. His voice was also infused with the power of a demonic tune, instantly neutralizing the other party's singing. The next instant, he flicked the wine cup with his finger. The direction the wine cup was heading toward wasn't Musician Bai but the wall beside her. Danglang. Upon coming into contact with the wall, the wine cup immediately burst apart, shattering into numerous pieces before falling down. However, what was astonishing was that instead of falling to the ground, the broken shards suddenly stopped in midair. Wong. In the next instant, as if someone had stopped them at their cores, the fortification formations in the main hall suddenly came to a halt. When Zhang Xian had first arrived in the room, he had already taken a look at the various formations using his eye of insight, so he knew where the weaknesses of the formations were. The wine cup he had flicked over was infused with his shunqi, and even though it might seem as if the broken shards had parted in random directions, it was actually all under his control. Through manipulating the shards precisely, he managed to stop all of the fortification formations simultaneously. It followed the same principles as his formation-destroying kick. The formation has been halted? This is bad. Noticing the changes in the room, Yu Shunqing was alarmed. He had been waiting for Musician Bai to stop when the latter abruptly started singing. Before he could process what was going on, Zhang Shi had already stood up and thrown the wine cup, and the formations had come to a sudden stop right after. As if a déjà vu had struck him, he immediately stood up to intervene in the matter. But again, before he could do anything, Musician Bai, with the loss of the support from the fortification formation, succumbed to Zhang Xian's assault, and with a frenzied spurt of blood, she was sent flying backward once more. Hong Long. This time, without the additional protection from the formation, how could the wall behind her endure such immense force? In the blink of an eye, it had already collapsed into a pile of rubble. Jiaya. The main hall was only supported by 4 pillars. It had lost one just a moment ago, and with another wall face collapsing, the entire room's support became extremely unstable. With a loud rumbling, the ceiling came crashing down. Damn it! Yu Shunqing felt as if he was losing his mind. That fellow was really a god of destruction, collapsing everything that he came into contact with. He had gone to the extent of inviting formation masters to heavily fortify the main hall, but it eventually still met with such an outcome. Are you here to attend Yu Fei's birthday banquet, or to demolish our buildings? But knowing that this wasn't the time for that, he exerted his powerful Jinqi to hold up the collapsing ceiling so as to protect those in the room. As a Saint Realm 1 Dan pinnacle expert, even if he was unable to undo the damage done to the building, he could at least break the fall of the collapsing rubble. No matter what, it was his daughter's birthday. The main hall might have collapsed, but he couldn't allow any of those young talents to be injured due to it. Otherwise, what would this say about the royal family? Pardon me. After knocking Musician Bai out, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief and clasped his fist elegantly. If the other party had fought with him as a cultivator, he might have suffered a tragic loss. But to challenge him to a battle of demonic tunes, that was pure foolishness. After that, Zhang Xian turned to Yu Shunqing and said with a righteous aura, "Your Majesty, I am a master teacher recognized by the Master Teacher Pavilion, and yet, Musician Bai over here secretly attacked me during her playing. It is clear that she is up to no good. I suspect that she is involved with the otherworldly demonic tribe. I ask of your Majesty to apprehend and interrogate her for the safety of the citizens of Hongyuan City." Otherworldly demonic tribe? Hearing those words, Yu Shunqing nearly keeled over. "I am the one who asked her to test you. How did the otherworldly demonic tribe get into the picture? Furthermore, I haven't settled the grudge with you for messing up my daughter's birthday banquet. How can you be so shameless as to dare speak up in such a righteous tone? If your Majesty doubts my word, I beseech you to allow me to invite Pavilion Master Mo over to look into the matter." Seeing Yu Shunqing's silence, Zhang Xian thought that the other party might be doubting his words due to his long years of friendship with Musician Bai, so he made another suggestion. On the other hand, hearing that Zhang Xian was going to involve even the Master Teacher Pavilion in this matter, Yu Shunqing nearly erupted in rage. "Musician Bai was only testing you to see if you are a soul oracle by my order. Not only did you knock her out, you even destroyed my building. So how can you still speak so boldly?" Flinging his sleeves furiously, Yu Shunqing harumphed coldly. "Today is my daughter's birthday banquet, but you messed up this joyous occasion with your antics. Regardless of whether Musician Bai attacked you or not, the royal palace welcomes you no more. Leave." Even though Yu Shunqing was so angry that he could kill, in the face of the crowd before him, he still had to uphold his bearings as an emperor. Furthermore, the other party was a master teacher, so he dared not go overboard. "You are asking me to leave?" Not expecting the other party to not interrogate the culprit who had attacked him and instead order him to leave, Zhang Xian frowned in displeasure. "That's right. From today on, I prohibit you, Zhang Xian, from stepping onto the grounds of the Hongyuan royal palace. You are no guest of our royal family." Yu Shunqing bellowed authoritatively. If he could, he would have issued an even harsher punishment. However, Zhang Xian had a close relationship with several school heads of the Master Teacher Academy, so he dared not go too far. "Father." Not expecting such a situation to evolve out of her birthday banquet, Yu Fei hurriedly turned to her father to plead with him. "Speak no more. I have made up my mind." Yu Shunqing waved his hands decisively. "What are you waiting for? Did you not hear His Majesty's words?" Seeing that Zhang Xian had incurred the emperor's anger, Shun Jun almost burst into laughter. He swiftly stood up and bellowed at Zhang Xian, making use of this opportunity to vent his anger. Fine. To think that he would be asked to leave like that, Zhang Xian had no other words to say. He would have already left had it not been Yu Fei's birthday banquet. Shaking his head, He turned around and walked out. "Teacher, wait for me." After shooting a glance at Yu Feier, Luo Qiqi quickly followed behind Zhang Xian. Zhang Shi, not expecting an unpleasant event like this to happen at her birthday banquet, Yu Feier's complexion turned awful. Clenching her jaw, she rushed forward to Zhang Xian's side as well. Feier, seeing his daughter leave with Zhang Xian, Yu Shenqing's expression turned so livid that it seemed as if one could squeeze ink from it. Rage clouded his mind, and just as he was about to command his subordinates to capture Yu Feier and bring her back, the old eunuch standing by the side of the room, Luo Fu, suddenly flicked his wrist and took out a jade token. Taking a look at it, his face suddenly warped in astonishment. Luo Fu immediately rushed up to Shen Yuqing and called for him with lips quivering in fright. "Your Majesty, what's wrong?" Yu Shenqing asked impatiently. "We have just received news regarding the identity of the succeeding principal of the Master Teacher Academy," Luo Fu told Yu Shenqing telepathically, not daring to speak aloud. "Who is it? Lu Feng? Or is it Zhao Bingxiu?" Yu Shenqing asked anxiously in response. Yu Feier's matter might be important, but getting on good terms with the succeeding principal was even more so. After all, the latter concerned the future of the Yu clan, whether it would rise to greater heights or fall into decline. "Your Majesty, it is neither of them. The succeeding principal is Zhang Xian." Luo Fu's voice was shaking in fear. "Zhang Xian? The man who has just walked out. Zhang Xian?" Yu Shenqing suddenly felt as if the sky had collapsed on him. "Yes, Your Majesty." Luo Fu hurriedly nodded. Without any hesitation, Yu Shenqing got his feet and rushed out of the room. "Zhang Shi, don't leave. I think there is some kind of misunderstanding between us." Xinjun, the crowd. Chapter 862. Yu Shenqing's regret hung long. Shortly after Yu Shenqing left, the zhenqi propping the ceiling up disappeared, and the room collapsed entirely. Debris flew randomly in the area, and a cloud of dust rose in the air. The young talents swiftly rushed out of the room, glancing at the rubble and the emperor who was busy running as he shouted, "Misunderstanding." They found themselves completely stupefied. "What has happened? To His Majesty?" Lu Quan muttered in a daze. It was just moments ago that he had domineeringly commanded for the other party to leave the royal palace and never return, but in the blink of an eye, he was suddenly chasing the other party, claiming that it was all just a misunderstanding. Could anyone have a change of mind faster than him? How would I know? Shun Jun was bewildered by the bizarre turn of events as well. When he'd seen Yu Shenqing lashing out at Zhang Xian, he had stood up to berate the other party as well. However, with Yu Shenqing abruptly changing his mind, his actions suddenly became a joke. Placed in an awkward position, he had no idea whether he should stay or just leave. "So, are we still going to teach that fellow a lesson?" Lu Quan asked hesitantly. Even the emperor had chased the other party, screaming that it was a misunderstanding. Was it really fine for them to teach the other party a lesson? Of course. However, just in case, we shall find a few outsiders to do the job for us. As long as they can't trace the matter back to us, it will do. Xinjun said with a glint in his eyes. If Yu Shenqing had maintained his hostility toward Zhang Xian, he wouldn't have viewed the latter as a threat to him. Ultimately, as a princess of Hongyuan Empire, Yu Feier's marriage was still dictated by her father. As long as her father opposed it, there was no way she could get together with Zhang Xian, no matter how close the two of them were. However, Yu Shenqing had suddenly changed his attitude and run out to pursue Zhang Xian, seemingly seeking reconciliation with the latter. In that instant, he felt the weight on his shoulders intensifying. Since that was the case, he would have to make sure to pummel the thought of marrying Yu Feier out of Zhang Xian first. While the duo was discussing how they should deal with Zhang Xian, Yu Shenqing had already reached the entrance of the royal palace. There, he only saw Yu Feier and Luo Qiqi standing in the vicinity, and Zhang Xian was nowhere to be seen. Yu Shenqing rushed forward to ask, "Where is Zhang Shi?" He might be the emperor of Hongyuan Empire, but Zhang Xian, as the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, possessed far greater influence than him. If he were to really offend Zhang Xian, All the other party had to do was declare that the Master Teacher Academy would no longer protect the royal family, and the era of the Yu clan would come to an end in less than half a month. The main reason the Yu clan had been able to retain control over Hongyuan Empire for so many years wasn't due to its strength, but in deference to the Master Teacher Academy. Under the watchful gaze of the Master Teacher Academy, there was no one who would dare to brazenly initiate a coup d'état. On top of that, while the presence of the Master Teacher Academy had raised the national power of Hongyuan Empire, it had also made Hongyuan Empire reliant on it. Out of 100 officials possessing a cultivation level at the ethereal treading realm or above in the royal court, 99 would be indebted to the Master Teacher Academy in one way or another. If a falling out were to occur between the Master Teacher Academy and the royal family, most would choose to side with the former. As such, even though he, as the emperor, possessed an unparalleled standing in Hongyuan Empire, he still dared not cross the principle of the Master Teacher Academy. This was reality. He had thought that Zhang Xian was only an insignificant figure in the Master Teacher Academy. Even if the latter had won the admiration of several school heads, there was still no need to fear him as his standing was equivalent to the 10 great master teachers. But who could have known that he would be the succeeding principal? Furthermore, he was nominated unanimously by the 10 great master teachers and Mu Shi. Realizing what he had just done, Yu Shenqing immediately rushed out to seek reconciliation with Zhang Xian. Teacher said that he has matters to attend to, so he left first. Luo Qiqi said. He has left? Yu Shenqing was stunned. Father, Zhang Shi is my benefactor. Just how did he offend you that you had to send musician by after him? Yu Feier questioned her father angrily, unable to stand it any longer. The others in the room might not be aware of what had happened, but as a talented soul cultivator, she was able to tell that it was musician by who had made the first move, and Zhang Shi had only retaliated out of rage. It was clear that her father was behind this matter, otherwise there was no way that musician by would dare make a move on a guest. Yu Shenqing had no idea how he should explain this matter to his daughter. After a moment of silence, he decided to come clean. Before the start of the banquet, someone cleared our 1,000-tempering soul passageway at an unprecedented speed, devoured all of the spiritual energy within the soul-tempering hall, and destroyed our ancestral statues. I suspect that it was Zhang Shi's doing. Impossible. Ever since arriving at the royal palace, teacher has been with me, so how could he have caused destruction in the soul-tempering hall? Luo Qiqi shook her head. I suspect that the culprit behind the destruction in the soul-tempering hall is a soul. Didn't Zhang Shi fall into a daze earlier on? Yu Shenqing asked. The reason he was in a daze was because he had just found out that today is my birthday, and he was creating a soul cultivation technique for me, interjected Yu Feier upon hearing her father's words. Upon recalling this matter, her eyes couldn't help but redden. As she hadn't informed Zhang Shi that it was her birthday, the latter had probably only learned of it after arriving at the main hall. Yet, he still devoted his effort to creating a cultivation technique for her as a gift. But he was still misunderstood like this. In fact, he had even been assaulted in the midst of the banquet. Wouldn't his heart break from indignation? Creating a cultivation technique? Yu Shenqing was surprised to hear those words. That's right. Let me write down the cultivation technique for you, so that you can see for yourself whether or not a person who created such a cultivation technique within a few hours could still have the time to wreak havoc in the soul-tempering hall. Gritting her teeth, Yu Feier took out a brush and a book and swiftly wrote down the set of cultivation techniques that Zhang Shi had imparted to her. Taking the book, Yu Shenqing had barely read half a page when his body suddenly stiffened. Embarrassment flooded his face in the form of a crimson glow. The set of soul cultivation techniques detailed in the book was extremely formidable, even more powerful than their 1,000-tempering soul refinement art. Even for a master teacher of Mu Shi's caliber, it would take at least several decades to compile a technique like that. To create it on the spur of the moment, the other party must have put a lot of effort into it. And yet, he had actually suspected the other party of destroying the soul-tempering hall. In that instant, he felt as if he was an ingrate. This cultivation technique is tailored perfectly for the constitution of our Yu clan. After browsing through the entire book, Yu Shunqing felt so ashamed of himself that he was tempted to dive into a burrow. The cultivation technique was built upon the special constitution that the members of the Yu clan possessed, so outsiders were incapable of cultivating it. Thus, it was not even a possibility that this set of cultivation techniques had been taken from elsewhere. If the members of their clan were to cultivate such a profound cultivation technique, the overall prowess of the Yu clan would be raised by at least 30%. Putting aside a soul-tempering haul, the value of this cultivation technique was worth at least a half of the entire royal palace. In order to create such a profound cultivation technique, it was inevitable that the other party would have to fall into deep thought. Yet, he doubted the other party and had someone test him out, even demanding that he leave eventually. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he had gone overboard. Yu Shunqing turned around and commanded, "Luo Fu, didn't Zhang Shi's manor collapse? Send the best craftsmen in the empire to fix it immediately. Before daybreak, I want to see a manor that is even grander than the royal palace." Yes, the old eunuch hurriedly left to have the matter done. A huge manor like Zhang Xian's would surely cost a bomb to repair and refurbish, but so what? As long as they could repair their relationship with Zhang Xian, it would be worth the expense. Oblivious to Yu Shunqing's intentions, Zhang Xian finally reached Leiyuan Peak. The mountain peak was covered in a thick layer of snow, creating a chilling atmosphere. He entered the straw cottage where he first met the Byzantium Helios beast and sat down. It was still some time before the Z-hour one, and Hu Yaoyao and the others hadn't arrived yet. He could make use of this time to impart the ethereal treading realm Heaven's Path soul art to his clone to allow him to raise his cultivation as well. The clone appeared in the room and called out, "Main body, what happened back then when you were disguising as Yang Shi? How did the teacher acknowledgement hall collapse as well?" Zhang Xian asked. The last time Zhang Xian had met his clone was when the latter had appeared as Yang Shi. As everything had happened too quickly, he didn't have time to process everything his clone had done before the latter was returned to the myriad ant hive nest, thus breaking the telepathic connection between them. As such, there were still certain aspects of the incident back then that he was unsure of. It was an effect created by Vicious through the use of Kong Shi's writing, the clone responded. In that instant, Zhang Xian seemed to see everything fall into place. His deduction hadn't been too far off. Through utilizing Kong Shi's handwriting, Vicious had not only strengthened his aura, he had also managed to conceal the killing intent in his aura, converting it into a more orthodox and righteous form. It was through borrowing Vicious' strength that his clone suddenly became so formidable, suppressing Mu Shi and the 10 great master teachers to the point that they dared not utter a word. With a flick of his wrist, Zhang Xian took out of the Book of Heaven's Path, where Vicious was sealed, and Kong Shi's writings. "I performed well, didn't I? See, I wasn't lying when I said that I would definitely be of great help to you if you were to let me devour Kong Shi's writings." As soon as Vicious saw Zhang Xian, he immediately began claiming credit for his accomplishment. Devour Kong Shi's writings? Dream on. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian opened up the scroll containing Kong Shi's writings when he abruptly froze. Astonished, he exclaimed, "What is this?" In the bamboo scroll, several hundred words of the initial 3,000 had gone missing, leaving behind a smooth surface in their place. It was as if those words had never existed at all. But he had definitely seen those words before, even undergoing the soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy due to them. "If you didn't let me devour those words, how could I possibly have produced such a powerful aura capable of destroying even formations and buildings?" Vicious replied, "Devour? You devoured those words?" Zhang Xian felt the world spinning around him. He had known that his clone was not a person he could rely on, but who knew that the other party would allow Vicious to do something like that? That is Kong Shi's personal handwriting. On top of that, a cultivation technique is hidden within it. With a portion of it devoured by this fool, how am I going to uncover the secret hidden within it? That's right. Vicious nodded blankly, not understanding why Zhang Xian was making such a huge fuss. On the other hand, hearing Vicious admit to the matter, Zhang Xian was on the verge of tears. There was no master teacher who wouldn't treasure Kong Shi's handwriting as if it was their life and pass it down to their descendants as a family heirloom. Yet, Vicious had actually devoured it. How he was supposed to face Kong Shi if he were to meet the other party again in the future. Just what was with this matter? But what was done was done. There was no use blaming those two anymore. Furthermore, the situation he had been facing then was extremely tricky, and there was no guarantee that he would have been able to get out of it without Yang Shi's appearance. Sighing deeply, Zhang Xian turned his gaze back to the bamboo scroll. Around a third of the words had disappeared, which meant that he could recreate the effect back in the Elder Hall another 2 times. Forget it, it shouldn't matter anyway. Zhang Xian shook his head as he consoled himself. Kong Shi's cultivation technique might be formidable, but as the cultivator of the Heaven's Path divine art, it didn't matter whether he obtained it or not. Stowing the bamboo scroll and Vicious back into his storage ring, Zhang Xian imparted the ethereal treading realm cultivation technique to his clone before leaving his clone to cultivate using the earth vein spirit essence. Once this was done, Zhang Xian found himself with some additional time on hand, so he decided to take a look at his current strength. At the moment, his soul cultivation had already reached ethereal treading realm pinnacle, granting him a might of 20 million ding. Factoring in the 17 million ding from his Jinqi and 8 million ding from his physical body, he wielded a total might of 45 million ding. In other words, his strength was on par with a half-saint primary stage cultivator. For an ethereal treading realm primary stage to be able to rival a cultivator 2 realms stronger than him, probably not even the famed combat masters were capable of such a feat. While checking on his body, he also noticed that his soul, with the recent breakthrough, was getting a little too powerful for his body, so he would have to slow down his soul cultivation for the time being. After waiting a moment longer, Zhang Xian heard the sound of aerial spirit beasts outside. Knowing that Hu Yaoyao and the others had arrived, he quickly hid his clone in the myriad ant hive nest and left the Byzantium Helios beast at the back of the straw cottage before heading to the entrance to meet the others. Chapter 863. Saber-toothed Spirit Tiger, Zhang Shi. As soon as he headed back to the entrance of the straw cottage, he saw Hu Yaoyao, Shuizhenyang, and the others stepping off the back of a massive spirit beast. Half a month ago, they had still been the domineering and powerful leaders of the 4 most powerful student factions in the academy. However, at this moment, as if little chicks meeting a mighty eagle, they were devoid of the arrogance that they held before, and a hint of fear could be felt from their body language. They might still be considered rivals from before, but at this instant, they had become nothing more than juniors to him. They couldn't pull their weight before him even if they wanted to. Zhang Shi, are you ready to set forth now? Hu Yaoyao asked. Zhang Xian nodded. Great. Let's get on the spirit beast then. Hu Yaoyao beckoned Zhang Xian onto the spirit beast that they had been riding on a moment ago, as she prepared to leap on herself. Let's ride on another one. That one over there is too slow. Zhang Xian shook his head as he sent a signal through his mind. A moment later, an ape-like saint beast emerged from the back of the straw cottage. Senior Byzantium Helios? The old principal's tamed beast? Didn't Senior Byzantium Helios go missing? Hu Yaoyao, Shuizhenyang, and Long Tsangyue leaped in shock as they stared at the young man before them as if they were gazing at a monster. They were all direct disciples of the school heads of the Master Teacher Academy, so they were privy to the news regarding Senior Byzantium Helios's disappearance as well. How could he be with Zhang Shi? Furthermore, from the looks of it, the relationship between the two of them didn't seem to be simple. In contrast to the shock of the others, Dong Xian remained composed. She had personally seen how Senior Byzantium Helios had addressed him as master, and she also knew that the 10 great master teachers and Mu Shi had nominated the young man before her as the next principal as well. However, due to the grave importance of this matter, she didn't reveal it to anyone. If we ride on him, we should be able to obtain the scarlet firefly fruits and return within 3 days, said Zhang Xian, before turning to the Byzantium Helios beast and instructing, Byzantium Helios, we will be counting on you. Yes, master. The Byzantium Helios beast nodded. With crisp echoes from the bones throughout its body, its physique immediately grew threefold, turning its originally large physique into something resembling a mini mountain. After which, it walked forward to take the room on top of Dong Xian's spirit beast, and placed it on its back. "Let's set off," Zhang Xian said as he leaped onto the Byzantium Helios beast's back. On the other hand, watching as the old principal saint beast of the academy turned into a mount, Hu Yaoyao, Shui Zhenyang, and Long Tsangyue were completely flabbergasted, and they couldn't help but think that either the world had gone mad or they hadn't awoken from their dreams yet. They had heard of how prideful Senior Byzantium Helios was, so it was hard to believe that not only would he acknowledge Zhang Xian as his master, he would even willingly serve as a mount. Even though they were witnessing the sight personally with their own eyes, they couldn't help but find it inconceivable. Even after they had entered the room on the Byzantium Helios beast's back and soared into the clouds, they were still unable to recover from the blow. After a long moment of silence, Shui Zhenyang suddenly recalled something and exclaimed in astonishment, "My teacher told me that the person who found Senior Byzantium Helios would be the next principal of our academy." His teacher, Su Chongqing, was the head of the martial arts school. The other party had once told him that Mu Shi had spread the word that he would decide the succeeding principal based on whoever found the Byzantium Helios beast first. For the Byzantium Helios beast to have acknowledged Zhang Xian as its master, could it be that I was forced into it? Sigh, I wouldn't have accepted it if there was any other way around it. Seeing that Shui Zhenyang had figured it out, Zhang Xian thought that there was no need to hide the matter from them, so he shook his head with a sigh. If it wasn't for the principal's privilege to access all of the books available in the academy, he would have never accepted this troublesome role. As the principal, his actions would be publicly scrutinized, and any problem that occurred in the Master-Teacher Academy would be attributed to his incompetence. It was not as if this was anything good, so there was no need to make a huge fuss over the matter. You were forced into it? You wouldn't have accepted it if there was any way around it? Hu Yaoyao, Shui Zhenyang, and Long Tsangyue rolled their eyes upon hearing Zhang Xian's words. It is actually possible to be forced into becoming the principal of the Master-Teacher Academy? Why can't such fortune come to us instead? We would have loved to be forced into it as well. Putting the matter aside for the moment, Zhang Xian turned to Hu Yaoyao and instructed, "Hu Yaoyao, show me your battle technique." Since he had promised Wu Yangzi to take care of his descendant, he had no intention of reneging on his words. All right. Knowing that Zhang Xian was going to offer her some pointers, Hu Yaoyao nodded and began executing her strongest battle technique. A moment later, after gaining a thorough understanding of the flaws in Hu Yaoyao's cultivation, Zhang Xian began offering her some pointers. It must be said that Hu Yaoyao was a rare gem. Not only was she knowledgeable, she possessed extraordinary talent, and the foundation of her cultivation was extremely stable as well. With Zhang Xian's guidance, she improved swiftly, especially in the field of terpsichorean arts. With her alluring figure, even a half-saint expert could be left in a trance after watching her dance. Hu Yaoyao's rapid improvement had left the others with an itch in their hearts, and eventually, they could no longer hold back the urge to consult Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian also offered them his pointers without any reservations, and the other three improved swiftly as well. While they were still a significant stretch from making the breakthrough to half-saint, they did manage to further reinforce their cultivation. In their current states, as long as they were to obtain the scarlet firefly fruit, it was almost a certain that they would be able to make a breakthrough. Half a day passed in a flash. By the time they were arriving in the vicinity of the scarlet firefly fruit, the sun had just begun to rise from the eastern horizon. Even though it was in line with Zhang Xian's estimation, he still couldn't help but be amazed by the Byzantium Helios beast's speed. As expected of a Saint Tu Dan spirit beast, its speed and endurance were truly on a different level from spirit beasts. Let's stop here. Under Dong Xian's directions, the Byzantium Helios beast landed right outside a mountain valley. Senior Byzantium Helios, I think it would be best for you to remain here. The scarlet firefly fruit is guarded by two spirit beasts, and if they sense your presence by any chance, I fear that they might destroy the fruit out of desperation after realizing that they won't be able to maintain possession of it, Dong Xian said. The instincts of a spirit beast should never be underestimated. The moment they sense the Byzantium Helios beast's presence, they might choose to take a position close to the scarlet firefly fruit and hold it hostage, threatening to destroy it should they approach. That would put them in an extremely disadvantageous position. I also don't think that it is a feasible plan to get past those two spirit beasts by brute force. Due to our lower cultivation, they won't view us as a huge threat and will be less wary around us. Our best shot at obtaining the fruits is to exploit their possible negligence toward us to sneak past their defense and obtain them discreetly, Long Sangyue said. This was the plan they had derived after many rounds of discussion based on the intelligence they had gathered. Otherwise, they could have simply invited any of the elders over to help them overpower those two spirit beasts. There was no need for them to seek help from a nemesis. I am confident at masking my presence such that they won't be able to find me, the Byzantium Helios beast said assuredly. As a Saint 2 Dan Saint beast, it was an easy feat for it to conceal its aura from spirit beasts. It isn't that easy. Take a closer look at the valley ahead, Dong Xian said grimly. The valley? Zhang Xian and Byzantium Helios beast turned their sights to the valley ahead. The valley was extremely narrow, reminiscent of a sealed box. Perhaps due to the presence of the scarlet firefly fruits, it was rich in spiritual energy, reminiscent of a blessed land. The first thing that the duo noticed upon looking into the valley was that it was filled with a particular flower. The flower carried a tinge of red, as if embarrassed to be looked at. A certain plant surfaced in Zhang Xian's mind, and deep frown emerged on his face. Are those crimson koi flowers? The crimson koi flower was similar to the mimosa in his previous life. Upon coming into contact with foreign objects, it would change its color depending on the strength of the intruder. In other words, it would change into a differing color should a saint approach the valley. This was also why this flower was a common ingredient in formulating medicine used to gauge the cultivation of an individual. Indeed, those are crimson koi flowers, Dong Xian said with a bitter smile. I see. Zhang Xian nodded. The crimson koi flowers were extremely sensitive plants. Even if the Byzantium Helios beast was able to conceal its aura perfectly, the flowers might still be able to gauge its true strength through its movements and other aspects. Of course, it was unlikely for the two spirit beasts to destroy the scarlet firefly fruits just because a Saint Realm expert was in the area, but this was a risk that they couldn't afford to take. After getting a clearer glimpse of the situation, Zhang Xian waved his hand and instructed, Byzantium Helios, you should rest for the time being then. Don't worry, nothing bad will happen. Besides, it won't be too late for you to make a move if we really encounter danger. Yes, Master, the Byzantium Helios beast replied, after which it flew into the distance, and once it was out of sight, it returned to the myriad ant hive nest. Given Zhang Xian's current strength, there was no cultivator beneath Half-Saint that was a match for him. Besides, he could keep the Byzantium Helios beast by his side via the myriad ant hive nest, and release it immediately if they encountered a difficult situation, so there was nothing to worry about. Let's enter. Without any hesitation, the group began heading into the valley. As soon as they stepped into the valley, a ripple of color began to spread across the scarlet koi flowers, as if transmitting information of some kind. What are the spirit beasts guarding the scarlet firefly fruits? Zhang Xian asked as the group advanced deeper into the valley. They are both Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle Sabertooth Spirit Tigers, Hu Yaoyao replied. Sabertooth Spirit Tigers? No wonder. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. It was not without reason that the Sabertooth Spirit Tiger was famed as the strongest spirit beast beneath Half-Saint. Even though they were Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle experts as well, Hu Yaoyao and the others were hardly a match for a single Sabertooth Spirit Tiger, let alone two. Defended by those two spirit beasts, it would indeed be extremely tricky to get to the scarlet firefly fruits. Of course, this wasn't a problem for Zhang Xian. If a fight were to really occur, he could easily settle it with 2 punches. That isn't the only problem. Those two saber-toothed spirit tigers are very cunning too. Regardless of whatever happens outside, one of them will always remain behind to guard the scarlet firefly fruits. If anything were to happen, that saber-toothed spirit tiger might choose to destroy the entire tree. Thus, we can't just rely on brute force for this matter. We have to find a way to lure the both of them out simultaneously, Dong Xian said. She had spent some time in this valley gathering intelligence for the operation, so she had gained a rough understanding of the habits of the two saber-toothed spirit tigers. Lure the both of them out simultaneously? Realizing how tricky this matter was, Zhang Xian frowned. That's right. Thus, we prepared the origin heavy water that they are extremely fond of. However, due to our limited resources, we were only able to procure 4 bottles, Dong Xian said with a bitter smile. Usually, when freshmen enrolled in the academy, their student factions were able to earn sufficient spirit stones to purchase even several dozen bottles of origin heavy water. However, the freshmen this year had all chosen to join the Xinxian faction, so they had failed to earn anything at all. On top of that, they even had some of the senior students in their factions betraying them for the Xinxian faction. As a result, they'd had to fork out from their own pockets, and altogether, they only had sufficient money to acquire 4 bottles. 4 bottles of origin heavy water? Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. If he could acquire just one of those, he would be able to cultivate the 3rd incandescence of his quintuple incandescence golden body. How do you intend to use the origin heavy water? Zhang Xian asked. After a moment of hesitation, Dong Xian revealed her plan. The saber-toothed spirit tiger is extremely sensitive to the scent of origin heavy water. Our plan is to open a bottle to lure the first saber-toothed spirit tiger out. Once the first one leaves, we will use the same trick to lure the second one out as well. Of course, we will have to ascertain that the scarlet firefly fruits have matured first. Otherwise, our efforts will be futile. Zhang Xian shook his head. It is unlikely that your plan will work. Once the scarlet firefly fruits mature, even if the 2 saber-toothed spirit tigers don't consume them directly, they will surely harvest them and escape swiftly. Ultimately, no matter how alluring the origin heavy water is to them, it can't compete with an opportunity to achieve a breakthrough to half-saint. Besides, I think you are underestimating the intelligence of the saber-toothed spirit tigers. They already possess intelligence on par with humans, so it is unlikely that they will fall for such a simple ploy. With only a step away from reaching half-saint, those 2 saber-toothed spirit tiger were more than capable of keeping their instincts in check. It would be difficult to get past them with such a crude plan. What should we do then? Dong Xian asked anxiously. The others turned their gazes to Zhang Xian as well. I do have a plan in mind, but I will need your origin heavy water, Zhang Xian said. Chapter 864. Someone before us, Zhang Shi, has an idea in mind? Hu Yaoyao and the others traded glances, and their eyes lit up simultaneously. As valuable as origin heavy water was, its value couldn't match the maturing scarlet firefly fruits. As master teachers, they could tell that their plan was unrefined, but limited by their cultivation and the resources they had at hand, they were unable to find a better plan. If Zhang Xian had an idea, that would be for the best. Of course. Zhang Xian nodded affirmatively. That is great. Recalling how the young man before them was able to tame over 400 spirit beasts in 2 hours, as well as the master of the Byzantium Helios beast, the 4 of them couldn't help but tremble in anticipation. Here you go. Dong Xian and the others flicked their wrists and took out a jade bottle each. It seemed that they had all agreed on purchasing a bottle each and gathering them together after arriving in the valley. Taking the jade bottles from them, Zhang Xian uncorked the lid of one of them, and he immediately felt the rich water attribute energy contained within. He could feel his cells quivering in excitement, seemingly desiring the fluid within the bottle to cultivate the 3rd incandescence. Just wait and see. I will lure those 2 fellows out. However, knowing that this wasn't the time for him to cultivate, Zhang Xian stowed the jade bottles into his storage ring. Given how valuable the origin heavy water was, it would be a huge waste to use it to lure the saber-toothed spirit tiger away. In any case, he did have another plan in mind to lure out the spirit beasts that wouldn't require the origin heavy water. In fact, if he wanted to, he could easily sneak in and make it out with the entire tree as his soul. Since that was the case, there was really no need to waste good origin heavy water on this matter. It could be put to better use in his hands. But of course, he would make sure to compensate the 4 of them properly for the origin heavy water too. A compilation on the insights of achieving a breakthrough to half-saint to guarantee them a successful breakthrough should be sufficient. Considering that they were using the origin heavy water to bet on the possibility of obtaining the scarlet firefly fruit, which only raised the possibility of achieving a breakthrough to half-saint, A compilation that could guarantee them a successful breakthrough was definitely worth more than the price of the Origin Heavy Water. After putting away the Origin Heavy Water, Zhang Xian asked, "Right, can you share your full plan with me? I can help you analyze it to determine its feasibility." Our plan is actually rather simple. After luring those two fellows out, we will trap them in a formation, quickly obtain the scarlet firefly fruits, and leave, Dong Exine said. Trap them in a formation? If you want to trap a Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle Saber-Tooth Spirit Tiger, the formation must at least be grade 6. On top of that, it must be capable of activating swiftly. Do you have such a formation plate on hand? Zhang Xian asked doubtfully. Just in case an accident occurs, the four of us have prepared a formation plate each, namely a confinement formation, illusory formation, beguilement formation, and slaughter formation. Since they were going to collaborate with one another, there was no need to hide this matter from Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian shook his head. It should be possible to trap the saber-tooth spirit tiger with the grade 6 formation plates you have on hand, but it isn't a foolproof measure. You will have to pump your Zhenqi into the formation to sustain it, but considering the overwhelming strength of the saber-tooth spirit tigers, you won't be able to hold on for long under their thrashing. It is uncertain if you will be able to buy sufficient time to procure the scarlet firefly fruit and escape before they break out, so the plan doesn't seem to be particularly reliable. The main advantage that a formation plate provided was that even those who didn't understand formations could activate and use it as well. However, it had its fair share of disadvantages compared to typical formations, too. Unless one could create a compound formation of it with a spirit gathering formation, one would have to activate and sustain it using one's Zhenqi. The amount of Zhenqi a cultivator possessed was limited, so while formation plates might be useful in alleviating dire situations temporarily, their effectiveness was limited in the long term. The saber-tooth spirit tigers possessed extraordinary strength, so it was hard to say whether or not the formation plates could stall them long enough to obtain the scarlet firefly fruits. It was no wonder they eventually chose to find him. With this plan, their probability of success was probably even less than 20%. On the other hand, hearing Zhang Xian's words, their faces turned red. They also knew that there was a problem with their plan, but there was no alternative they could think of. After a moment of hesitation, Hu Yaoyao spoke up with gritted teeth. "Zhang Shi, if we obtain these scarlet firefly fruits, we are willing to take only one each, and the rest will go to you." The other three nodded in agreement. They knew that it would have been extremely improbable for them to succeed, so they felt embarrassed to share an equal split of the scarlet firefly fruits with him. In any case, their goal was just to make the breakthrough to Half Saint. As long as they could succeed, it mattered not whether they obtained one scarlet firefly fruit or two. Zhang Xian shook its head. Let's obtain them first before talking about that. It was impractical to be talking about the distribution when they hadn't even obtained them yet. Understanding this logic, the others nodded, and the group proceeded forward. The area where the scarlet firefly fruits are located is just around this bend. Let's proceed carefully, warned Dong Xian as she took a look at the surroundings. The others nodded as they advanced with bated breaths. While the saber-tooth spirit tigers would know that there were intruders due to the presence of the scarlet koi flowers, as long as the intruders didn't possess strength beyond them, they were unlikely to be alarmed. As long as they were to conceal themselves well and figure out a perfect opportunity to strike, they would still have a shot at success. Advancing for a little longer, just as they were about to reach the end of the narrow path in the valley, Zhang Xian's eyebrows suddenly shot up in alarm. Something's wrong. Seeing Zhang Xian come to an abrupt halt, the others swiftly stopped in their footsteps as well. What's wrong? However, Zhang Xian didn't reply to their questions. Instead, he walked over to a nearby boulder and squatted down. A moment later, he gestured them over and said, "Take a look at this." Hu Yaoyao and the others headed over with doubtful expressions, and behind the boulder, they noticed slight traces of fresh soil that was slightly different from its surroundings. It was barely discernible. They wouldn't have noticed it if they weren't paying close attention, but the fresh soil didn't seem to belong to the valley. The others were slightly perplexed by the sight before them. This valley seems to be suffering from dry weather, as we can tell from the dry soil in the area. However, these bits of soil carry a slight bit of dampness with them. If I am not mistaken, I believe that someone has entered the valley ahead of us. Zhang Xian revealed his deduction. He had been keeping a lookout on his surroundings using the eye of insight, and as inconspicuous as the traces of fresh soil were, he was still able to easily find them and determine their origin. Someone has entered the valley ahead of us? On the other hand, hearing Zhang Xian's words, the faces of the others immediately warped in shock. The main reason they were so persistent about the scarlet firefly fruits here was because there was no one else aware of their existence. If the news regarding them had spread somehow, it would complicate things. Zhang Xian nodded. Judging from the soil, it seems there are 2 of them, and it has been less than 10 minutes since they passed this point. Also, the stronger of the duo seems to be a half-saint realm cultivator. You are able to tell their cultivation just by these soil traces? Everyone was stunned. Was he a fortune teller? It might be possible to gauge the time when the soil was left behind by its dampness, but how in the world did he manage to deduce the strength of those who had entered too? I have been paying close attention to the surroundings, and I didn't notice any such soil traces behind us. In other words, the other party must have flown in and landed here. I can still feel slight traces of his zhenqi in the surroundings, and through that, it is not impossible to deduce his cultivation, Zhang Xian replied. At half-saint, a cultivator had already comprehended the ability of basic flight. However, having yet to open the Zhukong acupoint, their flight would be unstable, and zhenqi would leak from their acupoints as well. If the other party had not stopped here, the leaked zhenqi might have been so faint that it would have been nigh impossible to discern anything. However, as the other party had landed here, a trace of his zhenqi lingered in the area, allowing one to deduce his cultivation. Incredible! The crowd couldn't help but be awed. Even though they were master teachers as well, in terms of their meticulousness and analytical ability, they were still far too lacking compared to Zhang Xian. Shui Zhenyang's face suddenly turned grim. If a half-saint is here, will the saber-toothed spirit tigers destroy the fruits? If a half-saint was there, the saber-toothed spirit tigers would surely have been alarmed. If the spirit beasts were to destroy the fruits out of desperation, they would have made the trip in vain. Hu Yaoyao shook her head. I think we should focus our attention on figuring out the identity of those who came earlier than us. If they obtain the fruits before us, it would be no different from them being destroyed to us. There was some truth in her words. If the other party were to obtain the scarlet firefly fruits before them, were they supposed to snatch the fruits from the other party's hands? As master teachers, they had to conduct themselves appropriately. If they were to be found guilty of snatching a treasure from the hands of another, they would be severely punished by the master teacher pavilion. The others nodded in agreement as they continued to advance discreetly. After turning at the end of the meandering path, a vast plot of land suddenly unfolded before them. It was at least several thousand square meters, as if someone had forcefully dug out this space in the midst of the valley. At the end of the path, lying against the cliff face, was a massive cavern. The scarlet firefly fruits were inside it. Through the eye of insight, Zhang Xian could see dense spiritual energy congregated within the cavern, puffing out from time to time. There is indeed someone ahead of us. Dong Xian frowned. Following her gaze, there were 2 silhouettes hiding behind a boulder outside of the cavern, seemingly fiddling with something in their hands. A half-saint and a chrysalis realm expert. Upon discerning the cultivation of the duo before them, the 4 of them couldn't help but glance at Zhang Xian in admiration once more. It was exactly as he had deduced. The clothes that they are wearing, are those master-teacher robes? But why are they different to ours? Shui Zhenyang frowned. It was after Shui Zhenyang's remark that everyone turned their attention to the clothes of the duo. Unlike the normal loose-fitting master-teacher robes, the gray robes they wore seemed to be tighter and more fitting. From their side profile, they could vaguely make out a master-teacher emblem pinned on their chest, but unlike the usual soothing and magnanimous aura it carried, the emblem they donned felt sharp and aggressive. It seemed as if their eyes would be pricked if they were to stare at it a moment longer. After a moment of contemplation, Long Tsangyue said, "Even if their robes are different from ours, I can still sense that they are master teachers from the unique imprint on their emblems. However, it doesn't seem like they are from Hongyuan Empire. I know nearly all of the experts of their caliber in the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy and Master Teacher Pavilion, but neither looks familiar to me. Shuizhenyang and the others nodded in agreement as well. As elites of the Master Teacher Academy, they'd had the privilege of meeting many of the top master teachers in Hongyuan Empire. If those two had been from Hongyuan Empire as well, they should have been able to recognize them. Since they couldn't, chances were that they were from a foreign land. In any case, the mountain range they were in was already beyond Hongyuan Empire's territory, so it wasn't surprising to see foreign master teachers in the area. The convention among master teachers regarding the distribution of artifacts is on a first-come, first-served basis. Once someone has obtained the treasure, the others are not to snatch it by force. Even if they really wish to obtain the treasure, they will have to do so via proper means, Dong Xian said. In a scenario where many master teachers were going for the same artifact, regardless of means, the first one to obtain it would be considered its owner. Malicious actions, such as killing the person in possession of the item, to snatch it were strictly forbidden. Otherwise, if master teachers were to wrestle one another to death over artifacts, what right would they have to preach to others? Of course, the side that failed to obtain the artifact could negotiate with the one in possession of the artifact regarding its distribution by offering something in exchange for it, or through an official duel. However, if the one in possession of the artifact were to reject all negotiations, there was nothing that could be done. It will be over once they lay their hands on the scarlet firefly fruits, so we have to obtain the fruits before them, Hu Yaoyao said with a grim expression. A moment later, Hu Yaoyao's eyebrows shot up and she asked doubtfully, "What are they doing?" Ahead of them, the duo seemed to be in no hurry to rush into the cavern either. The stronger of the duo had lit up an incense and was discreetly manipulating his zhenqi to blow the incense toward the cavern. If I'm not mistaken, that item should be soulshock incense, Dong Xian said. Soulshock incense? Hu Yaoyao and the others asked doubtfully. The smoke produced by the incense contains a substance that can beguile a soul with hallucinations. They must be using it to incapacitate the saber-toothed spirit tigers before stealing the scarlet firefly fruits, Dong Xian explained. However, that item doesn't discriminate between friend and foe. If they fill the cavern with the smoke, aren't they worried that they will fall under the effects of the soulshock incense as well? Chapter 865. Crossing Hands. The soulshock incense was crafted using several hundred unique medicinal herbs, and its effects were so potent that it was effective even on chrysalis realm cultivators. However, the soulshock incense didn't discriminate between friend and foe. Even if they could blow the smoke away from them now, they would still be affected by it once they entered the cavern. Every toxin has a counteracting antidote to it. Most likely, they must have concocted a pairing antidote and consumed it beforehand, Zhang Xian replied calmly. There was always an antidote to a poison, no matter how potent it was, needless to say a substance that only induced hallucinations. The others nodded in agreement. What should we do then? Once the smoke fills the cavern, the saber-toothed spirit tigers will surely be knocked out, and they will be free to obtain the fruits. Dong Xian exclaimed anxiously. The other party had a half-saint expert, so it would be impossible for them to get to the scarlet firefly fruits faster than the other party once the saber-toothed spirit tigers were knocked out. After a moment of deep thought, Zhang Xian replied, "We will have to be the first to strike then. Since they were unable to outrun or outfight the other party, they would just have to be the first one to make a move." Be the first to strike? The others were perplexed, unsure of what Zhang Xian meant. The other party was right in front of the cavern, and the cavern was currently filled with the smoke of the soulshock incense as well. Even if they were to rush in now, not only would they be unable to obtain the scarlet firefly fruits, they might even succumb to hallucinations as well, putting them in a vulnerable position. Wait for me here. If anything happens, leave the area immediately. Remember, your safety comes first. I will circle the area to see if I can find an opportunity to sneak into the cavern without them noticing, Zhang Xian instructed. You want to sneak into the cavern? The cavern was only that big, and the duo was right before the cavern. How could he possibly sneak in without the other party noticing? Don't worry about that, leave it to me. Zhang Xian reassured them before diving to the side. In a few moments, he had already disappeared from their sights. After Zhang Xin's departure, Dong Xian and the others glanced at one another with bewilderment reflected in their eyes, unsure of what to do. A long moment later, Hu Yaoyao sighed deeply and said, "Let's just follow Zhang Shi's instructions." Since he has already said those words, he must have an idea in mind. In the current circumstances, there was nothing they could do. Their only option was to follow Zhang Xin's commands. Considering the various miracles that the latter had produced before, perhaps he might just be able to exceed their expectations once more and obtain the scarlet firefly fruits ahead of the duo. After getting out of the other's sight, Zhang Xin hid in a discreet location before drawing his soul out. Under the present circumstances, the only way for him to sneak into the cavern discreetly was through his soul. As for what he said about circling the area and finding an opportunity, that was only an excuse for him to hide out of view. Floating in the air, Zhang Xin hesitated for a moment before whipping out a bottle of origin heavy water. He fed it to his body and drew out several surges of Heaven's Path Zhenqi from his dantian before stowing his body into the myriad ant-hive nest. His physical body had already achieved the mind of void, allowing it to cultivate instinctively without his soul. Since that was the case, it would be a waste not to make full use of the ability to cultivate the third incandescence, especially since it wouldn't interfere in his mission anyway. Holding his storage ring up with his soul energy, Zhang Xin's soul traveled silently alongside the cliff face toward the cavern. There were many trees and shrubs growing alongside the cliff face, all the way to the cavern, so it wasn't too difficult for Zhang Xin to move his small storage ring discreetly among them. On top of that, Zhang Xin's soul had reached ethereal treading realm pinnacle, granting him greater control over his soul energy. If he were to conceal his aura, there was no way a half-saint would be able to notice him. By making use of a temporary lapse in attention of the duo, Zhang Xin managed to dart into the cavern with his storage ring without alarming anyone. Heaving a sigh of relief, he began to scan his surroundings. The interior of the cavern was spacious and deep. From where he stood, he couldn't see the other end. At this moment, there was already a light layer of smoke drifting in the cavern, and with just the slightest inhalation, one would fall into a deep trance. If it had been before, even if Zhang Xin had cultivated the Heaven's Path soul art, he would still have needed to proceed warily around such poison. However, after his soul had mixed with Wei Ruyan's and gained the properties of the poison soul constitution, such poison no longer posed a threat to him. Advancing deeper into the cavern, Zhang Xin soon encountered a bizarre-looking tree. It had a twisted tree trunk with a thickness roughly equivalent to an average bowl with vine-like branches stretching from it. Hanging on those vine-like branches were golden leaves and several light red fruits. It seems the fruits haven't matured yet. Upon taking a look, Zhang Xin could tell that the fruits were still several days away from maturity. The distinctive trait of a mature scarlet firefly fruit was its bright scarlet color and the emanation of a glow reminiscent of a firefly. However, it was currently only light red in color. Just as Dong Xian and the others had deduced, it would still take from a week to half a month before they were ready to be harvested. Standing on guard right before the tree was a massive saber-toothed spirit tiger. It had an impressive body, which was 2 meters tall and 5 meters long, and it carried an oppressive aura that seemed to stifle one's breath. The other saber-toothed spirit tiger was prowling warily around the tree with its gaze frequently turning to the entrance of the cavern. It seemed to have realized that there were enemies camping outside, and nervousness and apprehension were reflected in its eyes. It seemed to be debating whether or not it should simply devour the unripe scarlet firefly fruits and escape swiftly. The smoke of the soul shock incense had yet to reach this part of the cavern, so the 2 large tigers still retained their consciousness. It seems Dong Xian's intelligence is spot on. Zhang Xin nodded in approval. There were indeed 10 fruits on the tree, and the 2 saber-toothed spirit tigers were at Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle as well. To be able to gather such detailed intelligence, Dong Xian must have scouted the cavern as well. While the saber-toothed spirit tigers were extremely wary, it was inevitable that they would lower their guards from time to time, especially while they were tending to their fundamental needs. Furthermore, the fruits were still far from maturity then, so they wouldn't have been as wary as they were now. With Dong Xion's Chrysalis Realm pinnacle cultivation, even if she wasn't a match for the saber-toothed spirit tigers, she was still capable of sneaking in discreetly to scout the area. There are two ways I can proceed now. First, I can release the Byzantium Helios beast, kill these two spirit beasts, and claim possession of the scarlet firefly fruits. This is the easiest and most direct method, but I will risk exposing my means as a sole oracle and the existence of the myriad ant hive nest. Second, I can find a way to hasten the maturity of the scarlet firefly fruits, harvest them, and swiftly escape without anyone noticing. If so, I can avoid a confrontation with the two master teachers, thus sparing me a great deal of trouble. Zhang Xian thought. Naturally, the easiest solution would be to release the Byzantium Helios beast and swiftly get rid of the two tigers. However, it would be hard to explain how he had managed to sneak into the cavern without their notice and where the Byzantium Helios beast had come from. The second method it is then. After giving the matter some thought, Zhang Xian still felt that the second method would be safer. I will have to knock these two fellows out first. Having made up his mind, Zhang Xian's soul retreated slightly behind and drew the smoke of the soul shock incense in with his soul energy. The scarlet firefly fruit should only be harvested upon maturity, and in order to hasten the maturity of the scarlet firefly fruit, Zhang Xian would have to bring out his physical body to utilize his Heaven's Path Shenqi. Thus, he would have to incapacitate the two saber-toothed spirit tigers first. Under the control of his soul, the smoke of the soul shock incense swiftly gathered around the tree. Two focused on the cultivators loitering outside the cavern. The two spirit beasts didn't expect to be poisoned. Unknowingly, they took a few breaths in, and their bodies began shaking uncontrollably. In the blink of an eye, they were already hallucinating. After waiting for a few moments to confirm that the two fellows were incapacitated, Zhang Xian rushed forward to the tree, took out his physical body, and returned his soul to it. Flicking his wrist, he took out a gourd of earth vein spirit essence and dripped it on the fruits while pumping his Heaven's Path Shenqi into them. The reason Zhang Xian dared to go in there without having to worry about being late for the inauguration ceremony, despite Hu Yaoyao saying that she was unsure when the scarlet firefly fruit would mature, was due to this ability of his. He had learned of this method when he had tried to hasten the maturity of the tin-leafed flowerback in Yu Su's residence previously. Under the influx of the earth vein spirit essence and Heaven's Path Shenqi, the light red fruits swiftly deepened in color, and a glow gradually emerged within them. Before long, a refreshing fragrance began to permeate the surroundings. The fruits have matured. Zhang Xian's eyes lit up. He swiftly harvested the tin scarlet firefly fruits and placed them in a jade box before stowing them into his storage ring. After which, he drew his soul out of his body and placed his body into the myriad ant hive nest before storing the nest in his storage ring as well. After all that was done, he took a glance at the saber-toothed spirit tigers once more and saw that they were still shaking on their feet, plagued by hallucinations. Heaving a sigh of relief, he swiftly picked up his ring and rushed out of the cavern. Shortly after he escaped from the cavern, he saw the two master teachers who had lit the soul shock incense earlier walking over, seemingly trying to check if they had successfully knocked out the saber-toothed spirit tigers. With a slight smile, Zhang Xian quickly left the premises with his storage ring. He hurriedly searched for a discreet area with no one around before letting his body out and returning to it. In the time he had spent stealing the scarlet firefly fruits, his physical body had successfully cultivated the third incandescence of the quintuple incandescence golden body. His physical strength had doubled, rising from the original 8 million ding to 16 million ding. If exerted in unison with his soul and Zhenqi cultivation, he would be able to bring out a combined might of 53 million ding, which was comparable to the strength of a half-saint pinnacle cultivator. Half-saint primary stage 40 million ding, intermediate stage 44 million ding, advanced stage 48 million ding, pinnacle 52 million ding. Feeling the overwhelming power coursing through his body, Zhang Xian couldn't help but tremble with excitement. For an ethereal treading realm primary stage cultivator to possess strength on par with a half-saint pinnacle cultivator, that would terrify the bejesus out of others. That was a gap that couldn't be justified by just talent. It could only be said to be a miracle. All right, I should return now. Exhaling deeply, Zhang Xian stood up and returned to the area where he had last seen Hu Yaoyao and the others. However, just as he was approaching the area, he suddenly felt a violent shockwave rippling in the surroundings. This is bad. Narrowing his eyes in alarm, Zhang Xian picked up his pace and rushed over. A few breaths later, he saw several cultivators battling one another intensely in a clearing. Shuizhenyang, Hu Yaoyao, Dong Xian, and Long Congyue were fighting one of the duo they had encountered earlier. They executed powerful attacks with varying styles, but their opponent, despite fighting the four of them simultaneously, didn't seem to be falling in defeat. On the contrary, he easily neutralized their attacks and even cornered the four of them to the point that they had to execute their strongest techniques just to hold their ground. It's the Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle Fellow? Zhang Xian took a look at their opponent and frowned. If their opponent had been the half-saint expert, it would be understandable for the four of them to still be in a disadvantageous position despite putting their strength together. However, their opponent was the Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle Master Teacher, possessing cultivation equal to theirs. The four of them were famed geniuses of the Master Teacher Academy, and there were barely any cultivators of the same cultivation realm who could defeat them. Yet, for them to be cornered even in a 4-on-1 battle against a fellow peer, was this really happening? Their opponent was a little, way too powerful. Glancing to the side, Zhang Xian saw the half-saint cultivator leaning a boulder as he gazed at the duel impassively, seemingly unworried that his companion would lose at all. It seemed that the other party had absolute confidence in the strength of his companion. Knowing that Hu Yaoyao and the others would lose tragically should the duel continue as it was, Zhang Xian stood forward and bellowed, "Stop!" Chapter 866. Zhang Xian's Prowess. Zhang Shi. Upon seeing Zhang Xian, the eyes of Hu Yaoyao and the others immediately lit up. They immediately attempted to retreat from the battle to unite with him, but their opponent harumphed coldly. "Do you think that you can stop this battle just because you want to?" Hoo-hoo. The opponent brandished the sword in his hand, and a powerful might immediately chased after Hu Yaoyao and the others, leaving them no choice but to turn around to counterattack. However, their counterattack was still a little late, and the opponent's slash left them with a deep cut on their arms. What swift swordsmanship! Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. The opponent's swordsmanship wasn't exceptionally profound, but it made up for its simplicity with speed, preciseness, and exceptional mastery in the comprehension of sword intent. Despite collaborating with one another, Hu Yaoyao and the others were still unable to withstand its might, and they were pulled back into the battle once more. Seeing the opponent attack Hu Yaoyao and the others relentlessly, leaving them no opportunity to escape at all, Zhang Xian frowned. "That friend over there, we are all master teachers, so surely we can talk things out. There is no need to resort to a life-and-death duel. You want the duel to stop? Sure, if you think that you can save them, you are free to try. Otherwise, I am afraid none of you will be getting out of here unharmed." The Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle Cultivator fighting Hu Yaoyao and the others taunted with a smirk. The opponent's voice sounded extremely young, which drew Zhang Xian's gaze to his facial features. Astonishingly, he realized that the opponent seemed to be even younger than Hu Yaoyao and the others, possibly only in his early 20s. To reach Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle at such a young age and subdue Hu Yaoyao and the others simultaneously, the opponent's talent was truly fearsome. Turning his gaze to the half-saint realm cultivator as well, Zhang Xian noticed that the other party was only in his mid-20s as well. Since that is the case, pardon me. Seeing that the opponent had no intention of stopping, if the battle were allowed to continue, Hu Yaoyao and the others would eventually suffer severe injuries. Thus, without any hesitation, Zhang Xian leaped into the battle as well. Ethereal Treading Realm? Sensing Zhang Xian's cultivation, the disdainful sneer emerged on the lips of the half-saint standing by the side, seemingly anticipating that Zhang Xian would make a fool out of himself. Even 4 Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle cultivators are no match for my companion. What can an ethereal treading realm primary stage like you possibly do? You are merely courting death. I was thinking, how formidable must you be to talk so much by the side? But it turns out that you are only at the ethereal treading realm. Since that's the case, I will have you collapse first. The fighting young man also noticed Zhang Xian's weak cultivation, and the same disdainful sneer surfaced on his face as well. After pushing back Hu Yaoyao and the others with a powerful slash, he rushed straight toward Zhang Xian with a stab. Even before the sword arrived, the powerful aura it emanated would have already pierced deep into one's body, leaving one shivering uncontrollably. That young man might only have been at Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, but the might of his sword surpassed even some half-saint experts. It was no wonder Hu Yaoyao and the others couldn't defeat him even in a 4-to-1 battle. Facing such a powerful stab, Zhang Xian didn't bother to hide at all. Activating his Eye of Insight, he swiftly analyzed the area where the sword would land, and abruptly exhaled deeply. Hula! Zhang Xian's chest immediately deflated along with the exhalation. In a battle between experts, the slightest millimeter could make the greatest of difference. The sword was aimed right at his chest, but it seemed that the other party had no intention of killing him with this stab, aiming to only achieve a shallow pierce and stop right before his heart. However, with the deep exhalation Zhang Xian had made, the rampaging force of the advancing sword stopped right before his chest instead. Even the sharpest of sword can't pierce the thinnest of cloth once it loses its momentum. As powerful as the young man's stab was, it had already run out of strength at this point. With a light chuckle, Zhang Xian lifted his hand and held the other party swords lightly between his forefinger and middle finger. Wong. As if a captured snake, the sharp sword wouldn't budge no matter how the young man tried to pull it away. What sharp insight and mental fortitude! The half-saint cultivator by the side narrowed his eyes. This movement might seem simple and lackluster, but it wasn't something that just anyone was capable of pulling off. One's eye of discernment and mental fortitude must reach beyond par. If one's discernment wasn't sufficiently keen and a wrong judgment was made, the sword could end up piercing one's chest instead. On the other hand, if one lacked sufficient mental fortitude, it would be impossible to retain one's composure before a life-and-death situation such as this. Interesting. For an ethereal treading realm cultivator to dare to face the sword of a Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle expert head-on, the other party sure had a lot of guts. However, Wu Su's sword can't be stopped that easily. He will have to pay a heavy price for it. His companion might possess a weaker cultivation than him, but his mastery of swordsmanship was astonishing. The other party might have managed to catch his companion's sword out of a stroke of luck previously, but the true challenge had yet to come. With his lips curled up, the half-saint cultivator turned his sight to the battlefield calmly, expecting to see how his companion would subdue the young lad. However, what he saw instead was his companion exerting all of his strength, such that his face had turned red, but was still unable to pull his sword out of the other party's fingers. What is going on? The half-saint cultivator's eyebrow shot up. His companion could be said to be invincible among cultivators of the same cultivation realm, but for his sword to be captured by an insignificant fellow who was nearly 2 realms weaker than him, and be unable to retrieve it from the other party's fingers at that, how could that be possible? Why you? While he was shocked, the person who was experiencing the situation personally, Wu Su, was nearly scared out of his wits. He had thought that the other party was a small fry who he could defeat in an instant. Yet, the stab that he had put a significant amount of strength into was not only negated by his opponent easily, he even had his sword trapped within the other party's grasp. Let go. Wu Su roared as he gathered his strength and pulled furiously. Here you go. Zhang Xian abruptly released his grip. Humph. As expected of a combat talent, unlike the situation with Ying Qin, Wu Su immediately did a somersault to neutralize the momentum from his pull, allowing him to recover his balance swiftly. After which, he charged forward and quickly sent another stab toward Zhang Xian. Knowing that his opponent wasn't ordinary, Wu Su's stab was abrupt and much swifter than before. Before one could even process what was happening, the sword would already be right before one. The half-saint nodded in approval upon seeing the stab. This blithe sword is well executed. It seems he has achieved at least 20% of my mastery. That stab was swift and agile, carrying the aura of a conqueror. It might be only 20% of his mastery, but that was already a fearsome level. Considering how close the two of them were, even of an average half-saint intermediate stage cultivator, would be unable to dodge the attack. There was no doubt about it. The ethereal treading realm lad's defeat was certain. You really want to have a go at it, don't you? If Zhang Xian had been unable to react, he would have surely suffered severe injuries under the assault. Even if he were to survive this ordeal, he would have to spend at least the next few months in bed. He had already gone easily on the other party, but the other party still launched such a vicious attack on him. Displeased, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up as he bent his middle finger and flicked it lightly. Ding! With a crisp echo, as if a cracked glass, Wu Su's sword abruptly broke into numerous pieces and fell to the ground. When Zhang Xian had held Wu Su's sword previously, he had already compiled a book regarding it, so he knew where its weakness was. On top of that, he possessed strength comparable to a half-saint pinnacle, making it an easy feat for him to destroy the sword with a simple flick of his finger. What? Seeing his spirit pinnacle sword destroyed by a single flick of the other party's finger, Wu Su nearly fainted from shock. Even if a half-saint pinnacle expert were to exert the full extent of his strength, it would still be nigh impossible to destroy a spirit pinnacle sword. Yet, for it to shatter with a single flick of the other party's finger, just how could that be possible? At the same time, the eyeballs of the half-saint watching the battle by the side also nearly popped out of their sockets. He had thought that Zhang Xian would surely be severely injured at the very least, but the latter had actually managed to shatter Wu Su's sword with a simple flick of his finger. How could the other party possibly wield such fearsome strength? Was the other party really an ethereal treading realm cultivator? They had always prided themselves on being invincible among cultivators of the same cultivation realm, so how could his companion be defeated by someone of a weaker cultivation level than him? Damn it! Wu Su shook his head in disbelief, unwilling to believe what had just happened. With a frenzied look on his face, he charged at Zhang Xian once more. It was impossible for someone who was nearly 2 cultivation realms weaker than him to defeat him so easily. Impossible. On the other hand, seeing that the young man was still unwilling to give up, Zhang Xian shook his head with a sigh and raised his fist. Heaven's Path Fist Art. Pong. Before Wu Su could even process what was going on, he had already been struck by a punch to his chest. He collapsed to the ground, coughing an endless stream of blood. It felt as if his internal organs had shifted under the incredible force, and even after a brief respite, he was still unable to catch his breath. It took him a few more moments before he managed to recover sufficiently to return to his feet. With a face completely warped by rage, Wu Su glared at Zhang Xian, seemingly preparing to make his next move, when the half-saint cultivator by the side abruptly intervened. Enough. Don't you think that you have embarrassed yourself enough? Yes. Wu Su glared at Zhang Xian hesitantly for a moment longer before hesitantly backing down to the side. He took out a pill and swallowed it, and only then did he feel his condition alleviate slightly. Even though he had decided not to make a move, his hostile gaze was still fixated on Zhang Xian, seemingly tempted to tear him apart. Ignoring the duo, Zhang Xian whipped out a wine gourd and infused his zhenqi inside before passing them over to Hu Yaoyao and the others to heal their injuries. After that was done, he turned his gaze back to the duo with a deep frown on his face. We are all master teachers here, but you willfully made a move on my companions, and not to mention, you even resorted to such vicious moves. Do the rules of the Master Teacher Pavilion mean nothing to you? Vicious moves? You haven't seen what truly vicious is yet. Hand over the scarlet firefly fruits, and I can consider letting you off. Otherwise, none of you will be getting out of here unscathed today. Wu Su roared in response. Hearing those words, the short-tempered Shui Xinjiang bellowed furiously, Scarlet firefly fruits? We have been behind you all this while. How in the world could we possibly have obtained the scarlet firefly fruits ahead of you? From the start to the end, they had never found an opportunity to approach the cavern. Yet, the duo actually came over to demand the scarlet firefly fruits from them. Was there something wrong with their minds? Even if you wish to accuse us, at least find something less illogical than that. We confirmed earlier that there were scarlet firefly fruits inside the cavern, but they suddenly disappeared when we entered the cavern just a moment ago. On top of that, We noticed traces suggesting that someone had hastened the maturity of the fruits. There are only the few of us in this valley, so who else could it be if not you? Wu Su snapped. The two saber-toothed spirit tigers had lost their consciousness, and there were no signs to say that they had devoured the fruits ahead of them. From this, they deduced that someone must have beaten them to the scarlet firefly fruits. There weren't too many people in the valley, so the culprit could only be them. If we had obtained the scarlet firefly fruits, we would have already long left the valley. Why would we waste our time loitering around this area and talking to you? You are clearly making up nonsense to extort our wealth. Hu Yaoyao harumphed. In her opinion, the duo were the ones who had harvested the fruits, and they were only making use of this opportunity to extort them. They were truly a disgrace to all master teachers. Preposterous, Wu Su was just about to argue with Hu Yaoyao when the half-saint cultivator beside him abruptly waved his hands and bellowed, "Enough!" Wu Su immediately fell silent. I am sure that we can agree that the scarlet firefly fruits are very important to all of us here. Like you have said, we are all master teachers. If you have harvested the scarlet firefly fruits, we are willing to officially negotiate the distribution of the fruits with you under the rules of the Master Teacher Pavilion, the half-saint said calmly. How do you intend to negotiate? Zhang Xin asked. Simple. If any of you can withstand 3 blows from me, we will turn around and leave straight away. Otherwise, pardon me, but you won't be leaving until you hand over 5 scarlet firefly fruits today. The half-saint replied. If we win, you get to leave without any compensation, and if we lose, we have to hand you 5 scarlet firefly fruits? Ha ha ha, this is the most hilarious joke I have heard in the longest time. You call this a negotiation? What makes you think that we will agree to such terms? Zhang Xian sneered coldly. Chapter 867. I can use any means at my disposal? Of course, we aren't expecting to take the scarlet firefly fruits from you for free. If we win, we will buy those fruits from you at a price of 50 high-tier spirit stones. The half-saint cultivator said. 50 high-tier spirit stones? Zhang Xin scoffed. If you can fork out 5,000 high-tier spirit stones, I can sell them to you right now. Just the several bottles of origin heavy water and formation plates that Hu Yaoyao and the others had prepared to obtain the scarlet firefly fruits already exceeded 50 high-tier spirit stones. To offer to buy 5 of them for such a price. Did he really think that they were fools? If you want to buy some of the fruits, sure, we are willing to sell them. 5,000 high-tier spirit stones, no more, no less. You should learn to watch your words. You might possess exceptional talent, but in my eyes, you mean nothing at all. The Master Teacher Pavilion might forbid killing among fellow Master Teachers, but teaching you a lesson. I think I have sufficient authority to do so. The half-saint said coldly as he glanced at Zhang Xin with narrowed eyes. Why? Are you going to resort to threatening me now that you don't have enough money? Zhang Xian burst into laughter. This is not a threat. I am merely stating facts. In the world that we live in, the only thing that truly counts is strength. The half-saint harumphed as an aura reminiscent of a sharp sword abruptly burst out of him, forcing all flora and fauna in the area to lower themselves subserviently. Feeling that aura, the faces of Hu Yaoyao and the others paled in astonishment. They had met plenty of half-saints in their time, but the aura of the other party felt like a guillotine above their heads, threatening to decapitate them should they show the slightest resistance. This fearsome aura was something that they had never felt before, even from a nascent saint expert. Seemingly unaffected by the other party's overwhelming aura, Zhang Xian asked with a wry smile on his lips. In other words, you are saying that justice lies in the hands of the strong? That's right. The Master Teacher Pavilion might have its own set of rules, but before true strength, those rules are meaningless. I recommend you learn your place and hand over the scarlet firefly fruits obediently. Perhaps we might still be able to settle this matter peacefully. Otherwise, I don't mind challenging you all to a master-teacher confrontation. By then, not only will you not receive any spirit stones at all, you will have to call someone to carry you back. The half-saint cultivator sneered coldly as he placed his hands behind his back, glancing at Zhang Xian with an aura of superiority. Snatching was forbidden among master teachers, but challenging one another to duels was allowed. Furthermore, considering that they were in a rural area, there would be no eyewitnesses to say anything if the pair did do something to them. Fair enough. Since you have already said that much, there is nothing else I can do. Seeing that the other party was insistent on settling the matter with force, Zhang Xian shook his head with a sigh and commanded, "Byzantium lad, get him." Who? Before anyone could process what was going on, the Byzantium Helios beast abruptly flew over from further down the valley and appeared before the half-saint. In order to not reveal his possession of the myriad ant-hive nest, Zhang Xian had secretly slipped the nest a distance away before having the Byzantium Helios beast emerge from it. What? The half-saint cultivator did not expect to see a Saint Tudan saint beast appear before him abruptly. He immediately leaped in the air to flee, but the next instant, a massive palm smacked him back to the ground. Pong! Due to the immense force, the half-saint cultivator tumbled 8 rounds before knocking heavily into the cliff face, and a large mouthful of blood spewed from his lips. In the first place, the Byzantium Helios beast was a saint beast capable of rivaling cultivators who possessed a cultivation beyond it, not to mention, its cultivation was far higher than his at that. He might possess exceptional fighting prowess, but there was no way he could be a match for the other party. Damn it! Knowing that it was impossible for him to flee, the half-saint cultivator's face turned so dark that it could bleed ink. Flicking his wrist, a sword appeared in his hands, and with a swift motion, he charged forward to strike the Byzantium Helios beast. Seeing the other party's movements, Zhang Xian nodded in commendation. Not bad. It was no wonder the other party was so arrogant. He did have the strength to back up his words. Just this single move in itself could easily overwhelm an average nascent saint. Even Zhang Xian didn't have the confidence to overcome this move head-on. However, it was a pity that his opponent was the Byzantium Helios beast. As one of the elders of the Master Teacher Academy, the Byzantium Helios beast had fought innumerable battles. How could it possibly be afraid of a mere half-saint? With a roar, its massive palm plucked an enormous tree from the side and flung it toward the half-saint cultivator. Pong! When the sword was still 8 meters away from reaching the Byzantium Helios beast, the wielder of the sword was already struck on his head, and he was smacked flying toward the cliff face once more. In the first place, this battle served no purpose at all. There was an insurmountable gap between the two of them, so there could only be one outcome. Pushing himself away from Cliff, the half-saint cultivator popped a pill into his mouth to alleviate his injuries. Gritting his teeth, he spat. "We are all fellow master teachers. Don't you think that it is underhanded for you to have a saint beast elder interfere in our duel?" In his view, the Byzantium Helios beast was probably an elder accompanying them on this trip to ensure their safety. It should have been a fight among peers, but you had an elder fight in your stead. Don't you think that it is embarrassing? Elder? Zhang Xian burst into laughter. The Byzantium Helios beast is my tamed beast. Why do you think that he is an elder? Surely a beast tamer can use his own tamed beast in a duel, right? Your tamed beast? The half-saint was stunned. He had seen many beast tamers before, but even the most capable 7-star beast tamer he had seen could only tame a saint beast 1 realm stronger than him. Yet, this lad, despite being only at the ethereal treading realm, actually managed to tame a spiritual perception realm saint beast? How could this be possible? Ethereal treading, chrysalis, half-saint, nascent saint, void pursuit, spiritual perception. That was 5 whole realms. That's right, Zhang Xian replied nonchalantly as he beckoned with his hand. The Byzantium Helios beast immediately walked over and nudged intimately Zhang Xian with its head. The half-saint was rendered speechless. If he had known that the other party had such a powerful tamed beast, he would have never provoked him. Beast tamers always fought with their tamed beast. While the other party's tamed beast might be irrationally powerful, that could only be credited to his astounding capability as a beast tamer. There were no bones anyone could pick from this. How was this duel supposed to proceed? Even if he were to grit his teeth and fight on, he would only be furthering his suffering. What's wrong? Didn't you say that you want to challenge me to a duel? Sure, I accept your challenge. Beast taming is one of my supporting occupations, so my tamed beast can be considered part of my own strength as well. You shouldn't have any problem with that, right? Feel free to make your 3 moves. I will also have Byzantium Lad make 3 moves as well. There is no need to stand on ceremony, Zhang Xian said as he politely gestured for the other party to make his moves. Weren't you arrogant just now, thinking that we are powerless before you? Sure, 2 can play that game. If you can withstand 3 blows from my Byzantium Lad, I will admit defeat willingly. The half-saint cultivator nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. If the Saint 2 damn Byzantium Helios beast were to fight him seriously, he would be destroyed in an instant. 3 moves. He wouldn't even survive the first one. It's true that beast tamers can bring their tamed beasts into battle, but since we are master teachers, don't you think that you are diverging too much from your origins by relying so much on your tamed beast? With a reddened face, the half-saint cultivator challenged, I dare you to have a battle with me without the assistance of your tamed beast. You can use any other means at your disposal, and as long as you can defeat me, we will turn around and leave immediately. I can use any other means at my disposal? Zhang Xian asked the half-saint cultivator with a peculiar smile on his lips. That's right. The half-saint cultivator nodded vehemently. As long as the other party didn't make use of the Byzantium Helios beast's strength, given his prowess as a half-saint, he could achieve victory easily. He had gained a rough gauge of the other party's strength from his battle with Wu Su earlier, and he was confident that he could defeat the other party in a normal duel. Don't you think that those words sound familiar? I recall that someone said those words just a moment ago. However, if you are willing to compensate me 100 high-tier spirit stones if you lose, I don't mind having another duel with you. Zhang Xian said. Naturally, Zhang Xian wouldn't accept a duel if he had nothing to gain from it. 100 high-tier spirit stones? Fine, but if you lose, you have to give me 5 scarlet firefly fruits. Seeing Zhang Xian agree to the duel, the half-saint cultivator's eyes lit up in excitement. Sensing the other party's excitement even before the duel had started, Zhang Xian shook his head and said, I haven't lost yet, you know. Humph, we will see soon enough. The half-saint cultivator flicked his sword, and a crisp reverberation sounded from his sword. Come, wait a moment. Allow me to confirm once more. As long as Byzantium Lad doesn't make a move, I can use any other means at my disposal? Zhang Xian confirmed once again. The half-saint cultivator nodded. That's right. All right then, sounds fine to me, Zhang Xian replied. Good. With a cold sneer, the half-saint cultivator stood upright, and in that moment, it felt as if he had become one with his sword. Despite the arrogance of the half-saint cultivator, his comprehension of swordsmanship wasn't beneath Zhang Xian's at all, achieving sword heart realm. Otherwise, his swordsmanship wouldn't harness might that could destroy even a nascent saint expert. Zhang Shi, be careful, Hu Yaoyao said worriedly. Even though the half-saint cultivator had been struck twice by senior Byzantium Helios, due to the latter going easy on him, his injuries weren't too severe, and they had mostly recovered with the pill he had swallowed earlier. In his current state, he should be able to exert his full strength. Hu Yaoyao wasn't too sure how powerful Zhang Xian was, but the disparity in their cultivation realms was simply too huge. No matter how formidable Zhang Xian might be, defeating a half-saint while at the ethereal treading realm seemed to be nigh impossible. This worry was also shared by Shui Zhenyang and the others. It was not that they didn't have faith in Zhang Xian's strength, but that his opponent was simply too powerful. Be it the other party's aura or sword intent, those weren't what ordinary cultivators could withstand. Seeing everyone's expressions, Zhang Xian chuckled leisurely. Don't worry. He said it himself that I can resort to any means as long as Byzantium Lad doesn't interfere in the duel. With a flick of his wrist, he said, Ding ding, you're up. Teach that fellow a lesson. Who? In the next instant, a massive weapon cauldron appeared before everyone else. It seemed to harness searing flames within it, causing in the surroundings to become exceptionally torrid. This is the guardian saint artifact of our academy, the Golden Origin Cauldron? Recognizing the other party, Hu Yaoyao nearly collapsed to the ground. It was well known among the student populace that the Master Teacher Academy had a powerful guardian saint artifact that even senior Byzantium Helios wasn't a match for. Even though Hu Yaoyao had never met the guardian saint beast before, she had seen a painting of it in some books. She had thought that it was already formidable that Zhang Shi had succeeded in taming senior Byzantium Helios, but he had actually managed to tame the guardian saint artifact as well. Beside her, Xue Zhenyang and Long Tsangyue also saw the world darken before them, and they nearly keeled over. To tame even the guardian saint artifact, it was no wonder he was forced to become the principal. There were no viable candidates other than him. Otherwise, if he were to take both senior Byzantium Helios and the guardian saint artifact away with him, it would be no different from the Master Teacher Academy's treasury being emptied out. Hu Yaoyao and the others were only overwhelmed by shock. But at the moment that the golden origin cauldron appeared, the half-saint cultivator saw 10,000 divine beasts stampeding through his mind. His mouth widened to the point where one could stuff an egg in, but he was still unable to alleviate the suffocating sensation he felt in his chest. You tamed a saint beast? Fine, I will accept that. Perhaps you might just be lucky, encountering an injured saint beast and treating him, thus becoming its benefactor. But to tame a saint-tier artifact as well, not to mention one as powerful as that cauldron, just how in the world did you do it? A pity it was that the half-saint cultivator wasn't even granted the time to brood over his misery. The golden origin cauldron, upon hearing that there was someone it could beat up, leaped up in excitement and declared, "Don't worry, Master. I will fulfill the mission you have asked of me perfectly. Watch how I, the golden origin cauldron, reduce him to cinders within moments." After which, the half-saint cultivator saw the large figure before him turn into a blur, and he instinctively raised his sword in defense. Gotcha! The sword in his hands broke into smithereens, but before he could even process that, his body was already whizzing through the air before crashing right into the cliff face once more, leaving a huge, shaped depression behind him. More than a dozen of his ribs had shattered, and fresh blood spurted uncontrollably from his mouth. Chapter 868 Breakthrough, Chrysalis Realm. Brother Liu. Wusu hurriedly rushed forward to pull his companion out of the wall and fed him a recovery pill. Why you? After consuming the recovery pill and resting for a moment, the half-saint Brother Liu finally regained consciousness. Pointing a shaking finger at Zhang Xian, he felt as if he was going to burst into tears. It is one thing for an ethereal treading realm lad like you to possess a spiritual perception realm saint beast as a tamed beast, but to have a saint-tier artifact on top of that. Tell me the truth, are you actually Kong Shi's illegitimate son? Otherwise, how can you have so many good items in your possession? What's wrong? You were the one who told me that I can resort to any means at my disposal as long as Byzantium lad doesn't interfere in the battle. You were the one who set the rules, and I simply followed them. Zhang Xian shrugged nonchalantly. Pooh. A strong feeling of frustration welled up in Brother Liu's chest, and he spurted yet another mouthful of blood. What was this? He had thought that the other party could only have a Byzantium Helios beast as his trump card. As long as he restricted that, he would be able to pummel the other party as he pleased. How could he have known that the other party would have a cauldron on top of that? Screw this. The person who I want to fight is you, not your saint-tier artifact. You might not have broken any rules, but how the hell am I supposed to fight with a saint-tier artifact? There is no way I can win, right? Gritting his teeth, Brother Liu exclaimed. What I mean is a fight without relying on any artifact or saint beast. A proper duel between two cultivators using their own strength. Fearing that the other party would whip out some kind of powerful item next, he emphasized using their own strength. I see. So, you want to have a proper duel as martial artists? Zhang Xian asked. That's right. Do you dare accept my challenge? Brother Liu taunted. He had always been a proud person, but he had ended up being humiliated more than he had ever been in his life today. If he didn't vent it out today, it would become a permanent trauma that would hunt him for life. While it was unbecoming for a half-saint expert like him to challenge an ethereal treading realm cultivator, in view of the many means the other party possessed, Not even he could say that he had absolute confidence in achieving victory. Sure, but the stakes will be doubled, Zhang Xian replied calmly. A duel? As long as there is sufficient money involved, I am open to negotiations. Fine by me. A glint flashed across Brother Lu's eyes as he nodded in agreement. Remember, you have already lost once, so you owe me 100 high-tier spirit stones. Zhang Xian reminded. Brother Lu harumphed. You don't need to worry about that. I won't stoop so low as to renege on my promise. But of course, if you lose, I hope that you can fulfill your end of the bet as well. All right then. I won't take advantage of you. I will give you 2 hours to recuperate from your injuries before we begin the duel, lest you refuse to admit defeat later on. Zhang Xian waved his hands casually. It should have been a good thing that the other party was giving him some time to recuperate, but for some reason, Brother Lu felt as if the other party was mocking him, and he felt another warm surge gushing up his throat once more. It took some time before he managed to recover, and after taking a deep breath, he nodded. Fine. It was through countless battles that he had managed to attain his current strength. He knew that it was precisely in crucial periods like this that he shouldn't allow his emotions to cloud his rationality. 2 hours might not be sufficient for him to make a full recovery, but he should be able to exert around 95% of his full strength by then. And to him, that was more than enough. Brother Lu turned to Wu Su and said, Wu Su, give me 2 of your miniature restorative pills. Yes. Wu Su nodded. The miniature restorative pill was an extremely valuable grade 6 pill, and he was usually reluctant to use one even when he was injured. However, knowing that Brother Lu had gotten injured for him, he passed them over without any hesitation. This grade 6 pill was known to be effective on even the injuries of Saint Realm experts. Even if the 2 pills couldn't guarantee a complete recovery, they should improve his condition significantly. Swallowing the miniature restorative pill, Brother Lu immediately felt the medicinal energy coursing through his body, and his pale complexion swiftly regained its color. The Golden Origin Cauldron turned to Zhang Xian and advised, Master, given that this fellow was able to survive my attack, his strength is extraordinary. It would be best not to make light of him. By the side, the Byzantium Helios beast also nodded in agreement. The 2 of them had exchanged blows with Brother Lu, and even though they were able to subdue the other party easily, they could feel that the fellow's strength far surpassed that of ordinary half-saint cultivators. Even though their master wasn't a weakling either, he was still some way off from matching the other party. I know. Zhang Xian nodded. Through the eye of insight and library of Heaven's Path, he knew that the other party possessed exceptional prowess, which he couldn't match in his current state. However, the outcome of a battle couldn't be determined by just mere stats. The decisions one chose to make in the midst of a battle played a vital role, too. Even though Zhang Xian felt that he wouldn't lose, he still thought that he should make some preparations just in case. This was also why he had proposed taking a 2-hour break before the duel. The enemy needed time to recuperate, but he needed time to prepare his hand as well. Zhang Xian turned to Hu Yaoyao and the others and asked, Do you have any ethereal treading realm cultivation technique manuals? I need as many of them as possible. The best way for him to stand against that Brother Lu was to raise his cultivation and narrow the gap between them. 2 hours might not be much to anyone else, but to him, as long as he compiled the corresponding Heaven's Path divine art manuals, he would be able to raise his cultivation swiftly. We do have some. Hu Yaoyao nodded, and the 4 of them began taking out all of the ethereal treading realm cultivation technique manuals they had. As the leaders of their respective factions, they tended to keep quite a handful of cultivation technique manuals of lower cultivation realms in their storage rings, so that they could refer to them whenever they were guiding their subordinates in their cultivation. For ethereal treading realm, they had around several hundred books each. Zhang Xian swiftly scanned them with his gaze, collecting them into his library of Heaven's Path. By compiling all of them together, he successfully formed the ethereal treading realm Heaven's Path divine art. Zhang Xian turned to them and asked once more, What about Chrysalis Realm cultivation technique manuals? I only have 20 Chrysalis Realm cultivation technique manuals with me at the moment. 12 here. Dong Xian is more meticulous, so she might have more with her. I do have a few more, but I only have around 40 of them in total. Soon, Gathering the four's chrysalis realm cultivation technique manuals together, there was a total of around 100 books or so. After collecting them all into the library of Heaven's Path and compiling them, the result was just as Zhang Xian had expected. There were still too many flaws to form a complete Heaven's Path divine art. Nevertheless, the portion regarding the breakthrough to chrysalis realm was still perfected. In other words, he had the Heaven's Path divine art manuals to cultivate from ethereal treading realm primary stage all the way to chrysalis realm primary stage. Guard me, I need to cultivate now, Zhang Xian said. Even though he had failed to compile the complete chrysalis realm Heaven's Path divine art, he was still rather satisfied with the result. Yes, the others nodded, but they couldn't help but trade perplexed glances with one another. To cultivate right before the duel, isn't that just desperately grasping at straws? But despite the doubts in their mind, they still made sure to guard him earnestly. They hid him behind them while directing their gazes intently at Wu Su and Brother Lu, fearing that they might attempt to do something in the meantime. However, even though the two of them had resorted to some underhanded means out of their desperation to obtain the scarlet firefly fruits, they still had their pride as martial artists. As such, even though they had noticed that Zhang Xian was cultivating, they didn't try to disrupt him in any way. They chose to focus their efforts on recuperating from their injuries instead, so that they would be in their top condition for the duel 2 hours later. Seeing that they weren't going to pull anything, Hu Yaoyao heaved a sigh of relief. However, with her attention freed, doubts about the impending duel began sprouting in her mind. Unnerved, she turned to Senior Byzantium Helios to ask her about the chances of Zhang Shi achieving victory, hoping to ease her worries, when she suddenly heard Dong Xian gasping in shock. What's wrong? The others immediately turned to her with doubtful gazes. With a body stiffened with shock, Dong Xian pointed behind her. Look at Zhang Shi. Zhang Shi. Hu Yaoyao and the others turned around to take a look, and what they saw left them dumbstruck. Is it just my imagination, or has Zhang Shi's cultivation reached ethereal treading realm intermediate stage? Shui Jinyang uttered with quivering lips. They had gotten a clear glimpse of Zhang Xian's cultivation when he made a move against Wu Su earlier, ethereal treading realm primary stage. Yet, in just a short moment after he started cultivating, why did it feel as if the latter had achieved a breakthrough? It's not your imagination. He has indeed reached ethereal treading realm intermediate stage. Hu Yaoyao nodded affirmatively. Most likely, Zhang Shi must have been stuck at ethereal treading realm primary stage for quite a long while and was already on the verge of a breakthrough. Advancing a single stage abruptly wasn't much to be surprised about. To use an analogy, if one was already standing before the goal of a marathon, all it would take was one final push to successfully achieve the breakthrough. There was no need to make a fuss over it. That does seem to be the case. No wonder Zhang Shi agreed to have a duel with the other party so readily. It seems he was already on the verge of a breakthrough. However, it doesn't seem like advancing a single stage will make much of a difference to the outcome. Shui Jinyang remarked while he nodded, but then he suddenly exclaimed in the midst of his words, "What is with you again?" Seeing Shui Jinyang make a big fuss out of everything, Long Tsangyue was rendered speechless. No matter what, they were the cream of the crop in the Master Teacher Academy, competent and knowledgeable. Why did it seem that after meeting Zhang Shi, they had all become countryside bumpkins who were ignorant of the world? Why do I feel like Zhang Shi has reached ethereal treading realm advanced stage? Could my eyes be playing tricks on me? Shui Jinyang's face paled as he rubbed his eyes forcefully. He was certain that Zhang Shi had just reached ethereal treading realm intermediate stage a moment ago. So how could he be at the advanced stage right now? Even the greatest genius in the world couldn't advance that fast. Advanced stage? You must be joking. All of us clearly saw it just now, and he is definitely at the intermediate stage. Long Tsangyue chuckled softly, and just as he was going to make a joke about how Shui Jinyang's eyes had been failing him recently, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Zhang Xian, and his eyes widened in shock. Holy moly! He really is at advanced stage. Long Tsangyue exclaimed with tears threatening to spill from his eyes. On the other hand, watching the frenzied state that the other two were in, Hu Yaoyao and Dong Xian hurriedly turned their gazes over, and their eyes couldn't help but widen in astonishment as well. It appeared that Zhang Shi was truly at ethereal treading realm advanced stage. Could they have made a mistake earlier? But was it really possible for all four of them to make such an elementary mistake simultaneously? However, no matter how they looked at it, the other party was indeed at ethereal treading realm advanced stage. There was no mistake about that. Before the few of them could recover from their shock, Dong Exine suddenly exclaimed with a hoarse voice, "Wait a moment. He isn't at ethereal treading realm advanced stage, but ethereal treading realm pinnacle." Pinnacle? The group couldn't help but feel the world spinning around them. With a tearful expression, Hu Yaoyao gasped, "Why does it seem like he is attempting a breakthrough to chrysalis realm?" No, he is indeed attempting a breakthrough. Wait, that isn't right. He has already reached chrysalis realm. The group couldn't help but be dumbstruck once again. The young man behind them was already a chrysalis realm primary stage expert at this very moment. To advance from ethereal treading realm primary stage to chrysalis realm primary stage, one entire realm, in less than an hour. Even though they had witnessed the sight with their very own eyes, they still couldn't help but think that they were in a dream. Feeling so shocked that her mind was going to explode, Hu Yaoyao asked, "Dong Xian, how long did it take you to advance from ethereal treading realm primary stage to chrysalis realm primary stage?" 2 years and 4 months. With this record, I was already considered one of the fastest cultivators in the Master Teacher Academy, Dong Xian replied hoarsely. When she'd achieved the feat back then, she had felt a huge surge of confidence, which had made her feel as if she was unrivaled in the world. But looking at the young man before her, she realized that her record didn't even come close to being associated with the word fast. It felt as if even a turtle would be faster than her. It was no wonder that, back at the Elder Hall, that fellow had said that his rate of cultivation had slowed due to him being busy with various matters. Back then, she had thought that he was just bragging, but after witnessing this sight, she realized that not only was he not bragging, he was even being incredibly humble. At this moment, a random, passing thought raced through her mind. If she were to run to the 10 great master teachers to tell them that Zhang Shi was actually extremely humble and low profile, would they think that she was exaggerating and throw her out? Chapter 869. Still a human? Having compiled the relevant Heaven's Path Divine Art Manual, Zhang Xian began cultivating with the Earth Vein Spirit Essence without any hesitation. Due to the easier absorbability of the Earth Vein Spirit Essence, his rate of cultivation was much faster than if he had cultivated using a Spirit Stone instead, so he was able to achieve breakthroughs faster than normal. However, even though he had managed to achieve breakthroughs swiftly, the amount of spiritual energy he needed had, in fact, increased exponentially instead. He had procured a huge pool of Earth Vein Spirit Essence from the Cloud Mist Ridge, but in just this hour of cultivation, he had already depleted nearly a third of it. The higher my cultivation is, the harsher the requirement on the spiritual energy I have to absorb. Even though the Earth Vein Spirit Essence is rich in spiritual energy, its purity is still lacking. Zhang Xian shook his head. The Earth Vein Spirit Essence was rich in spiritual energy and had a high absorbability, thus making it an invaluable treasure. However, its purity was inferior to high-tier spirit stones. It was sufficient for the usage of saint beasts and other cultivators, but to Zhang Xian, who cultivated the Heaven's Path Divine Art, it was still lacking. Only a tenth of the Earth Vein Spirit Essence was suitable for his absorption, and the remaining 9/10 ended up being wasted in the process. It seems like I shouldn't cultivate using the Earth Vein Spirit Essence anymore. If it comes to it, I should just sell it for high-tier spirit stones, Zhang Xian thought. Since the effectiveness of the Earth Vein Spirit Essence for him was declining, he would only be wasting it if he were to continue using it. Rather than to waste such a valuable resource, it would be wiser for him to sell it instead. It might be useless to him, but it was still an invaluable treasure to others. Otherwise, the saint beasts of the Cloud Mist Ridge wouldn't have been guarding it so desperately back then. Forget it, I will think about it when I return to Hongyuan City. Putting the matter to the back of his mind, Zhang Xian turned his attention to his newfound strength. Advancing from ethereal treading realm primary stage to chrysalis realm primary stage, The strength that he could draw from his Zhanqi cultivation had increased from 17 million ding to 29 million ding. With just that, he was already on par with a Chrysalis Realm Advanced Stage cultivator. Chrysalis Realm Primary Stage 25 million ding. Intermediate Stage 28 million ding. Advanced Stage 31 million ding. Pinnacle 34 million ding. If he were to factor in the 20 million ding from his soul cultivation and 16 million ding from his physical body, that would total up to an incredible might of 65 million ding, which was on par with a Nascent Saint Intermediate Stage cultivator. Nascent Saint Primary Stage 60 million ding. Intermediate Stage 65 million ding. Advanced Stage 70 million ding. Pinnacle 75 million ding. In other words, he wielded strength equivalent to a cultivator 2 realms stronger than him. With this, that fellow shouldn't be a match for me anymore. Zhang Xian chuckled confidently. That brother Lu was clearly no pushover, but compared to Zhang Xian, the other party was still slightly lacking. Zhang Xian meditated on the spot to reinforce his cultivation, bringing his aura to its strongest state, before opening his eyes and gazing at the duo opposite to him. Brother Lu seemed to have mostly healed from his wounds as well, and his aura felt sharper and more pressurizing than before. Most likely, he had used some kind of formidable secret art to bring himself back to his peak state for the duel. That fellow sure won't be easy to deal with, Zhang Xian remarked internally. Under normal circumstances, given how much weaker he was than the other party should not view him as much of an opponent. Yet, the other party focused his attention fully on conditioning himself to his peak state, not underestimating him in the least. It was truly rare to see a cultivator not becoming complacent before an opponent weaker than them. Often, geniuses were defeated not due to being overpowered by the strong, but due to carelessness against the weak. A long moment later, Brother Lu exhaled deeply and abruptly stood up. I am done recuperating. Are you done yet? His complexion was still slightly pale, but he had managed to condition his state to be significantly stronger than he was before. Of course. Zhang Xian chuckled as he stood up as well. Let's begin then. Draw your weapon. With a flick of his wrist, Brother Lu took out another sword from his storage ring. As a sword practitioner, it was normal for him to have more than a single sword in his possession. All right. Zhang Xian flicked his wrist as well, and a sword appeared in his grasp. Glacier Rain Sword. That is a half-saint weapon? As soon as the sword materialized, a huge gust of frigid air swept into the surroundings, as if heralding the arrival of the king. Brother Lu's lips immediately began twitching. To think that the fellow's sword would be a half-saint artifact as well. Does your family operate a weapon shop? Otherwise, how could you have so many good items in your possession? With a reddened face, Brother Lu asked hesitantly, Ahem, your sword is a little too sharp, so can you change to another one? The weapon in his grasp was only at Spirit Pinnacle, which was far weaker the other party's half-saint sword. Just the sharpness of the sword would boost the other party's fighting prowess by at least 50%. On the other hand, he would have to avoid a direct clash with the other party's sword as far as he could, which meant that his movements would be severely restricted. Change to another one? Zhang Xian frowned in irritation. When I sent Byzantium Lad against you, you said that I shouldn't rely too much on my capabilities as a beast tamer. When I sent the Golden Origin Cauldron against you, you said that I shouldn't rely too much on my Saint-tier artifacts. Now, you are even picking on my sword. At this rate, are you going to start picking on my clothes next? But as displeased as Zhang Xian was, he eventually nodded. Forget it. Since you were injured previously, I will just acquiesce to your request. He scanned his surroundings for a moment before reaching forward to grab a certain object. With a smile, he said, I will fight with you using this then. A blade of foxtail grass? Hu Yao Yao and the others staggered weakly. The object that Zhang Xian had just picked was indeed a narrow blade of foxtail grass. He was going to fight with that? But his opponent was a half-saint, and an extraordinarily powerful one at that. Even if you have achieved a breakthrough, is it really fine for you to do that? Noticing their worry, Zhang Xian chuckled lightly as he placed the foxtail grass in between his forefinger and middle finger. Pumping a surge of Zhanqi into it, the bent foxtail grass immediately became taut, as if a real sword. The essence of swordsmanship lies not in the sword. To a true sword master, Even a blade of grass or pebble from the side of the street can serve as a sword. This might be foxtail grass, but if used well, it can display astonishing power as well. As he said those words, Zhang Xian gently slit the foxtail grass through the thick tree trunk that the Byzantium Helios beast had tossed to the ground earlier, and it was immediately sliced into two halves. What pure zhenqi! Brother Lu narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Even though the other party was wielding a blade of foxtail grass, its true edge lay in his zhenqi. But to be able to make one's zhenqi as sharp as a sword's edge, just how pure must his zhenqi be? At the very least, he knew that he was incapable of doing the same. Let's start. Knowing that the other party would still be a formidable opponent even when wielding a blade of foxtail grass as a weapon, Brother Lu let out a battle cry and charged forward, taking the initiative. Wang, his sword, imbued with sword qi, sliced through the air with incredible momentum. From the very start, he was already using his full strength. He knew better than to underestimate his opponent due to his lower cultivation or his choice of weapon. Come. With a light chuckle, Zhang Xian raised his foxtail grass and stabbed it toward the other party's armpit like a rapier. All sword practitioners shared a common weakness. When they swung their swords, the area around the armpit would be open, even if just for the briefest of moments. This was a weakness commonly exploited against sword practitioners. But naturally, most sword experts would have already trained themselves to guard that area perfectly. And Brother Lu was no exception to the rule. Voila! Even though Brother Lu was perplexed as to why the other party would use such a basic move to deal with him, he dared not to make light of the other party's counterattack. With a powerful flick of his wrist, he pulled his sword back to seal the advancement of the other party's foxtail grass, and at the same time, he sent a powerful blast of sword qi straight toward Zhang Xian's glabella. In a single move, he managed to defend himself while launching a counterattack simultaneously, successfully turning the tides of the battle in his favor. Not bad, your reflexes are good. However, that's not enough, Zhang Xian said with a chuckle. In the next instant, his foxtail grass abruptly bent like a flexible rope, completely bypassing the other party's sword. What? Caught off guard by the unexpected twist, Brother Lu's face paled in shock. With the bending of the other party's foxtail grass, not only was his defense rendered ineffective, more importantly, the tip of the foxtail grass was heading straight for a major acupoint on his chest. If he failed to dodge this, he would be severely wounded. After all, he had witnessed how formidable the might of the other party's foxtail grass was when the tree trunk was easily split in two with a light flick earlier. Not daring to take any risks, Brother Lu hurriedly retreated a few steps back. Hee. On the other hand, Zhang Xian seemed to have expected Brother Lu to respond in such a way. He leaped forward, closing the distance between them in an instant. At the same time, the foxtail grass in his hand straightened as it lunged forward, this time directed at Brother Lu's throat. Despite the abrupt change in movements, the maneuver was completed extremely smoothly and elegantly, making it peculiarly pleasing to the eye. While others were appreciating the gracefulness of the movement, Brother Lu felt as if the Grim Reaper was pulling him down instead. If he were to stop at this instant, his throat would be impaled. Thus, with a pale face, he continued retreating hurriedly. On the other hand, Zhang Xian continued to pursue him relentlessly, and this time, his foxtail grass was aimed for the other party's shanzhong acupoint, located at the center of the chest. Helpless, Brother Lu could only continue retreating. The foxtail grass moved around flexibly in Zhang Xian's hands, aiming for the gaps in the half-saint cultivator's swordsmanship precisely with every move. Frightened, Brother Lu didn't dare retaliate and could only retreat endlessly. From the start of the battle to this point, the sword had never come into contact with the foxtail grass at all. How powerful! Hu Yaoyao, Dong Xian, and the others glanced at one another, and they couldn't help but gulp. They had gotten a glimpse of Brother Lu's strength earlier from the aura he exuded, and even an average nascent saint wouldn't be a match for him. But it was only after witnessing Zhang Shi's prowess that they realized what true power was. Using a blade of foxtail grass to face a spirit pinnacle weapon directly, but not only was the foxtail grass not severed, it was even able to force the other party back continuously. Just how deep of an understanding of swordsmanship did one need to possess to do this? It seems that Brother Lu's defeat is sealed, Shui Zhenyang muttered with clenched fists. Before the battle, he had thought that Zhang Xian still wouldn't be a match for the other party, even with a half-saint sword in hand. But with this, he realized that he got it all wrong. It was Brother Lu who was never a match for Zhang Xian, and the difference between them was as clear as day. He couldn't help but feel thankful that he had acknowledged Zheng Yang as his teacher then, thus becoming Zhang Xian's grand student. He could hardly imagine what would have happened to him if he had really faced Zhang Xian. Too scary. Peng. While the others were overwhelmed with shock, Brother Lu continued retreating under Zhang Xian's relentless assault, and finally, he found his back pressed against the cliff face, left with nowhere to escape anymore. Who? Zhang Xian's foxtail grass also stopped right before the other party's heart. I have lost. With a face as pale as a sheet of paper, Brother Lu hated to admit it, but he knew that it was his utter defeat. Pardon me. With a polite smile, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and the foxtail grass finally broke apart into 8 pieces, scattering on the floor. Wu Su, who had taken the entire battle into sight, muttered with quivering lips, 132 moves, but Brother Lu didn't even manage to nick the other party. Instead, he retreated a total of 77 steps and was eventually forced to cast aside his sword and admit defeat. Is this still the feat of a human? Chapter 870. Selling the spirit essence as Brother Lu's companion, Wu Su knew how powerful his swordsmanship was. Just slightly short of becoming a 100-man commander, Brother Lu's fighting prowess far surpassed that of his peers. 132 moves from such a powerful expert, and yet, not a single one had managed to nick the other party's clothes or even the weapon at that. Instead, he had been forced back 77 steps before being eventually cornered. Just how powerful was the other party to be able to accomplish this feat? Thinking about, it was laughable how confident they had been in their strength to have challenged the other party to a duel. They had simply humiliated themselves. Brother Lu. Wu Su hurriedly rushed over, only to see the latter's ashen face, seemingly having suffered a heavy shock. A moment later, Brother Lu sighed in resignation and waved his hands weakly. Hand him 300 high-tier spirit stones. 100 high-tier spirit stones had been at stake for the first duel, and the stakes had been doubled for the second. All in all, he owed the other party 300 high-tier spirit stones. Yes, Wu Su gritted his teeth before wrapping a pile of high-tier spirit stones with his zhenqi and handing them over. There were 300 of them, no more, no less. I will be accepting them then. Upon seeing the spirit stones, Zhang Xian's eyes lit up, and he quickly stowed them in his storage ring. Even though the other party had agreed to the bet, he hadn't really expected the other party to pay him. After all, 300 high-tier spirit stones wasn't a small sum. It would be difficult for even a figure of school head Mo's standing to take out so much money on the spur of the moment. Yet, the other party had handed him the sum so easily. Could it be that these two are not only strong but are actually tycoons as well? If that is the case, I should really start thinking about how I could knock some more spirit stones out of them. Stroking his lower jaws, Zhang Xian fell into deep thought. Recovering from the shock of his defeat, Brother Lu clasped his fist and bowed. My name is Lu Cheng, and since I have lost, I shall not disturb you any further. However, I hope to learn of your name in hopes of challenging you once more in the future. A loss was a loss. He could only admit it. Not to mention, there was still a Byzantium Helios beast and a weapon cauldron glaring at him in hostility by the side. I am Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian nodded. You need not think of it that way. It was just a spar between peers. If I am not mistaken, the reason you are so desperate to obtain the scarlet firefly fruit is for Wu Shi over here to make a breakthrough to half-saint? Indeed. Lu Cheng nodded. The main reason cultivators sought the scarlet firefly fruit was for the increased chances of achieving a breakthrough to half-saint. Since Lu Cheng was already a half-saint, the only reason for him to go through the effort of challenging them was for his close companion. Actually, I have taken a look at Wu Shi's condition when I was battling him earlier. The reason he was unable to achieve a breakthrough is not due to his lack of cultivation, but at this point, Zhang Xian paused for a moment. But Wu Su asked anxiously. He had been trapped at Chrysalis Realm for too long. Most of his fellow peers had already overcome this bottleneck, racing ahead of him, so he couldn't help but be plagued with anxiety. It wasn't easy for him to learn about the existence of the scarlet firefly fruit in this valley, and he viewed it as his only chance. That was also the reason he had lost his composure and attacked Hu Yao Yao and the others when he realized that someone had gotten to the fruits ahead of him. If the man before him could help him achieve a breakthrough, it wouldn't matter anymore whether he obtained the scarlet firefly fruit or not. I believe that the reason you are unable to push for a breakthrough is due to your lack of zhenqi, Zhang Xian said. Lack of zhenqi? Lu Cheng and Wu Su frowned. Due to the special training they underwent, as well as the cultivation techniques and battle techniques they cultivated, their quantity and quality of zhenqi were far above those of ordinary master teachers. Yet, the young man before them had said that Wu Su suffered from a lack of zhenqi. Had it not been for the astounding prowess that the other party had shown them, they would have surely thought that he was spouting nonsense. Indeed, your foundation might be far stronger than an ordinary cultivator, but that also means that the bottleneck you face is far more difficult than the others too. To use an analogy, others might require just a pail of zhenqi to achieve a breakthrough, but what you need is an entire lake. Zhang Xian said. Wu Su knew that the other party was right. He possessed extraordinary strength among his peers, but the hurdle he had to face with each breakthrough was higher as well. This wasn't much trouble in his earlier cultivation, but Half-Saint happened to be an exceptionally difficult hurdle to overcome. This is indeed a common problem that practitioners of our school suffer from. Lu Cheng sighed deeply. Zhang Shi, is there any way to resolve this problem? To possess strength superior to one's peers, one would have to reinforce one's cultivation over and over again, making it sturdier and stronger than the others. However, the more reinforced one's cultivation was, the harder it was to achieve a breakthrough. This was similar to building a castle. To build a sturdier castle, one would have to build a stronger supporting structure. However, that would also mean that one would have to devote more resources and time for that. This was the problem Wu Su was facing at the moment. Due to their strict training, their zhenqi was condensed to be far purer than others, granting them nigh invincible prowess among their peers. However, the bottlenecks they faced were also more difficult to overcome in comparison. Zhang Xian hesitated for a moment before replying. I do have a solution for that, but it will be quite troublesome. You do? Lu Cheng had only asked this question casually, not hoping for a positive answer. However, hearing that Zhang Xian really had a solution, his eyes immediately lit up, and he quickly shot his companion a meaningful gaze. Grasping the intention behind Lu Cheng's gaze, Wu Su hurriedly suppressed his agitation and clasped his fist. As long as Zhang Shi can help me achieve a breakthrough, I am willing to pay any price. For the young man before him to possess such formidable strength at such a young age, he must have come from a powerful background, so he might just know of some means that could help him successfully achieve a breakthrough. The solution is actually really simple. Since you are unable to gather sufficient zhenqi to achieve a breakthrough, you can easily make up for that by increasing the rate you absorb external spiritual energy at to make up for the deficiency, Zhang Xian said. Increase the rate I absorb external spiritual energy at? Hearing Zhang Xian's solution, Wu Su shook his head bitterly. I have used quite a number of high-tier spirit stones to push for my breakthrough, but I have still been unable to build up sufficient momentum to overcome the half-saint bottleneck. For a person who could whip out 300 high-tier spirit stones at a whim, Wu Su was definitely not a person who lacked spirit stones. Since he couldn't achieve a breakthrough even with sufficient spirit stones at hand, what else could he do to increase the rate he absorbed spiritual energy at? High-tier spirit stones do indeed help to make up for the deficiency, but their effectiveness is limited due to the long duration required to process the spiritual energy contained within them into zhenqi. Zhang Xian shook his head. In a sense, high-tier spirit stones were like beef. They were effective in staving off hunger, but it wasn't easy to digest them. You're right, but what else can I use if not spirit stones? Wu Su asked. The reason the spiritual energy within spirit stones is harder to process is due to the solid form the spiritual energy is in. If you were to use spirit essence instead, the rate you could absorb spiritual energy at and convert it into zhenqi would be at least 3 times faster, and that should be sufficient for you to achieve a breakthrough to half-saint. Zhang Xian said, if spirit stones were beef, spirit essence was porridge, easily digestible. Lu Cheng pondered for a moment before frowning. Spirit essence? Do you mean earth vein spirit essence? There were many forms of spirit essence, but the one that was most effective for half-saints was the earth vein spirit essence. The rest would be less effective than high-tier spirit stones. Zhang Xian nodded. That's right. This spirit essence is formed through the accumulation of the spiritual energy contained in the earth veins. Not only is the spiritual energy pure, it is also easily absorbed and converted into zhenqi. If Wu Shi absorbs it, he should be able to gather sufficient zhenqi within a short period of time to overcome his bottleneck. But the earth vein spirit essence is only found in grounds rich in spiritual energy, and those lands are often occupied by dominant powers, so it is even harder to procure it than scarlet firefly fruits. Where are we supposed to find any? Wu Su said with a bitter smile. Everyone knew that the earth vein spirit essence was good stuff, but obtaining it was easier said than done. Even if he knew it could help him achieve a breakthrough, he had to find a way to obtain it first. Out of a stroke of luck, I managed to obtain a bit of it. However, I was planning to use it to overcome my half-saint bottleneck. Zhang Xian said hesitantly. You have earth vein spirit essence with you? Wu Su's eyes immediately lit up in excitement. Can you sell it to me? I am willing to buy it using high-tier spirit stones. A conflicted expression surfaced on Zhang Xian's face. You also know how difficult it is to obtain earth vein spirit essence, and I don't have too much of it either. I'm afraid that I can't sell it to you. After a moment of thought, Wu Su gritted his teeth and said, Brother Zhang, I am willing to buy it at 2 times the market price. He had to reach half-saint as soon as possible or else he would risk being eliminated. This was a rare opportunity, and he couldn't miss it, no matter the price he had to pay. 2 times. Zhang Xian pondered for a long moment before reluctantly nodding in agreement. All right, seeing that you need it so much as a fellow master teacher, I will make an exception and sell it to you. After which, he flicked his wrist and took out a massive gourd containing around 7 liters of spirit essence. This is all of the earth vein spirit essence that I have collected thus far. I will give it to you then. Zhang Xian waved his hands. Wu Su hurriedly took the gourd and uncapped the cork, and he immediately saw that it was filled to the brim with earth vein spirit essence. The spiritual energy that gushed out of the opening left his cells feeling energized and refreshed. Thank you, Zhang Shi. Seeing that the other party was willing to give all of the earth vein spirit essence he had gathered to him, Wu Su immediately clasped his fist in agitation and thanked him. After which, he went to Lu Cheng and pulled some stuff together before stowing them away in a storage ring. As we left our place in a hurry, we didn't bring too many spirit stones with us. We know the high-tier spirit stones we have won't be enough to make up for the value of the earth vein spirit essence, so we placed some of the valuables we have accumulated over the years in as well. I hope that Zhang Shi can accept it, Wu Su said as he presented the storage ring over. Even though they knew that the young man before them probably didn't lack money, considering that he had a Saint Realm-tamed beast and artifact, it would still be improper for them to take something from the other party for free, not to mention that they had agreed on paying double the price earlier. Taking the ring, Zhang Xian swept through the contents and saw over 200 high-tier spirit stones, a handful of grade 6 pills, and a bunch of valuable medicinal herbs. If it was in Hongyuan City, this gourd of earth vein spirit essence would probably only have been worth 50 high-tier spirit stones at most. Yet, the other party had given him so much money in return. It could be said that he had made a huge killing this time around. It was not that the other party was foolish, but that the value of an item was determined by the person's perceived necessity of it. Ordinary cultivators could achieve breakthroughs with high-tier spirit stones just fine, so they didn't require the earth vein spirit essence. As a result, its perceived value would be lower to them. Rest well and condition your body to its peak state. With the earth vein spirit essence, You should be able to push for a breakthrough in a single try, Zhang Xian said after putting away the storage ring. Yes, Wu Su nodded. He had suffered a punch from Zhang Xian earlier, and even up to this point, he hadn't fully recovered from it yet. To maximize his chances of reaching half-saint, he should only attempt a breakthrough once he was in his peak state. Thank you, Zhang Shi. The both of us will take our leave now. Having obtained what they wanted, the duo clasped their fists, turned around, and left. In just a few moments, they had already disappeared from sight. With the departure of the duo, Hu Yaoyao and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. Zhang Shi, thank you for saving our lives. Before, they had thought that Zhang Xian was only terrifying in his supporting occupations. However, with this experience, they learned that his talent for his supporting occupations was nothing compared to his fighting prowess. Chapter 871. Breakthroughs. If I am not mistaken, the both of them are combat masters, right? Exhaling deeply, the tension left Zhang Xian's body, and the exhaustion accumulated over that whole period finally set in. Even though he seemed to have won the battle against Lu Qing easily, he'd had to concentrate deeply as he couldn't afford to make the slightest error. Thus, even though the battle had only lasted for a few minutes, it had sapped Zhang Xian's energy dry. Dong Xian nodded in agreement. To possess such fighting prowess at such a young age, and considering the different master-teacher robes that they have, they should indeed be combat masters. She had read a fair number of books, and she knew how fearsome combat masters were. She hadn't really thought much into it before, but with Zhang Xian raising the topic, it suddenly dawned on her. Those two might just really be combat masters. Otherwise, given that most master teachers cultivated a variety of supporting occupations, rarely would they compete with one another directly in a physical duel. Combat masters? The others also glanced at one another before nodding in agreement. Indeed, only the legendary combat masters, who boasted the greatest fighting prowess among the master teachers, could wield such strength. That would explain why a fellow Chrysalis Realm cultivator could subdue the four of them so easily. Wait. If Zhang Shi can defeat a combat master that easily, doesn't that mean that he is qualified to become a combat master as well? Hu Yaoyao exclaimed in astonishment. Easily? Zhang Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. He went easy on me, or else it is questionable whether I would have been able to defeat him or not. It might seem as if he had won with ease in the eyes of others, but he knew that wasn't the case. Went easy on you? The others were perplexed. You used a blade of foxtail grass while the other party used a spirit pinnacle weapon. On top of that, the other party was unable to even land a single blow on you. So how could he have possibly gone easy on you? Zhang Xian shook his head. If I had wielded a spirit pinnacle weapon just like him, it is hard to tell which of us would have emerged triumphant. That Lu Chang is a proud person. He didn't want to take advantage of the disparity in our weapons, so he curbed his own swordsmanship. On top of that, I intentionally sliced the tree trunk in two before the battle to create a vivid impression of the prowess of the weapon in his mind. Those were what caused him to retreat continuously. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for me to win against him. It might have seemed like an ordinary fight, but before the duel began, the other party had already fallen for Zhang Xian's mind games. I see. It was at this instant that realization struck them. The foxtail grass was an unimpressive weapon, but in a single move, Zhang Xian had sliced the tree trunk in two, instilling fear into the minds of those who had seen the sight. Lu Cheng was probably the same as well, which led to his subconscious unwillingness to face the foxtail grass head-on. As a result, he had found himself unable to take back the initiative and turn the tides of the battle, thus eventually resulting in his loss. Forget it. It's already over. Here are the scarlet firefly fruits. Condition yourselves well before consuming them. Try to achieve a breakthrough before we return to the academy. Zhang Xian flicked his wrist and passed the fruits over. Zhang Shi, really managed to obtain the fruits? How could they be in your hands? None of them could believe it. They had been watching the cavern intently the whole time, and they had only seen Lu Cheng and Wu Su entering it. But if Zhang Xian had never entered the cavern, how could the scarlet firefly fruits be in his hands? I found another entrance behind the valley and sneaked in from there, Zhang Xian replied casually. Naturally, he couldn't talk about his means as a soul oracle. In any case, the items were already in his hands, so the others probably wouldn't be bothered to check on his story either. Incredible. Nevertheless, the others were still impressed. To stumble upon another entrance, it had indeed been the correct decision to invite him over. Here is some earth vein spirit essence. I will give a gourd to each of you. After recuperating, try your best to make a breakthrough to half-saint. Flicking his wrist, Zhang Xian took out 4 gourds of earth vein spirit essence and passed them over. These 4 gourds were significantly smaller than the one given to Wu Su earlier, but it was still worth quite a sum, considering that it was filled with earth vein spirit essence. At the very least, it was definitely worth more than the origin heavy water that they had bought earlier. Thank you, Zhang Shi. After seeing Zhang Xian sell a gourd earlier, they knew that the gourd they had just received was at least worth 50 high-tier spirit stones. To give it to them just like that, how could they ever return the favor? With reddened eyes, they mustered their determination, knowing that they had to successfully make a breakthrough so as to not let down Zhang Xian's expectations. Gugaga. With the Byzantium Helios beast and golden origin cauldron guarding them by the side, they need not worry about anyone disturbing them here. Thus, sitting cross-legged on the ground, they began to cultivate. 6 hours later, once they had managed to reach their peak condition, they devoured a scarlet firefly fruit each. As expected of the divine medicine that could raise the chances of a breakthrough to half-saint, as soon they consumed it, they immediately felt their psyche growing stronger. Hu Yaoyao, under Zhang Xian's tutelage, was the first one to achieve a breakthrough. The second person to succeed was Dong Xian. After the events at the Elder Hall, her mind had grown much more resilient than before. This state of mind would help her achieve greater heights in her cultivation in the future. Following her was Shuizhenyang. After listening to Wang Ying and the others' teachings on the basics of cultivation, he had managed to reinforce his cultivation further. Even though he was the third one to achieve a breakthrough, his cultivation was considerably more stable than the other two. However, the last one, Long Tsangyue, wasn't as lucky. After failing 4 times consecutively, he felt a sense of fatigue creeping up on him. Knowing that it was impossible for him to succeed that day, he could only sigh in disappointment and stop there. Initially, there hadn't been much of a difference between the 4 of them. However, 3 of them had succeeded in achieving a breakthrough, and he was the only one to have failed. It wasn't too difficult to imagine his current emotions. The 3 of them are Zhang Shi's apprentice, grand student, and great-grand student, so they have received his guidance. On the other hand, due to my overthinking of matters and my pride, I ended up being the furthest away from him. Long Tsangyue shook his head bitterly. In one way or another, the other 3 were related to Zhang Shi, so they had received his guidance. But he, due to his excessive worries, had chosen to stay out of Zhang Shi's way, and the outcome was him eventually lagging behind the others. If he had known this was the case, regardless of whether he would have become Zhang Shi's great-great-grand student or anything else, he would have tried to strike up a connection with the latter somehow. Seeing through Long Tsangyue's thoughts, Zhang Xian offered a word of advice. What you are lacking is not strength but confidence. Due to your indecisive character, you are unable to rid yourself of your hesitation and charge forward, which has led to your inability to build up sufficient momentum to achieve a breakthrough to half-saint. If one were to ask whether he had played a part in the successful breakthrough of the other 3, the answer would be yes. The points that he listed in his guidance were often direct and spot-on. If one were to cultivate as he had advised, it would indeed be much easier to achieve a breakthrough. However, making a breakthrough to half-saint wasn't just a problem of strength. One's mind also played a huge part as well. Hu Yaoyao had a willful and decisive personality, allowing her to make prompt decisions and commit to them. Dong Xian's mind had been tempered to be more resilient after the setback she had suffered back in the Elder Hall. Shuizhenyang had a straightforward personality, which allowed him to charge forward without any hesitation. On the other hand, Long Tsangyue was an indecisive worrywart, which made it difficult for him to put his mind entirely into something. It was such a personality that made it difficult for him to succeed. Upon hearing Zhang Xian's words, Long Tsangyue suddenly felt enlightened. Zhang Shi's teaching is right. Gathering his remaining strength, he sat down and began cultivating, embracing the determination to lose his life if he were to fail. Hong Long Long. He drove his zhenqi and rammed it furiously into his spiritual sea. A long moment later, he finally felt the invisible ceiling that had been limiting him loosening before abruptly falling apart. Half-Saint. Reached. By the side, the Byzantium Helios beast and the golden origin cauldron gasped in awe. Incredible! Their master might be young, but he had a deep insight into cultivation and the human psyche. His analyses were often spot-on, directed at the very root of a problem. More importantly, he never discriminated in his guidance. Be it to an ally or a rival, he would offer them his pointers unreservedly. Such magnanimity was rare even among master teachers. Having reached Half-Saint, Long Tsangyue shed the haughty attitude he once had and bowed deeply to Zhang Xian, thanking him earnestly from the bottom of his heart. Thank you, Zhang Shi. All right, let's return. Having achieved their goal here, there was no longer any need to remain there. Thus, he stepped onto the back of the Byzantium Helios beast to return to Hongyuan City. Shortly after Lu Cheng and Wu Su left the valley, they suddenly halted. Brother Lu, why didn't you use your full strength against Zhang Shi earlier? Wu Su had been overwhelmed by the outcome of the battle earlier, but after giving the matter some thought on the way, he couldn't help but feel that something was amiss. He knew very well how powerful Brother Lu was, and there were many powerful moves that he hadn't executed in the duel before he fell in defeat. It was clear that the latter had gone easy on Zhang Shi earlier. I didn't use my full strength? Lu Cheng shook his head, and the next moment, his body abruptly faltered weakly, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. Brother Lu. Not expecting Brother Lu's injuries to be so severe, Wu Su hurriedly helped him to a nearby boulder to rest before feeding him another pill. Seeing the other party's complexion alleviate, he heaved a sigh of relief before asking, Brother Lu this? After recovering slightly from his injuries, Brother Lu shook his head and said, there were indeed many powerful moves that I didn't execute in the duel, but it isn't that I was unwilling to use them. I couldn't use them at all. You couldn't use them? Even though it might seem as if he was underestimating me by wielding a blade of foxtail grass against me, in truth, every single move he made was aimed perfectly at my opening, leaving me incapable of driving my zhenqi properly to execute my most powerful moves at all. Brother Lu said with a bitter smile. The duel might have already ended, but just at the thought of how he had been cornered by the other party's astounding eye of discernment, he couldn't help but shudder. He had tried multiple times to execute his strongest sword art, but he had been stopped by the other party's foxtail grass before he could even gather the momentum for it. It was just like how a river impeded every now and then couldn't possibly build up the momentum to form a devastating flood. You were unable to drive your zhenqi properly? Wu Su was taken aback. That's right. What's fearsome about Zhang Shi isn't just his overwhelming strength that allowed him to challenge even those stronger than him, but his terrifyingly discerning eyes. It was as if he had studied every single one of my moves in advance, seeing through their flaws and intercepting them the moment I executed them. In truth, from the very first move, I already knew that I had lost. The remaining 100 moves could only be considered the other party's attempt to spare my dignity. Brother Lu shook his head. How can that be? Wu Su could hardly believe what he was hearing. He knew how powerful his companion was. To lose in a single strike, that was impossible. Furthermore, he had been watching the battle all along, and he didn't notice any hint of Zhang Shi going easy on Brother Lu at all. You don't believe me? All right, I will tell you the truth then. In truth, the injury from the Byzantium Helios beast and the cauldron was more severe than I thought. Even though I had 2 hours to recuperate, I wasn't able to fully recover from my injuries. You should be well aware of this, too. Brother Lu explained. Wu Su nodded. He had been beside Brother Lu while he was recuperating, so he had a clear view of the extent of the latter's injuries. Thus, I made use of a secret art to suppress my injuries temporarily for the duel. Coming from the same lineage, you should be well aware of what the secret art is, Brother Lu said. Are you referring to the Hu Per recuperation art left behind by Elder Hu Pu? Wu Su asked. Chapter 872. The Bodhi Saint tree is dying. Indeed. It's the Hooper recuperation art. Lu Cheng nodded. Do you know its effects? According to what I know, this secret art doesn't really treat one's injuries. Instead, it aims to trigger the potential of one's body, suppressing one's injuries so as to draw one's fighting prowess to the peak temporarily. This is an emergency maneuver that we combat masters only use under desperate circumstances on the battlefield, Wu Su replied. Just as Zhang Xian had guessed, they were combat masters. As the warriors of the Master-Teacher Pavilion, it was inevitable that they would have to face deadly battles frequently. On the battlefield, losing the ability to fight meant that one was just moments away from death. As such, an elder of the Combat Master Hall, Hu Per, created such a secret art aimed not to heal one's injuries, but to trigger the potential harnessed within the body to grant one the ability to disregard one's injuries and continue fighting. This secret art had managed to save many combat masters from desperate circumstances. Eager to obtain the scarlet firefly fruit earlier, he had ended up using this secret art as well. You're right. Then, do you know the flaw of this secret art? Lu Cheng asked. Wu Su nodded. The flaw is, as soon as the effects end, one's injuries will worsen. That's right, one's injuries will worsen, and there is a chance that one's cultivation might plummet as well, Lu Cheng said grimly. Zhang Shi seemed to know the condition I was in, so he went easy on me from the very first move, and he chose to avoid the places where I was injured previously. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived 3 moves, let alone 100. This, Wu Su still found the matter a little inconceivable, thinking that Brother Lu was just overthinking it. You don't believe me? Lu Cheng shook his head. The Hooper recuperation art suppresses one's injuries by forcing it into a few acupoints. For me, it is the Hongmin and Zhanghui acupoints. If the other party had struck either of these 2 points, I would have suffered severe backlash from my injuries. Wu Su nodded in agreement. The essence of the secret art lay in manipulating one's zhanqi to seal one's injuries, and the Mingmen of these seals would be located on certain acupoints, depending on the cultivator themselves. Take a look at this. With a bitter smile, Lu Cheng pointed to his clothes. Wu Su hurriedly took a look, and his eyes immediately narrowed in astonishment. On the area of the clothes corresponding to where Brother Lu's Hongmin and Zhanghui acupoints were located, there were small holes reminiscent of a thin needle. It would have been hard to notice them if one didn't take a closer look. These were left by him? Wu Su's voice quavered in fear as he spoke. Indeed. From the very first move, he had already noticed my weakness and swept his foxtail grass at those 2 points. Back then, I hadn't realized it yet, thinking that he might just not have sufficient power to complete the attack. However, the next moment, in order to avoid hurting me, he forcefully diverted his attack to my Shanzhong acupoint on my chest. As Lu Cheng spoke, a hint of deference surfaced in his eyes. In truth, if it had been a life-and-death duel, he could have killed me in the very first blow. However, he chose to go easy on me. It was just that I wasn't aware of it then. Hey this. Wu Su's face paled as it dawned on him what kind of figure he had just crossed earlier. To be able to go easy on his opponent in such an intense battle, was he still human? That was way too fearsome. Even I can hardly gauge the true prowess of Zhang Shi. He is truly like an unfathomable enigma. By no means should we ever make an enemy out of him again, Lu Cheng said grimly. Yes, Wu Su nodded. Since even Brother Lu wasn't a match for Zhang Shi, there was no way he would dare to provoke the other party once more. All right, you should hurry up and recuperate from your wounds. Then you can attempt to break through to Half Saint. Once you succeed, you will be able to follow us to the 4 great academies to participate in the selection of new members and accomplish that mission. Otherwise, it will be an extremely long time before you get another chance. Lu Cheng said, Don't worry, Brother Lu. I will surely succeed this time around. Wu Su said with great determination. On the journey back, Hu Yaoyao and the others spent most of their time reinforcing their half-saint cultivation, and Zhang Xian also used this time to reinforce his chrysalis realm cultivation as well. It was a silent half-day journey back to the Hongyuan city. From their departure to their return, they had only taken slightly more than a day. When the sun started rising from the horizon once more, Hongyuan City was already in sight. A moment later, as Zhang Xian glanced downward, he was completely stunned. Is that my manor? What had been rubble when he last saw it had transformed into an exquisite manor that didn't pale in comparison even with the royal palace. On top of that, he could vaguely feel a handful of grade 6 formations that not only gathered spiritual energy in the area but wielded astounding offensive and defensive capabilities as well. What has happened? Zhang Xian was unable to understand what had happened during his absence. School head Zhao and the others had said that they would send someone to repair his manor for him, but did they really have to make it so extravagant? Outsiders might just think that this was the royal palace itself. Let's head down to take a look. After bidding Hu Yaoyao and the others farewell, Zhang Xian had the Byzantium Helios beast descend to the courtyard of the manor. As soon as they landed, Sun Chang immediately rushed up to greet him. What happened? Zhang Xian asked in bewilderment. It's the Hongyuan royal family. I tried to stop them, but they insisted on fixing the manor. In the end, I could only watch helplessly as they made this, Sun Chang said indignantly. In truth, he was also completely dumbfounded by the happenings as well. He could still understand it if the Master Teacher Academy had dispatched some men to fix their manor, but for the royal palace to get involved as well, and to go such great lengths at that, just what were they up to? The royal palace? Zhang Xian blinked blankly. He had been kicked out of the royal palace by the emperor himself 2 nights ago. Why would the other party offer to fix his manor all of the sudden? That's right. Not only so, Emperor Shun Yuqing has also visited 3 times in your absence, requesting to meet you, Sun Chang said. He wants to meet me? Zhang Xian's bewilderment deepened. Were all emperors as unpredictable as that? It was as if they suffered from severe mood swings. But just as Zhang Xian was confused by the situation before him, one of the manor servants abruptly rushed in to report that Emperor Yu Shanqing had turned up once again. Invite him in. Zhang Xian waved his hands. Even though he had no idea what the other party was up to, it happened that he needed the other party's Bodhi Saint tree. This was a good opportunity to ask about it. Yes. Sun Chang headed out. A moment later, Zhang Xian met Emperor Yu Shanqing in the main hall. The latter clasped his fist upon meeting him and greeted, Zhang Shi. Zhang Xian gestured for him to take a seat before asking, Your Majesty, I am thankful that you sent your men to fix my manor, but may I know the reason behind it? We had some misunderstanding the other night, so I hope that we can reconcile our differences through this, Yu Shanqing quickly replied. Misunderstanding? Zhang Xian shook his head. Don't worry about it. It's really nothing much. He hadn't really taken the matter that night to heart. After all, he was also at fault for destroying the other party's main hall and ruining the banquet. Seeing that there wasn't any hint of unhappiness on the other party's face, Yu Shanqing heaved a sigh of relief. I'm glad to see that Zhang Shi isn't angry about it. He had been worrying over this matter for the last 2 days, fearing that he had offended the other party, but it seemed like the other party hadn't taken the matter to heart. But that was no wonder as well. A person who could create and gift such a formidable set of cultivation techniques on a whim was likely to be a magnanimous person, unbothered by such trifling matters in the world. After chatting for a moment longer, Zhang Xian raised his request. I heard that the royal family has a Bodhi Saint tree. If it isn't too much, may I borrow it for something? Bodhi Saint tree? A conflicted expression surfaced on Yu Shanqing's face. It isn't convenient? Zhang Xian frowned. Since he had promised to save Wei Ruyan, he would keep his word. However, if Yu Shanqing were to refuse to lend him the Bodhi tree, there would be nothing he could do either. It isn't that. With a shake of his head, Yu Shanqing sighed deeply. To be honest with Zhang Shi, our Bodhi Saint tree, for some unknown reason, started to wither some time ago. The situation has worsened particularly in the recent 2 years. I have tried all kinds of means, but I have been unable to reverse its declining condition. I fear that in its current state, it isn't too far from death anymore. Wither? Zhang Xian was taken aback. That's right. I have invited over 100 herbologists over the past 2 years, but none of them were able to resolve its illness, Yu Shanqing replied despondently. The condition of the Bodhi Saint tree was a huge secret of the royal family, so he had been guarding it tightly all along. However, since Zhang Shi had asked about it, he could only reply honestly. Can you take me over to take a look? Zhang Xian asked after a moment of thought. Zhang Shi wants to take a look? Yu Shunqing asked in astonishment. Indeed, I do know a thing or two about herbology too, so I might just be able to help you on this matter, Zhang Xian explained. He had once solved a problem for a herbologist back in the Myriad Kingdom Alliance, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the occupation. Hearing those words, Yu Shunqing's eyes lit up, and he nearly leaped up in excitement. Zhang Shi is knowledgeable in herbology as well? That's great. His ears were already on the verge of growing calluses from hearing about the incredible deeds that Zhang Shi had accomplished. After 2 years of effort, he already didn't harbor much hope for the recovery of the Saint Bodhi tree. However, if Zhang Shi were to make a move, there might still be a chance for it to happen. Without any hesitation, he immediately brought Zhang Shi on board the Saint Beast he had arrived on and headed back to the royal palace. Upon landing in the royal palace, Yu Shunqing led the way, and after twisting and turning about numerous roads, they finally arrived at a residence. The Bodhi Saint tree is right inside, Yu Shunqing said as he gestured toward the building. Here? Zhang Xian frowned. He had never been to this residence before, but he couldn't help but notice that there were no formations set up in the area. Considering how valuable the Bodhi Saint tree was it really fine to leave it lying around without any protection? Noticing Zhang Xian's doubts, Yu Shunqing answered, the Bodhi Saint tree is only useful for those who practice soul cultivation techniques. So, perhaps in the whole of Hongyuan Empire, it only has value to our Yu clan. Others wouldn't benefit from it. Besides, having reached Saint Realm, it already possesses its own sentience, and it detests being surrounded by formations. So, I see. Zhang Xian nodded. Formidable saint herbs, just like saint-tier artifacts, possess sentience. It was harder to absorb spiritual energy from the surroundings if they were surrounded by formations, so they loathed it. While speaking, the duo entered the residence, and a few elders within immediately walked over and greeted respectfully. Your Majesty. These elders were all Saint Realm experts, and they were probably stationed there to take care of the Bodhi Saint tree. Zhang Shi, this is the Bodhi Saint tree. Zhang Xian turned his gaze over and saw a majestic tree in the middle of the courtyard. It had an extremely thick trunk, and it towered at a height of around a dozen meters tall. However, the leaves on its branches were shriveled and sparse, and traces of white had surfaced on the tree trunk as well. It didn't seem to be in a good condition. Indeed, the Bodhi Saint tree is nearing death. Zhang Xian frowned deeply. It was spring, the season when everything came to life and vitality permeated the air, but the massive tree was showing clear signs of decline. There was no doubt that it was extremely ill. Had it not been for the royal family pumping in endless resources to sustain its life, it might have already died. Unable to determine its condition from a distance away, Zhang Xian asked, Can I take a closer look? Of course, feel afar. Yu Shunqing nodded, but before he could finish his words, one of the elders stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, it is not advisable for anyone to approach the Bodhi Saint tree now. Chapter 873 Burn It 1, Elder Zhao, this is Zhang Shi. He possesses a deep understanding of herbology, so I invited him to treat the Bodhi Saint tree as well. Yu Shunqing quickly introduced. These elders were herbologists who he had gone to great lengths to invite here. If not for them, the Bodhi Saint tree might have long died. Treat the Bodhi Saint tree? A young brat like him? Your Majesty, I think you should proceed warily, lest yet another scammer makes things difficult for us once more. Elder Zhao took a glance at Zhang Xian and frowned in displeasure. Elder Zhao, Zhang Shi is different from those before. He is a man of great capability, Yu Shunqing said awkwardly. Different? Your Majesty, you say the same words each time, but the results speak for themselves. Elder Zhao flung his sleeves and harumphed. If you don't trust us, we can leave this instant. There is really no need for you to invite outsiders, one after another, to render our previous efforts futile. Indeed, Your Majesty, if you don't trust us, we can leave right now. The other elders also chirped in agreement, clearly displeased by Zhang Xian's arrival. Yu Shunqing hurriedly tried to appease them. Of course, I trust you all. Otherwise, I wouldn't have entrusted the most important Bodhi Saint tree of our Yu clan to you. Elder Zhao harumphed. Your Majesty, if you trust us, we will have to ask you not to invite these kinds of shady figures to interfere with our work. The Bodhi Saint tree's condition is already very complicated as it is, and we might not be so lucky as to successfully save it the next time someone you invited over screws it up once more. We will try our best, but whether we succeed or not will depend on fate. Over the years, Yu Shunqing had invited many herbologists to take a look at the Bodhi Saint tree's conditions, and there were plenty of them who had given empty promises, hoping that they could succeed by some stroke of luck and make a name for themselves. However, not only did they fail tragically, they even worsened the Bodhi Saint tree's state. It was these elders who had to work tirelessly for days in order to stabilize its condition. This was precisely the reason why they felt extremely frustrated whenever Yu Shunqing tried to bring someone new over. Such an emotion was exacerbated when Yu Shunqing introduced a young lad who was barely in his early 20s as someone who possessed a deep understanding of herbology. Like hell they would believe that. Even though herbologist wasn't officially recognized as a nine paths occupation, it did have its own heritage. Similar to the physicians, it was an occupation containing deep wisdom within it, and the knowledge one learned had to be corroborated with practice as well. For a young lad who was barely in his early 20s, even if he had started studying from the day he was born, how much could he possibly have learned? Yu Shunqing was conflicted. If it was in the field of pill forging or smithing, he would harbor no doubts about Zhang Shi's capability. But herbology, he really couldn't say for sure. Just as Yu Shunqing was still in a dilemma, not sure who he should side with, the young man beside him ignored everyone and walked straight toward the Bodhi Saint tree. There was a formation set up around the tree in order to protect it from further harm, but the young man walked past it as if it were non-existent. In just a short moment, he was already standing before the tree. He then raised his hand and placed his palm on its thick trunk. What are you doing? Not expecting that young lad to disregard them and head straight for the tree, touching it even, Elder Zhao and the others bellowed furiously. They felt as if their authority had been challenged, and they glared at the young lad in hostility. I am not doing anything, Zhang Xian replied innocently. After which, he turned to Yu Shunqing and said, if those fellows want to leave, let them. It's not like they are doing any good around here. The elders immediately lashed out furiously. What did you say? Lad, where are you from? There are just this many herbologist clans in Hongyuan Empire. Which one are you from? You sure are haughty for someone your age. Yu Shunqing had also brought in plenty of renowned herbologists before, but there were none who had dared disrespect them like that. After all, they were second to none in the field of herbology in Hongyuan Empire. It was one thing for that fellow to have disregarded them and overstepped his bounds, but to question their professionalism on top of that. How dare he? What I said is a fact. It's such a simple illness, but none of you managed to see through it, even saying that it would depend on fate. Are you here to treat the Bodhi Saint tree or to hasten its death? Zhang Xian replied calmly. He had already noticed some problems when he assessed the tree via the eye of insight when he first arrived. However, he wasn't too sure whether his analysis was right or not, so he decided to step forward and check via the library of Heaven's Path as well. The result was similar to what he had deduced. The illness was, in truth, not very complicated, but it was extremely difficult to diagnose it accurately by examining just the exterior of the tree. You. Elder Zhao's eyebrows shot up disdainfully as he uttered coldly, simple? So, you are saying that you know what illness the Bodhi Saint tree is suffering from? Speak then. I sure look forward to hearing what comes out of your mouth. Even if I tell you, will you understand? Zhang Xian replied impassively. Given that these fellows had failed to determine the root of the Bodhi Saint tree's illness despite spending so much time analyzing and treating it, it was doubtful whether or not they would believe him even if he were to tell them. You. Elder Zhao and the others felt as if their veins would rupture from sheer rage. As the top herbologists of Hongyuan Empire, they had always been the ones to look down on others. This was the first time in a long while that someone had dared underestimate them like that. Will we understand, you ask? Lad, Does your clan know who you have just provoked? Just wait and see, soon. There won't be a place for you in the circle of herbologists in Hongyuan Empire. Zhang Xian turned to Yu Shanqing and urged, Your Majesty, the Bodhi Saint Tree's condition is dire, and we can't afford to delay it any longer. Otherwise, it might just die in the hands of these men. Audacious. You said that the tree will die in our hands? You'd better explain yourself right now, or else I won't let this matter slide. Seeing that the young lad was getting more and more overboard with his words, Elder Zhao stepped forward and glared at the other party menacingly. A powerful aura burst forth from him, as if saying that he wouldn't hesitate to kill the other party should his words turn out to be nonsense. As a top-notch herbologist and a Saint Realm expert, Elder Zhao had always been respected no matter where he went, and even Emperor Yu Shanqing had to speak to him courteously. Yet, this young lad had actually dared to insult him like that. This was completely unacceptable. The 9-9 soul consonants formation, if I am not mistaken, serves to pump spiritual energy into the Bodhi Saint tree to stimulate its spirit, right? Zhang Xian asked calmly. You know the 9-9 soul consonants formation? Elder Zhao was slightly taken aback. Due to the young age and the arrogance of the lad before him, he had already regarded him as one of those incapable fame-seekers. Thus, he hadn't thought that the other party would be able to see through the essence of their treatment so quickly. The 9-9 soul consonants formation was a secret art passed down only among top herbologist clans. It had the ability to stimulate and nurture the spirit within spirit herbs and saint herbs, bringing vitality back to them. Most herbologists weren't even aware of it. From their diagnosis, they had determined the cause of the Bodhi Saint trees withering to be the dissipation of its spirit. That was why they had spent such a heavy price to set up this expensive formation, hoping to revitalize its spirit and bring it back to life. But for the young lad to speak in such a manner, could there be a problem with their treatment method? Of course. Not only that, you also gathered the spirit of 18 different saint herbs and tried to forcefully infuse them into the Bodhi Saint tree, but it ended in failure, Zhang Xian said confidently. This, Elder Zhao and the other herbologists traded gazes, stumped by the situation before them. The other party was right. They had thought that they could swiftly revitalize the tree's spirit by infusing the spirits of other saint herbs into it, but the attempt had ended in a failure. As the result was unsatisfactory, they hadn't reported this matter to Yu Shanqing, so it was only known among them. How did this fellow learn of it? Did he deduce it with just a glance? But that was impossible. Matters regarding spirits and souls had always been an enigma to most of mankind. It might still be possible to deduce that a successful spirit infusion had occurred by looking at the spirit of the medicinal herb, but if it had been a failure, not even top herbologists like them would be able to discern it. How could the young lad before them deduce it accurately? This Bodhi Saint tree has yet to die, and its spirit is still alive and kicking. Yet, you attempted to infuse another spirit into it to take over its body. It is really a blessing of the heavens that it hasn't died in your hands yet. To still be acting so arrogantly around here despite that, do you have not the slightest bit of shame? I really do wonder where you get your boldness and confidence from. Zhang Xian flung his sleeves majestically. You. Nonsense. We have checked using various means, and the spirit of the Bodhi Saint tree has definitely disappeared. How could it still be alive? Elder Zhao's face reddened in agitation. Naturally, they understood the implications of a soul infusion, so they had checked over and over again to ensure that their diagnosis was correct. If the Bodhi Saint tree still retained its spirit, how could they not be aware of it? Another elder stood forward and said, Indeed, I checked for its spirit using the Golden Needle spirit detection method thrice, and the results were all negative. Furthermore, if its spirit was still around, how could it allow its body to wither like that? Yet another elder nodded in agreement. I also used the exclusive green mist spirit detection method of my lineage, and I can testify that the tree has already lost its spirit. It was common knowledge that saint herbs possessed spirit. If one were to forcefully infuse a spirit into a saint herb that still retained its spirit, that would be practically no different from murdering the herb. If they, who prided themselves on their expertise in the field of herbology, had truly unintentionally killed a herb when they were supposed to save it, they would be too ashamed to continue living. Another elder waved his hands and harumphed. The spirit infusion might have failed, but it sprouted new leaves on the withered tree and alleviated the yellowing of the existent leaves. This is a clear sign of the Bodhi Saint tree making a recovery. There's really no need for us to listen to the nonsense of an ignorant lad here. The others nodded in agreement to his words. The spirit infusion might have failed, but the fact that it had regained its green glow for even a short moment of time meant that their treatment was effective and they were moving in the correct direction. A clear sign that the Bodhi Saint tree is making a recovery, you say? The leaves might have turned green, but have you checked the roots? Do they show signs of recovering? What about the tree trunk? Does it look healthier, or did the wither worsen? Zhang Xian scoffed. The elders immediately fell silent. They had checked the condition of the tree thoroughly after the spirit infusion, and the condition of the roots and the trunks seemed to have worsened considerably. But there was a period of adjustment, so it should be normal to see such conditions, right? The golden needle spirit detection method can indeed check for a herb spirit, but how long is your golden needle? Can it reach the depths of the tree trunk? If the spirit is hidden in the depths, do you think that your detection method will be effective? Zhang Xian continued. The elders had no idea how to respond to this either. The golden needle spirit detection method responded only upon direct contact with the spirit. If it had been an ordinary medicinal herb, there wouldn't be any problem. However, considering the massive size of the Bodhi Saint tree, there was indeed no guarantee that the needle would reach the spirit. Zhang Xian turned to the other elder and stated, a similar problem applies for the green mist spirit detection method as well. It works by triggering a response from a conscious spirit, but what if the spirit of the Bodhi Saint tree is unconscious? Wouldn't the result you receive wrongly reflect that its spirit is dead? Realization struck the elder, and he fell silent as well. To the green mist spirit detection method, an unconscious spirit was deemed to be no different from a dead spirit. An elder abruptly interjected, enough. After all you have said, you still haven't told us how the Bodhi Saint tree should be treated? If you can't come up with a solution, you are ultimately still the same as us. The others immediately nodded in agreement. The most important thing at hand was to save the Bodhi Saint tree. Everything else was secondary. A solution? Zhang Xian chuckled lightly before turning to Yu Shanqing. Your Majesty, I will have to trouble you to get your men to bring some pails of oil and a paper match over. I am going to burn the tree. Paper match, not an official term, is a rolled piece of paper that contains white phosphorus, nitrates, sulfur, and various other ingredients. When unrolled, it will come into contact with the air and light up. It is said to have been created in China in AD 577. Chapter 874 Burn it too. Burn it? You have been invited here to save the tree, not to burn it down. Ridiculous. This is the most ridiculous thing I have ever heard. Who doesn't know how to kill a tree? Do we still need you for that? Everyone was stunned for an instant after hearing Zhang Xian's words before bellowing furiously. There must be something wrong with your head. You spoke as if we were completely useless, but when asked for a solution, you proposed to burn the tree instead? The Bodhi Saint tree was the very foundation of the Yu clan, and the herbologists had used every means at their disposal to treat it desperately, fearing that their failure would result in their heads being lopped off. That young lad had spoken as if he had some incredible means up his sleeves, but to think that the solution he proposed would be to burn down the tree. This was utter insanity. Yu Xinqing's body shook, and he nearly fainted on the spot as well. Watching Zhang Shi render the elders in the room speechless with his words earlier, he had seen a glimmer of hope for the Bodhi Saint tree. But after hearing his solution, he realized that the other party was just toying with him. The Bodhi Saint tree was already on the verge of death. If it were to be burned down, wouldn't it lose its life immediately? Noticing Yu Shunqing's hesitation, Zhang Xian's eyebrows shot up. I won't force you if you don't trust me. However, if you wish to save the Bodhi Saint tree, you'd better make your decision quickly. Save. Yu Shunqing's lips twitched. Are you sure that you are really saving the Bodhi Saint tree and not murdering it? That's right. Zhang Xian nodded before placing his hands behind his back and waiting patiently. Seeing the grim look on Zhang Shi's face, it didn't seem like the other party was joking around. After a moment of hesitation, Yu Shenqing turned around to the old eunuch, Luo Fu, and instructed, "Do as Zhang Shi says." Even though he still thought that it was ridiculous to burn down the tree, the fact that Zhang Xian was the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, along with the various incredible feats he had achieved, still convinced him to trust the other party this once. More importantly, those elders had been here for 2 years, but there wasn't the slightest improvement in the Bodhi Saint tree's condition. It would be no exaggeration to say that the tree's death timer had already started ticking. Since Zhang Shi was so confident in the matter, perhaps it was worth giving his method a try, especially since there was no better solution at hand. If the tree still died eventually, it could only be said to be its fate. "Your Majesty, I beseech you to reconsider your options. Don't listen to the lies of this fellow. The Bodhi Saint tree is already in a very feeble state. It won't be able to survive being burned." Seeing that Yu Shenqing had really instructed his men to bring oil and a paper match over, Elder Zhao and the others immediately panicked, and they rushed forward to advise him otherwise. "Please calm down. Zhang Shi is the PR, a very talented master teacher from the Master Teacher Academy. I believe there is a reason why he made such a decision." Yu Shenqing was just about to reveal Zhang Xian's other identity when he suddenly realized that this matter was supposed to remain a secret until the inauguration ceremony, so he could only quickly change his words. Seeing that Yu Shenqing was being beguiled by the young lad, Elder Zhao exclaimed in agitation, "I don't deny that master teachers are knowledgeable and discerning, but in the field of herbology, there is no one who can top us in Hongyuan Empire, and none of us here have ever heard of a saint herb being saved by being burned." They came from the top herbology clans with long heritages behind them. The wisdom of their predecessors had been passed down from one generation to the next, forming incredible compendiums of knowledge. Yet, despite being the successors of these compendiums of knowledge, none of them had ever heard of a herb being saved through burning. That was no different from drinking poison to alleviate one's thirst, a concept that completely went against the theories of herbology. It was something that could never happen. Indeed, each occupation has its own experts, and even master teachers can't possibly be knowledgeable about every single occupation in the world. After all, there is only one Kong Shi. Another elder added. Legend had it that on top of being the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion, Kong Shi had been skilled in many occupations as well. In fact, the heritage of many existing occupations had been compiled and organized by him. The young lad before them might be a formidable master teacher, but even master teachers weren't capable of everything. There were times when they, too, would fail. Hearing the words of the elders, Yu Shenqing's determination began to waver. However, thinking about Zhang Xian's identity, he eventually still gritted his teeth and said, "Say no more. I have already made up my mind. Let's just do as Zhang Shi instructs." While they were talking, the palace attendants had already brought pails of oil and a paper match into the room. Zhang Xian, upon seeing that Yu Shenqing was willing to put his trust in him at a crucial moment like this, nodded in satisfaction. He instructed the palace attendants to spill the pails of oil all over the tree, and when that was done, he blew on the paper match to light it up. In no haste to ignite the oil, Zhang Xian turned to the herbologists in the room and said, "There are countless herbologist clans in the world, and they each have their unique ways of cultivating and treating medicinal herbs. While you all might be considered to be the best herbologists in Hongyuan Empire, do you really believe that you have grasped all possible treatment methods in the world?" Elder Zhao and the others fell silent. The pursuit of knowledge is an endless race. Every day, new things were being discovered, and new heritages were being formed. Who would dare say that they had already seen it all? Not even Kong Shi would dare to arrogantly declare so. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been rendered speechless by the words of 2 young children while passing through a remote country back then. The spirit of the Bodhi Saint tree is not dead but asleep. You rushed into treating it without checking its condition thoroughly, nearly causing its death. Forget it, just watch and see. Shaking his head, Zhang Xian threw the paper match over. Hoo-hoo. As soon as the paper match came into contact with the oil, the entire tree immediately burst into flames. He really is burning the tree. The mouths of Elder Zhao and the others twitched uncontrollably. After spending 2 years with the Bodhi Saint tree, they already possessed some feelings for it. Thus, they couldn't help but feel a stabbing pain in their hearts as they watched the flames gradually devouring the tree. Yu Shanqing also couldn't help but clench his fists tightly as he watched the flames. At this point, he really didn't know whether he was right or not to trust Zhang Xian. On the other hand, Zhang Xian was staring at the flames intently, seemingly waiting for the right moment. Shortly after, he raised his hand and said, "Extinguish the flames." Yes. A few guards immediately rushed forward and stifled the flames around the Bodhi Saint tree with their zhenqi. Even the weakest of them was at the ethereal treading realm, and with their strength combined, it took barely more than a moment for them to extinguish the flames. With the flames gone, everyone got a clear glimpse of the current state of the Bodhi Saint tree. At this point, its exterior was charred black, and there wasn't the slightest hint of life from it. Without saying a word, Zhang Xian walked up to the tree and began striking it at certain locations while circling around it. After striking it consecutively 36 times, he finally came to a halt. Just as everyone was wondering what Zhang Xian was up to, the latter returned to Yu Shanqing and the other side and snapped his finger. Pacha! Pacha! The charred exterior of the tree abruptly burst apart. This! How is this possible? The sight that unfolded before their eyes left everyone stupefied. Beneath the charred exterior of the tree was a tree trunk only about an arm thick, but it was overflowing with vitality, like a young sprout blossoming from the old tree. It was just that it had been hidden beneath its withered exterior previously. But considering how the exterior was already nearing death, how could the insides of the tree still remain so vibrant? This sight was mystifying, and there was no one who could comprehend what was going on. Elder Zhao and the others had diagnosed and treated many herbs in their time, but they had never encountered or even heard of such a scenario before. Seeing the looks of incomprehension on the faces around him, Zhang Xian explained calmly, "It isn't because this Bodhi Saint tree is nearing death that it is unconscious. Instead, it was out of self-preservation by the spirit to protect its foundation that it chose to conceal itself in the core of the tree. As a result, the external layer was no longer sustained by the spirit, thus resulting in its death-like state. You overlooked this and forcefully infused another spirit into it. Through doing that, you nearly destroyed its remaining foundation. If you had really succeeded then, the Bodhi Saint tree would have already died by now." The bodies of Elder Zhao and the others shuddered in astonishment. The other party was right. Under the condition that the current spirit hadn't died yet, if a new spirit were to be infused into the body, it would result in a huge fight, and in the worst-case scenario, the two spirits might just end up killing one another. In other words, it was truly a blessing that they hadn't succeeded then. Otherwise, they would have been the culprits behind the Bodhi Saint tree's death. But Zhang Shi, the Bodhi Saint tree has been perfectly fine for many years. Why would it suddenly need to resort to a self-preservation maneuver? Yu Shanqing asked, puzzled. The others also turned doubtful gazes to Zhang Xian as well. "I am not too sure about that either. Under normal circumstances, a spirit will only do that if it has suffered severe injuries. Try recalling this. In the period of time just before the Bodhi Saint tree started to wither, did anything happen?" Zhang Xian said. The Library of Heaven's Path had reflected the flaws of the Bodhi Saint tree, but it didn't delve into the reason for its condition, so he wasn't too sure either. I don't think that anything major happened in that period of time." Yu Shanqing frowned. 2 years ago. That should be around the time when the old principal of the Master Teacher Academy went missing. Oh right, the vice head of the physician school, Yu Su, visited once in that period of time to procure a seedling from the tree, saying that he wanted to try cultivating it to help locate the old principal's soul. Other than that, I don't think that there are any outsiders who have approached the tree. Yu Su? Zhang Xian frowned. That fellow was the culprit behind Wei Chongfeng's death, and in order to let Wei Ruyan exact vengeance for her father personally, he had the other party imprisoned in his own manner for the time being. Was the other party related to this incident as well? That's right. Vice School Head Yu Su is a talented herbologist himself, so I invited him over to take a look at the Bodhi Saint tree's condition as well, but he wasn't able to tell what was wrong with it either. Yu Shenqing replied. I see. Forget it. Let's put that matter aside for now. For the time being, we should find a way to awaken the spirit from its slumber first. Zhang Xian said. It had been 2 years since the Bodhi Saint tree was poisoned, so it would be difficult to track down the culprit now. Besides, this had nothing to do with him, so there was no need for him to get involved in the matter. Understanding this, Yu Shenqing also chose not to talk about it any further. Stepping forward, Zhang Xian walked up to the Bodhi Saint tree once more and placed his palm on it before falling into deep thought. A moment later, he flicked his wrist and took out a gigantic wine gourd. Uncorking the lid, a concentrated surge of spiritual energy immediately gushed into the surroundings. That is, Earth Vein Spirit Essence? The eyes of Yu Shenqing and the elders lit up. Earth Vein Spirit Essence contained the energy of the earth, which made it exceptionally nourishing to medicinal herbs. It was an incredible treasure to herbologists. Pouring the Earth Vein Spirit Essence on the vigorous tree trunk, innumerable buds began growing at a rate visible to the eye on the bald tree, and they gradually sprouted to form lush leaves. The spirit has been awakened? Upon seeing this sight, Yu Shenqing and the other elders couldn't help but tremble in excitement. For the tree to undergo such rapid growth, it could only mean that the sleeping spirit of the Bodhi Saint tree had awakened. However, the Earth Vein Spirit Essence only had the effect of replenishing spiritual energy within Saint herbs. It shouldn't have been capable of rousing an unconscious spirit. Just what kind of mystical means did Zhang Shi use? Usually, lighting up the paper match consists of blowing on it, as well so as to increase its exposure to air. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.